Well, guys, we're back for another episode of the Liberal Asshole Show. And today is going to be the PragerU Takedown special that we've been playing for, like a year plus or something like that. Probably several years.
Pretty much.
It's been a long time since we wanted to do this. And it took a long time because it's a lot of stuff to talk about. Several months ago, we went up and looked up 27 random PragerU videos that we really wanted to watch and react to and respond to and such. And we finally got enough time to do it right here, as this is going to be a two-parter, all merged into one, probably in July when the video comes up, because it's just going to be so long and so much stuff to cover. So yeah, 27 videos, and we picked the first 14 of this video. So, are you ready to rage at stupidity?
Yes.
So yeah, we're going to see how bad they're going to get. Now, of course, a lot of these I picked. Some of yours got up here as well. So we're going to see them as we go along. Of course, we'll cover the final 13 next time out. So the first video is what I picked, is Make Masculinity Great Again. And of course, some of these are going to be involving like men's issues coming up the first few, I think. So we'll actually the first three actually. Oh boy, I can't wait to get to the third one. The third one was a really doozer. So we're gonna judge, we're gonna refute it, and potentially if needs to be, and judge if it's bad or maybe not as bad as others. I remember watching the first three of these when we first decided them all. So we're gonna see how it is again. So here we go. The first one: Make Masculinity Great Again.
Rape, murder, war. They all have one thing in common. Men. Aggression.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah,
I mean,
women fight
women can do all of those, and women can be as big a warmongers as the men. Look at Hillary Clinton, or look at the older days. Queen Victoria, Queen Elizabeth I. Modern day Aung San Suu Kyi's a genocidal maniac, and she's a woman.
And don't forget, too, women fight in armies, too, like Israel and the Scandinavian countries. Women are conscripted, too.
Violence, ambition unchecked by conscience, all the stuff of toxic masculinity, right? And the solution is obvious. Make men less toxic. Make men less masculine. Make men...
masculine is
not destroy masculinity, reform masculinity.
And also, toxic masculinity isn't necessarily just masculinity either. There's also toxic femininity too. It depends on the systems.
And more like women. But I'm here to tell you that way of thinking is not only wrong, it's dangerous. Here's why.
Dangerous.
When you try to make men more like women, you don't get
up to 11 with these people. Remember,
less toxic masculinity. You get more. Why? Because bad men don't become good when they stop being men. They become good when they stop being bad. Aggression, violence, and unbridled ambition can't be eliminated from the male psyche. They can only be harnessed.
They can be tamed, checked, and also reduced significantly.
And also, this is not exclusive to men either. Women can have this stuff too.
With women,
and
again, you've got IDF, women IDF soldiers. You've got all the queens of Britain. And queens of other places that were women that have done horrible things. Harm. Again, Hillary Clinton.
Masculine traits that bring destruction also defeat tyranny. The traits that foster greed also build economies. The traits that drive men to take foolish risks
they destroy those same
men
economies.
To take heroic risks. The answer to toxic masculinity isn't less masculinity. It's better masculinity. And we know...
Well... Yeah, but not the masculinity that you all talk about.
What that looks like. It's a young man opening the door for a girl on their first date. It's a father working long hours to provide for his family. It's a soldier risking his life to defend his country.
No, not necessarily. Come on.
And also, is the left even against all those things that you talk about? Not that I know of, do you?
I'm sure there's some, radical, quote-unquote, feminists.
And SJWs.
Yep.
Society.
And again, they're a relatively small part of the left.
That men are too masculine.
Annoying.
It's that they're not masculine enough. When men embrace their masculinity in a way that is healthy and productive, they are leaders, warriors, and heroes. When they deny their masculinity, they run away from responsibilities, leaving
That's the toxic masculinity that you guys
Yep,
promote,
running away from
though.
responsibility is toxic. Yes. That's the top trait of toxic masculinity, is not taking responsibility for your actions.
And it's also assuming men are supposed to be responsible for everything, too. That's a negative stereotype of men.
Which is kind of weirdly misandrist of you.
It is.
leaving destruction and despair in their wake. The consequences can be seen everywhere. 1 in 4 fathers now lives apart from his children. And children who grow up without a dad are generally more depressed than their peers who have a mother and a father. They are at far greater risk for incarceration, teen pregnancy, and poverty. 71% of high school dropouts are fatherless. Of all the rocks upon which we build our lives, family is the most important. And we are called to recognize and honor how critical every father is to that foundation. That was said by then Senator Barack Obama in 2008. If we are honest with ourselves, he went on, we'll admit that.
And by the way, Obama did have his dad growing up. He lived in Kenya, remember? Yet, look at him. He became the president of America. The most powerful country in the world. Yeah. So, doesn't that show that you could still be successful without having a father necessarily?
Too many fathers are missing from too
As long as you have financial well-being, you'll be fine.
Too many lives and too many homes.
This one, it's about class.
As much as we try to deny the need for real
numbers is because of less resources.
Masculine strength in society, there's no...
And also, I don't want to hear from you guys because if you guys brought up 2 households, guess what? You guys would be against gay couples having kids. Even though it is the same logic, 2 people.
As well.
It's 2 people still, but you'd be against because gay people or whatever.
Denying its necessity.
Oh, don't forget that some of the really extreme ones would be against interracial marriage as well. So they'd be against them of their different races.
And communal families too, which for most of society's history was the thing.
Healthy families and strong communities depend on the leadership and bravery of good men.
It depends on good men? What, women can't be good and leaders too? Oh, it's right. You guys are misogynistic. That's right, I forgot.
Yet, the current trend is to feminize young men in the hopes of achieving some utopian notion of equality and peace. And it starts...
Men are not being feminized? This is just cap?
No.
At the earliest ages.
Yeah, this is just code.
In the school classroom, boys are invariably the problem. On the playground, aggressive games like dodgeball have long been banished.
Well, stuff like dodgeball, I think that's a little bit more reasonable because kids can get hurt. Don't you think that's a valid reason?
But that one's more understandable.
Yeah, but there's other games that kids do probably and stuff. I remember when I was a kid, I would do races across the playground at school for crying out loud with everyone. And I was definitely aggressive in trying to win those races.
We tell young men that their intrinsic desire to compete is wrong.
No.
Everybody gets a trophy.
Oh, by the way, participation trophies. Guess whose generation brought that up?
What?
The Gen X generation for the participation trophies.
Yeah, that's what I was about to bring that up. The reason why they do it is because they don't want to make people upset or sad or anything. I mean, it's silly, but it's also not a big deal either.
Don't run up the score.
Oh, well, that's just a common sports thing. It has nothing to do with demasculation or anything. That's just like a gentleman-like thing to do in sports. But I don't care about run up the score
this
either.
This anti-male tilt continues on through higher education.
But run up score has nothing to do with being anti-man, though.
And into the workplace. It has created millions of tentative men, unhappy women, and confused boys and girls. Here's a secret that every woman knows. Women want real men. Men they can...
Unless they're gay.
Unless they're gay or black.
Count on and, yes, look up to. No amount of feminist theory will change that.
What's wrong with men looking up to women, though?
Yeah.
I don't know any woman
misogynistic.
at any age who is attracted to a passive man who looks to her to be his provider, protector, and leader.
Well, that's camp because there are men that are like that, and there are women who do like being that role. This is just stereotype. This is gender stereotype.
My dad was house husband and raised 2 great kids.
And my mom was staying home and the bread baker at the same time and homeschooled me. Ha ha ha.
Every woman I know wants a strong, responsible man.
Okay, well, that's you. Good for you.
Yeah, that's you.
But that's not every woman wants that, though. Not every woman wants to have a man. Some are gay. Some don't want any relationship whatsoever with people. Like, come on.
That's not a consequence of a social construct or cultural pressure. It's innate.
Well, some of that is.
Yeah, some is.
The devaluation of masculinity.
I mean, some of it also could be innate too. Like, it's both nature and nurture. You guys are on the nature side. The left is usually more on the nurture side, where the reality is it's both.
Won't end well because feminine, passive men don't stop evil. Passive men don't defend, protect, or provide. Passive men don't lead. Passive men don't do the things we have always needed men to do for society to thrive.
Yeah, that's
in his
BS.
book, The Abolition of Man, English social philosopher C.S.
You want to see your ultimate example of masculinity? How about Putler and G trying to start wars everywhere? That's some toxic masculinity right there.
Lewis writes about this problem. He describes the tension between cerebral
Maybe there need
man
to be
and
some
visceral
feminization
man.
to them.
By his intellect, Lewis explains, man is mere spirit, and by his appetite, mere animal. We need both. Take away one, and you're left with a man who's either weak or wicked. And in a world of wickedness, weak men are nothing more than enablers of wicked men. Rape, murder, war. They all have two things in common. Bad men who do the raping, murdering, and warring, and weak men who won't stop them. We need good men who will. It's not masculinity that's toxic. It's the lack of it.
No, there is some toxic masculinity. But anyways, that is the end of that first video. So, we had to say about it.
Ah, jeez. You can tell it was pretty terrible.
Yeah. Although it might not be the worst of what we're going to be seeing later on, because, oh boy, we got a bunch of crap. But yeah, that was crap. There's nothing wrong with being masculine or feminine. It depends on how you are. Toxic masculinity, though, does need to go. But, of course, these guys think toxic masculinity is based, when in reality it's not, and such. So, yeah, complete crap. All right, so on to the next one now, and that is
War on Boys.
Yep, and this involves...
This one is Christina Hoff Sommers.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
At the time was one of the less insane people on...
the right.
Who played for PragerU.
Yeah, because she, at the time, like 10 years ago, she was like the big, like, feminist who was against, like, the radical feminists that we make fun of all the time, but after that, she's kind of gone downhill afterwards. Also to the point of relevance. So, yeah. This might be... Because I watched it a while ago. Maybe it won't be the worst of the bunch we're going to be seeing. We'll see. So...
It's not awful. If I remember correctly, it's not awful. It's got a lot of the the usual issues that you have with PragerU videos, but like it's not as bad as
others. And
of course, going too far with certain things, but it's not as bad as the others. Actually, I'm going to respect something.
So here we go. Let's check it out. War on Boys by Christina Hoff Sommers.
Being a normal boy is...
And this is probably one of the older videos, too. This is from 10 years ago.
Yeah, this is.
It's a serious liability in today's classroom. Boys tend to be disorganized and restless.
Like my mom always told me growing up, still today.
Some have even been known to be noisy and hard to manage. Sound like any boy you know?
Me?
But increasingly, our schools have little patience for what only a couple of decades ago would have been described as boyishness. As psychologist Michael...
But it's also just kids, too. It's not necessarily just men.
Like, girls are like that, too.
Although, maybe not as much as men, but but women can be like that, too.
Thompson has aptly observed, girls' behavior is the gold standard in schools. Boys are treated like defective girls. Now, as a result, these defective girls are not faring well academically. Compared with girls, boys earn lower grades, they win fewer honors, they're far less likely to go to college.
And like one of the rare times, too, in PragerU, that actually is true for once.
Boys are languishing academically.
I remember that Christina Hoff Sommers was like one of the least worst.
Yeah, because men are not doing as well in school and such like the last several decades. Now, why is that, though? Well, we'll get to that probably in the video.
While girls are prospering in an ever more knowledge-based economy, this is not a recipe for a successful society. We need to start thinking about how we can make our grade school classrooms more boy-friendly. Well, here are 4
Or
reforms
just
that
student-friendly
would make
generally.
a very good start. One,
And for those with
All right, so here
those with and those with disabilities and that.
so here we go.
4
It was
reform
pretty rough for me, especially through years 7 through 10.
that would
So here we
make
go.
a very good
Her
start.
4 options.
1, turn boys into readers. In all age groups, across all ethnic
And just to
lines,
get boys into
score
reading.
lower than
As
girls
much of a
on
piece of
national.
shit as J.K. Rowling turned out to be, she did get guys into a generation of boys into reading.
I know of Harry Potter because that was the big thing for our
Yep.
generation. Although I wasn't into
Yep.
it, unlike you and others.
National reading tests.
Unlike me, the only thing I read really growing up was like cheat code books and stuff like that for video games and stuff online. It's only the last several months I got back into reading manga.
Good reading skills, need I say, are critical to academic and workplace success. A major study in the UK.
Hey, just use your national focus in Vicky 2 to encourage clergy in every single state to 2%, and then the literacy will go up.
Discovered, not surprisingly,
That'll
that
help.
girls prefer fiction, magazines, and poetry, while
Yeah, which outside of the fantasy stuff, us men probably by and large are not really into that compared to women.
boys
Yeah.
prefer comics and nonfiction.
Manga, there you go. That's more of what us
Anime,
men like.
yep.
Boys whose eyes
Yep.
glaze over if forced to read Little House on the Prairie may be riveted
Or me
by the Guinness
reading
Book of
light
Records.
novels.
Cool.
Yep.
Boys will read if given materials that interest them.
Well, yeah, that's true, but it's also not. It's not just books. It's for everything else too.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's also the case for everyone
yeah,
as well.
because there are things too that men find interesting that women don't. This is something that
Exactly.
both PragerU and idiots on the left don't understand, which is pretty pathetic.
If
Yeah.
you're looking for suggestions for books that have proved irresistible to boys, go to
Manga.
guysread.com.
Manga. Yep.
2.
But of course, all you Karens will cry because it's either Japanese stuff or it's pornographic. That's all your cries will care about.
Inspire the
Yep.
male imagination.
Inspire the male
Celebrated writing
imagination.
instructor Ralph Fletcher contends that too many teachers take what is called the confessional poet as the classroom ideal. Personal narratives full of emotions and self-disclosure. These are stories girls commonly write, and these are prized. Whereas
Sounds like
action
shoujo
stories
manga.
describing, say, a skateboard
Yeah.
competition or a monster devouring a city, these are not. I recently read about
Again,
a
this sounds-
third grader in
So far, this sounds like just the first one she said, which we probably agree with.
Southern California
Yeah,
named
but
Justin.
again, like it
who
applies
loves
to every. But we know what the solutions are, but also like I'd say everyone in PragerU except Christina Hoff Summers at this time would not agree.
science fiction, pirates, and battles. Well, an alarmed teacher summoned his parents to school to discuss the picture the 8-year-old had drawn of a sword fight, which included several decapitated heads. The teacher expressed grave concern about Justin's values. The boy's father was astonished, not by his son's drawing, which to him was typical boy stuff, but by the teacher's overwrought.
Well, to be fair, that was a common thing people would do, like kids would do in school before they would do like shootings and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
draw like violent imagery. I think there's somewhat of a valid reason to be a little bit concerned about that.
Yeah,
And female-centered reaction.
I can see both. I can see where the teacher's coming from on that one.
If boys are constantly subject to disapproval for their interests and enthusiasms, they're likely to become disengaged and lag further behind.
Well, that's mostly you guys' fault in that regard.
Yeah, that's mostly you people on the right that do that.
Our schools need to work with, not against, the kinetic imaginations of boys. 3.
I mean, we agree, but that's mostly you guys are against that.
Yeah, again, you guys will be inhibiting that.
Zero out, zero tolerance. Boys are nearly 5 times
Oh,
as
this
likely
is just
to be
trouble. This is just a problem one generally.
expelled from
Generally,
preschool as
everyone
girls.
gets caught
and in
up in
grades K
that.
through 12, boys account for nearly 70% of suspensions. Now, this is often for minor acts of insubordination and sometimes for entirely innocent behavior. Hardly a week goes by without a news story about a young boy running afoul of a school's zero tolerance policy. Josh Welsh, age 7, was
This
recently
is the
sent home
fault of the zero tolerance policy, not a thing targeting men.
from his Maryland school for nibbling off the corners of a strawberry Pop-Tart into the shape of a gun. Josh, like many other boys punished for violating zero tolerance policies, was guilty of nothing more than being a typical 7-year-old boy.
Although there might be a little bit of a curious concern. Why was he eating the Pop-Tart to make it shaped like a gun? But yeah, that seems like a little overkill to get suspended for that.
Yeah, I said, zero tolerance policies are trash and need to be gotten rid of.
Mm-hmm. But of course, when it comes
by the way, a lot of those are right-wing schools. Conservative schools do have those rules.
And of course, they want zero tolerance when it comes to minorities and crime, remember? Thank you, senile old man Joe.
4. Bring back recess. Believe it or not, recess may soon be a thing of the past. According to...
this was 10 years ago. When I grew up, I just mentioned earlier recess was a thing. What about you all?
Remember, I'm not much younger than you, and recess was a thing all throughout high school, so...
Recess even in high school?
Running around in that at recess, so...
Well, don't forget, too, I was homeschooled after 3rd grade, so unlike you went to public school the entire time, I don't know the experience. But I'm sure recess is still probably around to this day, people, for crying out loud.
Research summarized by Science Daily, since the 1970s, school children have lost close to 50% of their unstructured outdoor playtime. And much-loved games have vanished from schoolyards. In schools throughout the country, games like dodgeball,
we already covered dodgeball. I think dodgeball's valid.
Rover, even tag, have all but disappeared.
I did tag a lot.
Damaging to self-esteem.
So we did Red Rover in PE.
I don't know Red Rover, but tag at school, I mean, playground, absolutely. Of course, I was always the it one.
Violent being the usual excuse.
Yeah, I was pretty regularly
One popular classroom guide suggested
I wasn't very fast.
Tug of war be replaced with tug of peace.
I remember doing tug of war before.
Boys need to work off their energy. They need to be free to play games they enjoy, and keeping them cooped up
just
and
a kid
inside all
thing.
day
It might be more for boys than girls, but
learn.
Boys and girls need it too.
Schools become more feeling-centered, more competition-free, more sedentary. They move further away from the needs of boys.
Yeah, now she's just coping at the end here.
The boy-averse trends.
But yeah, recess should be a thing.
Male underachievement is everyone's concern. These are our sons. These are the young men with whom our daughters will build a future. If boys are in trouble, so are we all.
Okay, I think you're getting a little bit hyperbolic there in that regard.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the video, and we gotta say, probably, like you said earlier, probably the least bad of them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's the least bad. Because, again, Christina Hoff Summers was the least bad, at the time, was the least bad of the PragerU people.
I mean, like we said, we're very left-wing, we don't like PragerU, but we probably pretty much agreed on almost every single thing she said in that video.
Just that a lot of it was really just she was being oversimplified. It just seemed a boys' issue when there's other things that could explain it as well.
But yeah, so
and also pointing out that conservatives are often the ones who reinforce these things.
Well, what else is new? Because conservatives are always stupid. All right, so now we're gonna get into the first real bad one, and oh boy, this is gonna be a good one. Is marriage good for men? And before we start, I want to make it abundantly clear that this, for a long time, was one of their most hated videos of all time. And a big reason why is because its original title, which they changed some time ago. The original title was "Be a Man, Get Married." So full of misandry.
You see it in the thumbnail. Be a man, get married.
So misandrous,
they got
people.
Absolutely shit on for that.
Yep. The whole MGTOW and incel community tore them a new asshole throughout the comments all these years, and I enjoyed every moment of it, and seeing idiots in the comments being like, all these weak virgin men, all they need to do is get married and shut up. Oh, shut up, you old prudes. So yeah, this is absolutely 100% the first real bad video on it, and oh boy, I am looking forward to tearing it apart, because this video is trash. Here we go.
Marriage might have been fine for your parents or grandparents, but of what value is it today?
Yeah, what is
Isn't
the
it-
value of it today?
Yeah, what is value?
As more and more young people seem to be saying, just a piece of paper.
Well, yes.
Well, it turns out that piece of paper might be the most valuable thing you will ever own. Take the case of Doug Talby.
House,
At age
if you ever
Like,
get a house.
like me, when my mom dies, the house is mine. Be jealous.
18, Talby worked a minimum wage job operating a press
Parents
at a
finally
factory.
move into a retirement village. I might be getting it as well.
At age 18, Talby worked a minimum wage job operating a press at a factory in Indiana and lived in his parents' basement. I didn't have a care in the world, Talby says. I didn't even have any bills. But after marrying at 19 and having kids, Talby's perspective changed. I had to step up and think about others and start taking care of them. Talby quit his factory job and joined the Army, where he made significantly more money and received housing and health care paid for by the military. Whenever he saw a chance of promotion, he pursued it.
Received PTSD and is serious
And
reconditioning.
And sent off to illegal wars because America does
Yep.
imperialism too, people. We make fun of Russia and China all the time, but America's also guilty too.
It meant
Oh,
more
yeah.
money and benefits for himself and his family. Recently, in a bid to further
So yeah, what's the benefit of this? You're making more money that's being used to raise your family instead of being used on yourself. If I had a job, all that money would go to me, and all that. That sounds more like a benefit to stay not married. And plus, in his case, being sent off to illegal wars and die potentially. Or
boost
get
his
maimed.
family's income, he left the Army to work as a
Exactly.
finance manager at a car dealership. He's now pulling in 6 figures.
That's
Men
not
who
going to
see
go
no
to
need to
him.
marry, or who are reluctant to marry until they
Exactly.
make more money, could benefit from Talby's discovery. Marriage has a transformative effect on the behavior, emotional health, and financial well-being of adults, especially men.
Into 50% divorce rate. Let's go!
Yeah.
Because marriage sucks.
Men who get married work harder and more strategically,
Work to death, more like.
and earn more money than
Yeah.
their single peers from similar backgrounds.
Meanwhile, all of our money will be used towards me and not to others.
Marriage
again,
also
a
transforms
negative.
men's social world. They spend less time with friends and more time with family.
Well, what if you want to hang out with friends instead? You ever thought about that one, pal?
They go to bars
Yeah.
less and to church more.
Ah, of course, here we go. Gotta go to religion. Fuck churches. How about that?
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah,
fuck
I don't
off,
want to go to
fuck
bars either, but
religion, yeah.
absolutely not churches either. So fuck both of you off. But yeah, that is not a positive to me.
In the words of Nobel Prize-winning
You know, I mean,
economist George
if the church area is doing good in the world, like the church that I volunteer at, I volunteer at their community lunch. That's good.
But you know, they don't like that part.
Of course
Men
not,
settle
because
down
they're
when they get
evil.
married. If they fail to get married, they fail to settle down.
What if we don't want to settle down, pal? How about that one?
Research bears out Akerlof's view. Married men work about
Single life so far seems to be the best. Let's go.
400 hours
Yep.
more.
So men who are married work 38 more hours than they do if they're single. Again, why would I want to work 38 more hours? I'd rather stay home and play video games and do other things in my free time as much as
Why would you rather
possible.
watch 168 hours a week?
I'd rather read all the anime on my desk. Not anime, the manga and on my desk and the box near my door. Let's
Per year
go.
than single men with equivalent backgrounds. A Harvard study also found that married men were much less likely than their single peers to quit their current job.
Because they are forced to. Just like they're forced to
Yep.
when they're single anyway, because where are they going to go if they can't work? I mean, if they don't have any other job, they have to stay there no matter what. This is a problem with society. It's not even a married thing.
Yep.
It's how jobs are in America. Pretty much everywhere, too. Like, there's nowhere else, so they're forced to stick with jobs that they absolutely despise. Because, how's they going to make their money?
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
Unless they had another one lined up.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not a marriage thing. That's how all jobs are, you dummy.
All this
Yep.
translates into a substantial marriage premium. On average,
Oh, have you heard of premium yet? I haven't heard one good thing yet. Have you?
Neither have I.
married men earn almost 20% more than their single
Yeah, they make 20% more money. That's going to go to not them, you idiots.
Exactly.
peers. That's even after controlling for differences in education, race, ethnicity, and other background factors. You can read more about this in my study, For Richer, for Poorer, how family structures economic success in America. Why is there such a substantial marriage premium? There are at least 4 important reasons. 1, after marrying, men assume a new identity. Marriage is one of the last rites of passage into manhood, remaining
more
in
into like
society,
negative,
argues
pal.
Yeah.
And also, what about women in this regard? What about women? Don't they have to face a new identity too?
Yep.
But again,
Exactly.
which is funny because you all hate women very much, but now you're going after men in a sexist way, pretty much.
Stephen Knock. He found that marriage engenders an ethic of responsibility
Single is responsibility too, you dipshits.
among men,
Yep.
as well as a newfound
Exactly.
sense of meaning and status in the world.
All that could be done with being single, you fucking idiots.
2, married men are motivated to maximize their income.
Oh, single people don't have that motivation too? You fucking idiots.
This means having a different attitude toward their job.
And also, here's another thing too. What if people don't want to do that stuff? Like for me, like if I had a job, like, you have to work harder, get promotion, do this and yada yada yada. What if I don't want to do that? What if I do want to be like a McDonald's worker all my life and all that? I want as less work as possible. Not everyone wants to do that.
They work more hours and make better work choices.
Again, work hours. I would not want to work more. I would want to work less. You don't get it.
I found
Studies find that men
24. I found 24 hours is about the maximum I can do normally.
increase their work hours
struggle
after
with more
marrying
than that.
and reduce their hours after divorce.
Man, I guess you'd hate being American and with the 40-hour work week.
Yeah.
Sociologist Elizabeth
Don't you guys have 30 now?
What?
Don't you guys have 30-hour work weeks?
Some of them have 32.
Right. Well, fair
Others have
enough.
32
Thurman
hours.
concludes that married men are more likely to value higher paying jobs than their single peers.
I'm pretty sure most people would value higher paying jobs if they had the opportunity, but most people also don't want to work those hours either.
3, there is evidence that employers prefer and promote men who are married. Married men
Bias towards single people.
Yep.
Which is funny because single people don't have to worry about families and all that to like leave work and all that. Whereas whereas married couples, that has to be the case. Like my parents had to deal with too.
are often seen as more responsible and dedicated workers and are rewarded with more opportunities to advance.
All applies to single people, you
4th and
dipshit.
finally, married men benefit from the advice and encouragement of their wives.
Unless
with
they
an
divorce
obvious
them, of
interest
course,
in
and
their
hate them.
success.
And remember, half of marriages end in divorce. So remember that, people. Marriage ain't
There's
working,
no
obviously.
better motivator than your spouse. The
And
tragedy is that
if
despite
marriage works for the gut works, it works.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, it doesn't. But
For all
also
the good-
remember that some of them that is somewhat biased because there are people like multiple of my family members who are on 4 marriages.
If it ain't working out for you, just don't get married in the first place, people.
good news, we keep learning about the benefits of marriage. The
I
institution
have
is
yet
in
to hear
retreat.
one benefit about
19
marriage. Have you? I have yet to hear one thing.
In 72% of all adults ages 18 and older were married. Today, it's 49%.
Well, that's because people don't find marriage as beneficial anymore. Whereas back in 1960, it was
Exactly.
societal pressure that forced people to get married. Especially another thing too is very young too. Like, oh my god, my maternal grandparents.
Underage.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like my maternal grandparents, my maternal grandma, she married my grandfather when she was 18, for crying out loud.
Whoa, that's it. That's right at the barely legal.
Well, this is America in the 40s, so you never know. That might have been legal back then, to be even younger, remember?
In 1960, the average age at which men married was 23.
I mean, God. My parents married in 1987. My mom would have been like 28. My dad would have been like 26 or 7 or something like that, so quite older.
Today, it's
Wait, here we go. Average
20.
age.
My parents were in their mid-20s.
Yeah, average age of marriage.
My dad was 30 when they had me, and 37 when had Pete. But my mum was 27 and 34.
My mom was 35 when she had me. But yeah,
Woo-hoo.
average age in 1960 to get married, 23, and in 2016 it's 29, which of course makes sense
fine.
because
But also, there's economic reasons why people are getting married later.
And plus, people were not as stupid as all you people that were forced to back then to get married.
The consequences of this are negative across the income spectrum.
The consequences of this are negative across the income spectrum. I heard nothing but positives.
But they are especially so for those in the lower and middle classes. Marriage is a clear path to a better life. It always has been.
No.
And now we have plenty
What about the
of
50% divorce rate, pal? What about the 50% divorce rate, pal?
If you still don't believe me, just ask Doug Talby and millions like him.
I think I'll talk to the incel and MGTOW community in the comment section that ripped this video apart.
Rip your head off. Rip your heads off because you were
Associate
how
Professor
bad
of Sociology
video was.
at the University of Virginia
Oh my God.
for Prager University.
Oh God, what a train wreck that was all these years later. So yeah, we gotta say about that. Did you hear any positive of getting married whatsoever? Because I sure didn't.
Not really.
So let's see. Oh, so satisfying. 12,000 likes, 36,000 dislikes. Let's go. Yep, that is one of their most hated videos, and it's absolutely well deserved. Oh, and I looked up new comments, and like the first 3 people point out the original title: "Be a Man, Get Married."
Yep.
That was so patronizing, and Miss Sanders too.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
So yeah, what a complete train wreck. That's probably gonna be one of the worst videos that we're gonna cover because it was pretty bad. Yep. Oh my God.
Yes.
What a joke that was. All right, so now on to our next one that I hope, but of course it's PragerU, so I don't expect nuance.
There is no gender wage gap.
So yeah, I think this is also Christina.
Okay.
I think this also might be Christina Hoff Summers too.
This one's like, okay, there is, but it's not nowhere near as big. But there's a difference between the earnings gap and the wage gap. The earnings gap is the quote, is the numbers that you hear regularly. That's the earnings gap that doesn't take anything into account.
Mm-hmm.
The actual wage gap is usually about 5 to 6 cents.
Yeah.
And even then, that's wildly industry variant.
Yeah.
And then it averages out across the industries to about 5-6 cents.
And then there are other factors that conservatives also point out that if you add this and all that, the wage gap completely disappears. So yeah, guys, this is talking about So yeah, guys, this is talking about the wage gap, as we all remember back in the 2010s that this was a big thing. But of course, liberals and conservatives were wrong on this. Conservatives think it never happened, it doesn't exist whatsoever. Or maybe if they're more nuanced, they'll be more like what you said. And a lot of liberals freak out like, it is real, like it's like 77 cents a man's dollar. No, it's 91 to 95 cents and all that. But we'll see, because I think this might be Christina Hoff Summers, so maybe she'll provide a little bit more nuance on it, but with that title, there's no gender wage gap. That's really, really push it, but we'll see. Yep, it is
For
Hoff
the same
Summers.
work, women only make 77 cents for every dollar a man makes. Why don't businesses hire only women?
Well, that's always the stupidest arguments I heard. If women are paid less, why don't places hire women? Because they have to have the skills to do those jobs, and maybe physical strength, which men are stronger than women, so it's going to be harder for women to do jobs that require like physical labor, and they might not have the skill requirements to do so. So that's why. There's some jobs that don't hire men as often as women do, and also it's also interest, because there are a lot of jobs that women don't want to do at all that men do, and vice versa as well.
Yep.
Wages are the biggest expense for most businesses, so hiring only women would reduce costs by nearly a quarter, and that would go right to the bottom line. Don't businesses want to be profitable, or are they really just bad at math? Well, actually,
a lot of them are
it's the feminists,
corporations.
celebrities, and
corporations
politicians spreading this wage gap myth who have the math problem. Here's why. The 77 cents on the dollar statistic is calculated by dividing the median earnings of all women working full-time by the median earnings of all men working full-time.
It's the median. Okay. Oh, actually, that's a good one, because I thought it was considered as the mean. And of course, since you got a lot more, no.
Yeah, like
no, actually, the median would actually be a bit of. The median wouldn't be thinged up as badly with all the vast majority of billionaires being men. Because that would really pull the mean up.
Yeah, like this is what like liberals would do. They would just look at the average wage, the average salary of men, average salary of women, and then that's the end of all. No, there's more nuance to it and all that. That's very unfair to compare like a millionaire man, like a CEO and all that, to like a woman doing like regular wage work and all that. That's just unfair. You gotta go by each individual job and hours and all that.
In other words, if the average income of all men is, say, $40,000 a year, and the average annual income of all women is, say, $30,800, that would mean that women earn 77 cents for every dollar a man earns. 30,800 divided by 40,000 equals 0.77. But these calculations don't reveal a gender wage injustice because they don't take into account occupation, position, education, or hours worked per week. Even a study by the American Association of University Women, a feminist organization, shows that the actual wage gap shrinks to only 6.6 cents when you factor in different choices men and women make.
There you go.
And the key word here is choice. The small wage gap that does exist has nothing to do with paying women less, let alone with sexism. It has to do with differences in individual career choices
Well,
that
that's
men
6.6
and
cents.
women.
It does. It's partially. It does, like some of it. Some of that remaining 6-ish cents is sexism.
And also, even if it was 6.6 cents, that's still 6.6 cents less that they would earn otherwise, and that could add up over time to be really bad.
Yes.
In 2009, the U.S. Department of Labor released a paper that examined more than 50 peer-reviewed studies and concluded that the oft-cited 23-cent wage gap may be almost entirely the result of individual choices being made by both male and female workers. Well, let's look at some of those choices. Georgetown University compiled a list of the 5 best-paying college majors and the percentage of men and women majoring in those fields. Number 1 best-paying major, petroleum engineering, 87% male. Number 2, pharmaceutical sciences, 48% male. 3, mathematics and computer science, 67% male. 4, aerospace engineering, 88% male. 5, chemical engineering, 72% male.
So yeah,
Notice that women
5
outrepresent
biggest paying
men.
ones, only one of them is dominated by women. Now, all those other ones, that's because men are more into that stuff than women aren't.
And also, there's past perceptions of a lot of them being boys' clubs, which could often disincentivize women from going into those careers.
Yep, and also,
I think some of those numbers have probably come down a bit since they've been encouraging women more to go in.
Yeah, but exactly.
Only one of the 5 top paying majors.
A lot of this is also because men are into it more too.
Yeah.
Now consider the same study's list of the 5 worst paying college majors. Number 1, counseling and psychology, 74% female. 2, early childhood education, 97% female. 3, theology and religious vocations, 66% male. 4, human services and community organization, 81% female. And 5, social work, 88% female. Here, it's the women who lead in all but one category.
Yeah, in this case,
Probably
it's the reverse because women are vast majority into this stuff, whereas men aren't.
So also remember that a couple of those industries are not as highly valued as others. So
and another
that
thing,
really needs to change.
And remember you said earlier about like women are like discouraged from doing the higher paying jumps?
Yep.
This is the reverse because men are almost always excluded from doing stuff and encouraged not to do this stuff, especially childhood education, social work, because men are evil or whatever and all that.
Yeah, so, remember that remember I mentioned my current job is 80% women. Yeah. And that's been lower, that's come down from when I started. As they were getting more trying to get a few more men into their thing.
Even within the same profession, men and women make different career choices that impact how much money they make. Take nursing, where male nurses, on the whole, earn 18% more than female nurses. The reason? Male nurses gravitate to the best-paying nursing specialties, they work longer hours, and disproportionately find jobs in cities with the highest compensation.
Which is also quite interesting because men are usually discouraged from being nurses. They're more encouraged to be doctors more, remember?
Yep.
Now here's how one expert on nursing compensation, Professor Linda Aiken of the University of Pennsylvania, sums up the data. Career choices and educational differences explain most, if not all, the gender gap in nursing. The Department of Labor paper concluded that once these differences are accounted for across all professions, the unexplained wage gap is somewhere between 4.8 and 7%, almost identical to the 6.6 percentage gap found by the AAUW. But why is there any gap at all?
Hang on, there's one thing I just want to quickly note here. Do they use the same? You might want to look into it a little more for see if their methodologies are the same, because they might use different method. If there's any differences in methodology, that could impact the thing. But keep going. Just wanted to point that out quickly.
Yep.
No one knows for sure, as both the AAUW and the Labor Department concede. There are so many variables that drive wages that no single study can cover them all. Few wage gap studies control for variables such as dangerous work environment. Men are vastly overrepresented, for example, on oil rigs. And here's
jobs
another
that
variable.
men want to do,
Men
women
are
don't
more
usually.
willing and able to work
Yes,
long
and
hours
some
without
cases
advance
women are
notice.
discouraged from.
According to Harvard economist Claudia Golden,
we were talking as they were talking, but also men by and large usually work overtime and stuff, whereas women don't.
Yep.
That's another thing
even
too.
if two lawyers
Yep.
have the same education, same specialty, and work the same number of hours, firms pay more to someone who is willing to always be on call and ready to be in the office when the firm needs them, as opposed to wanting a more regular schedule. This isn't sexism. It's just common sense. With more realistic categories and definitions, whatever wage gap remains would certainly narrow to the point of vanishing.
And here's another thing too that women
Right. But
and there is another angle too that women have to deal with that men don't. Pregnancy, of course. That's a big one with maternity leave when women don't work.
Yep.
Don't work when it's late in the pregnancy and stuff. And who knows, when they have a kid, they might want to be staying home and all that. Like, that's also another thing too. That's something that women have to deal with that us men don't. Like,
Yep.
So it seems that business leaders aren't bad at math simply because they don't.
That's one where the gender roles actually hurt both genders.
Because us
Well,
men are
again,
supposed
my
to
dad.
because us men are supposed to do everything, and we're piece of shit for
Yep.
staying home.
They hire women.
Yeah.
Those who claim that for the same
I can only imagine how conservatives would think about my mom. She's a stay-at-home mom that homeschools kids, but also works and makes the most money in the house.
work, women earn 77 cents on the dollar compared to men, on the other hand, are not merely bad at math, but at telling the truth. I'm Christina Hoff Summers of the
So
American
yeah,
Enterprise.
what do you guys see
Again,
about that?
Christina Hoff Summers, the least bad at the time.
Yep.
And again, it's okay. The thing is that there is a gap.
Which conservatives like to ignore.
Yep, it's just as she said, it's about 6 cents. What percentage of that is certain factors women can't control, and what factors are actual sexism is like.
Up
You
in
really
the-
have to go almost. That's like, honestly, that's impossible to determine. Mm-hmm. There is somewhere in there.
Yeah. But that
But
probably
yeah, this one is like.
that is probably the least bad video we've done.
Yeah.
They pretty much
Yeah.
were probably on all the counts accurate. Like, we could probably do almost the exact same video and such and be correct. So yeah.
Yeah, just throw a few points that
Maybe
like, so they're not quite so simplification or
downplaying too.
yeah,
They like to downplay
downplaying.
it. But yeah,
Yeah.
that was probably the least bad video, thankfully. So, all right, so now on to next one, which I have not watched these next bunch coming up. So, you think you're tolerant?
Think you're tolerant.
Oh god,
You're not
I can only
tolerant.
imagine.
You're
Oh
tolerant.
no, I'm looking at the thumbnail. It's Rafe Dubin. No,
Oh,
Rafe
God. This
Dubin. What are you
fucking
doing
Griff.
here? Oh, Rafe
this
Dubin.
Griff
Oh
guy.
boy, this is gonna be hilarious. All right,
This
let's
is gonna
see
be
what.
horrific.
Let's see how much of a Grifton Rafe Dubin idiot has become. Here we go. So you think you're tolerant?
Tolerance. It's a word we hear a lot these days, so let's define it. Tolerance is the ability to live with people whose opinions and behavior you don't agree with. That's essentially how Oxford defines it, how Merriam-Webster defines it, and how we as a society have always defined it. You might be for the death penalty and your cousin might be against it. You might be against a $15 minimum wage and your coworker might be for it. Your dad might have voted for Trump, your mom might have voted for Clinton, and your brother may not have voted at all. Whatever differences we have, tolerating others' opinions is a prerequisite to a functioning and free society.
But there's a limit to that, though.
Necessarily.
There's
There's a
like we're
limit.
not
You
going to
can't
tolerate Nazism,
tolerate
for example.
intolerance.
We're not going to tolerate fascism and all that.
Yep.
Like it's one thing to be pro or against the death penalty, because I'm on like both sides of the issues. And what about you?
Yes, I'm on both sides of quite a few issues.
Like we support I want to abolish the death penalty, but I also understand why people would want the death penalty to be there. And then I'm 15 out. If you're against like raising the minimum wage, I think you're an idiot. But I don't think you should be censored or anything like that. Well, but we are going to mock you and all that. And then if you vote for Trump, you're an idiot. But that's your choice. If you vote for him, I don't agree with that, but that's your choice. And if you didn't vote at all, I think that's dumb. But hey, your choice. I'm going to tolerate that and all that.
America itself was built on a foundation of tolerance.
Except to the British, remember, pal.
Declaration of Independence guarantees us life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Oh, and also Native Americans and blacks as well.
Yep.
But there's an
basically
implicit
all minority
contract
groups.
there. To have your life, your liberty, and your pursuit of happiness, you have to be tolerant of somebody else's life, their liberty, and their pursuit
Not
of
of
happiness.
intolerance.
This contract, though, seems to be breaking down. If you listen to the mainstream media, only one side is living up to this deal, the left. The right, according to the media, is intolerant of everyone, except those darned white heterosexual Christian males. There's only one problem.
The problem is that your guys' belief system is bad. That's why we don't tolerate it. But, of course, you guys overreact to it. You think intolerance is us criticizing it. Sorry, pal.
Exactly.
Intolerance, in that regard, would be more like censoring you or like killing you or stuff like that, which we're not doing that.
It's just not true. Incredibly, the left isn't even tolerant of the very people they say they're tolerant of.
And to be fair, there are some idiots on the left that do go to the extreme in that regard, SJWs.
If you're gay or black or an immigrant and you're not in lockstep with current leftist orthodoxy, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you believe we should judge people on the content of their character and not the color of their skin, the left calls you racist.
No, that's you conservatives that do that. You judge people by their race. We don't, except SJWs. They do that too, but it's mostly you guys on the right. It's mostly you right wingers that are doing that, not us.
If you believe that America is a nation of immigrants, but that our country should also protect its borders, the left calls you a xenophobe.
Well, if you want to keep
it depends on how you mean by that.
Yeah, I mean, you could be for the wall. It's still a stupid thing, but you could be for the wall and not be racist. But there are going to be people.
What I'd say is, what I would have said Donald Trump is, we have this multi-trillion-dollar public funded infrastructure program. You accept this, we'll give you your wall.
Or my plan, remember, give me amnesty, pathway to citizenship, and all that, and you can get your wall.
Yep.
If you believe that men and women are equal but fundamentally different, the left calls you sexist.
Well, a lot of radical feminists and SJWs do say it, but of course it depends on what you mean by it, because conservatives, they will point that out and then go, therefore, women are inferior, they need to not do stuff that men do and stuff like that. Like, that's wrong. That's wrong in the other direction.
Here's the thing. Those who only tolerate people they agree with or like aren't actually tolerant. So who is tolerant? Is it the organizers of the Women's March who had to apologize for the hurt and confusion they caused when they invited a man, leftist icon Bernie Sanders, to speak at their convention?
I don't recall that ever happened, but if that really did happen, then come on, that's pathetic. Bernie's on your side on all these issues. So what if he's a man?
Yeah.
That's just kowtowing to SJW retards that should be mocked and laughed at.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the Antifa thugs who caused UC Berkeley to spend $600,000 on security when mainstream conservative Ben Shapiro showed up to give a talk?
He's not a mainstream conservative. He is a fascist POS.
Mm-hmm. And people have the right to protest if he's there and all that. Now, of course, if they get violent, that is unacceptable. But they have the right to protest too.
Or is it Democratic Congresswoman Maxine Waters who scolded Kanye West for talking out of turn when he dared suggest that blacks should think for themselves?
I'm pretty sure Maxine Waters would probably say it for a different reason than that. But yeah, Maxine Waters is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and all that.
Yeah,
These aren't isolated examples.
now.
I'm guessing that you, person watching this right now, have silenced yourself because you don't want to suffer the wrath of the outrage mob.
No.
So let me ask the question again. Who is tolerant?
Us progressives?
Here's the surprise. It's actually those scary right-wingers that the media and the universities demonize
Conservatives
every
are
day.
the most tolerant. No.
Do you remember
January 6th, pal?
Yep. No, remember the fucking meltdown they had
when Biden won?
Yeah.
Hey, I
the
can't.
fucking meltdown you endured.
Yep. I cannot. Oh my God. So many Cope and Stephen. Because I'm in Trump country in Maryland. Oh my God. They were coping and Stephen hard that November. And me and my parents were just enjoying every moment of it. And likewise, and likewise, me, you, and my parents cannot wait to enjoy their Cope Stephen Mauled when seeing how old man Biden wins in November again. Let's go!
Yeah!
We're gonna have fun! Let's go!
I speak from personal experience. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment here, but
You're a grifter, Dave, Rave Dubin. Here's a very good example. Dave, you are so tolerant that you intolerate Benny Boy saying he would not go to your gay wedding. You're so tolerant that you were okay with people giving you death threats to you and your spouse when you all had kids. Remember that one?
Yep.
Like,
it's because he's tolerant of intolerance.
And you're a grifter.
And that's not good. And Andy's a grifter, yes.
But, like, that's the right that's intolerant. We don't care if you get gay married. We don't care if you have kids. They do. They're the ones that gave you death threats and all that, not us.
Yep,
so stop.
I still consider myself a liberal.
No, you don't. No. This is back when he was doing that. What was it? I'm not.
Classical liberal.
There we go. Classical liberal. Let's go.
As a liberal to say what I think.
Classical loser.
I would rather stand for what I believe and be hated than bow down and be loved. The left, sadly, has become utterly intolerant of anyone with whom they disagree. Why?
That's you guys.
Because they believe that they know how you should live and how you should think. Any deviation...
we think you should live however you want to see fit. How about that one?
Any nonconformity is dangerous to that goal. Believe it or not, the right these days actually welcomes diversity of thought.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I can tell you that in the last...
Okay, are you ready for this? Trans rights are human rights. Biden won the election. Russia and China are evil. How about that one?
Yep.
All of you would be fucking hanging us for saying that.
Last few years of my political evolution, I've consistently found conservatives to be tolerant and open-minded. Don't take my word for it, though. Test it out for yourself. Go talk to some.
They would probably beat me up where I'm at if I did that.
They do exist, and they do things like watch movies, travel, and eat ethnic food. You know, regular people things.
Or hang the Confederate flags around here.
You know what I found out? The right, much more
traitors.
Oh yeah, and speaking of the Confederate flag in the Civil War and all that, a whole bunch more coming up very soon will be about that. Oh boy.
Than the left believes in the notion of live and let live. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the true definition of tolerance. I'm Dave Rubin of the Rubin Report.
No, it's Rave Dubin, you grifting cunt. Oh my
god.
Oh my gosh. We gotta say about that. That video was so terrible, but also so funny at the same time because of Rave Dubin. What a fucking idiot.
He is. He's an absolute
Oh man, we're dying laughing. Oh my gosh, everything he said was so cap. Alright, so now, on to the next one. Just say Merry Christmas, and oh no.
Oh god, this is...
Oh no.
Oh boy, this is this one is... Oh my god, I still remember this one.
Oh god, it's good old Dennis Prager, who is the founder of PragerU.
Prager himself.
Oh god. Here we go. Oh god.
The change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing them happy holidays is a very significant development.
It's not?
Proponents of happy holidays argue it's no big deal.
Yeah, it is no big deal.
Opponents of Merry Christmas are making a mountain out of a molehill.
Like hell, even down here during Christmas season, there's still employees that when we go to play say Merry Christmas on it, and do I care?
Yep.
No. I don't care either way.
But the happy holidays advocates want it both ways. They dismiss opponents as hysterical, but at the same time, In addition to replacing Merry Christmas with Happy Holidays, they have relentlessly pushed to replace Christmas vacation with winter vacation and Christmas party with holiday party.
I've never once heard these last two things. Have you?
I have no idea.
So then, which is it? Is all this elimination of the word Christmas important or not?
No.
The answer is obvious. It's very important. That's
It's
why
not
so
important.
much effort is devoted
You imbecile.
to substituting other words for Christmas.
Okay, we've explained this so many times because we've done a War on Christmas topic years ago and all that. This, I'm going to have to explain it once again. The reason why businesses say Happy Holiday instead of Merry Christmas, because guess what, you idiot Christian fundamentalists? There are other holidays that take place during the Christmas season and all that. And they don't want to offend people by saying Merry Christmas to someone who doesn't celebrate Christmas. So they say Happy Holidays just to be inclusive. Now, of course, you conservatives don't like inclusivity. You like forcing Christianity and Christmas down people's throats who don't care about it. So that's why they do it. It's not a big deal. And most people probably wouldn't even be offended if you say Merry Christmas. Like me, I'm an atheist. People say Merry Christmas to me at plays all the time. I don't care. Or Happy Holidays, I don't care. What about you? Do you get that Merry Christmas still?
Yep.
And do you care?
No.
Like, most people don't care, but they're doing it just to try and be diverse and not to piss people off. It's not a big deal. It's, hey, pro-capitalism, bitch.
And these efforts have been extraordinarily successful.
I find funny how us that are anti-capitalists always end up having to point out how pro-capitalism our policies are. It's pretty pathetic.
Yep.
In place of the universal Merry Christmas of my youth, in recent decades I have been wished Happy Holidays by every waiter and waitress, by every restaurant.
And by the way, people, Prager is not even a Christian. He's Jewish. Why should he care about a Christmas holiday, a Christian holiday being celebrated? It's not even his religion. He's an idiot.
By everyone who welcomes me at any business, by my flight attendants and pilots, and by just about everyone else. When I respond, thank you, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, if you say thank you, Merry Christmas, I think most people wouldn't care.
Often sense that I've actually created some tension.
Yeah, Prager. Yeah, sure. You saying Merry Christmas offended people. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Many of those
sure.
I wish Merry Christmas are probably relieved to hear someone who feels free to utter the C word, but all the sensitivity training they've had to
is that you, Bill O'Reilly?
undergo creates cognitive dissonance.
They did that every bloody year.
The opponents
War
of
on
Merry Christmas and other
bullshit.
uses of the word Christmas know exactly what they're doing. They're
well,
disingenuous
I
when
don't
they
care.
dismiss defenders of Merry Christmas as fabricating some, quote, war on Christmas. Of course it's
Bill
a war
O'Reilly,
on
pal?
Christmas.
Yeah,
Or more
Bill
precisely,
O'Reilly,
a war
Bill
on the
O'Reilly.
religious nature of America. The left in America, like the left in Europe, wants to create a thoroughly secular society. Not a secular government.
And just so you know, you could celebrate Christmas in a secular holiday. Hell, you could do the secular version of Christmas, capitalism, pal.
Which is a desirable
But
goal.
hey, you guys claim they're pro-capitalist, so shouldn't you be happy about? Oh wait, when it's not when it's capitalism doesn't promote your values, all of a sudden you're anti-capitalist.
Which in any event has always been the case in America, but a secular society.
Based.
Most people do not
you guys
realize that
don't
the
like
left
because you're
believes in
religious
secularism as fervently as religious Jews and Christians believe in the Bible.
Well, yeah, because a secular society is the best society, where you all don't shove your shit down our
exactly.
throats.
That's why Merry Christmas bothers secular activists. It's a
No, it doesn't offend us,
blatant
pal.
reminder of just how
You celebrate the holidays however you want. We don't care.
religious America
Exactly.
is and always has been. So here's a prediction. Activists on the left will eventually seek to remove Christmas as a national holiday.
No.
What?
No, you know why? Because it's too capitalistic, so businesses are going to fervently defend Christmas. If anything, if capitalists and corporations got their way with it, every day would be freaking Christmas. Every day would be Christmas because more people go out to buy stuff.
Yep.
Like, Christmas is never going to go away as a federal holiday, especially also since the majority of Americans Of course, remember, the majority of Americans are still Christian, and I remember, I think it was Kyle covered a study before years ago, like 97% of Americans celebrate Christmas. And remember, only 70% of Americans are Christians. So that means there are non-Christians that are celebrating Christmas. So, like, no, Christmas is not going to be removed as a holiday, so stop capping.
Now, the left doesn't announce that its agenda is to thoroughly secularize American and European societies.
Well, yeah, it is, because that's based.
It is, but, you know.
You can still celebrate Christmas in those secular holidays, in secular societies.
Instead, they offer the inclusive-ness argument.
Well, yeah, I already said earlier, that's why they do it.
That Merry Christmas or Christmas party or Christmas vacation.
I've never heard Christmas party or Christmas vacation being censored. I have not heard that, and you said you haven't heard that.
Is not inclusive. This inclusive argument plays on
worker parties.
Americans' highly developed sense of decency. But the argument is preposterous. Who exactly is being excluded when one wishes someone Merry Christmas?
Because not everyone celebrates Christmas, you dimbo. We just said that.
Non-Christians?
Yeah. There are non-Christians celebrate that. Hanukkah's around at that time. Kwanzaa's around that time. And of course, there are even some people who are not Christian or not Christmas prudes that just don't like the Christmas season whatsoever.
I'm a non-Christian. I'm a Jew. Christmas is not a religious holy day for me, but I'm an American, and Christmas is a national holiday in my country.
Most places in the world, Christmas is, except the Muslim world, pretty much.
It is therefore my holiday, though not my holy day, as much as it is for my fellow Americans who are Christian.
Shouldn't you be caring about Hanukkah instead, pal?
That's why it's not surprising that it was an American Jew, Irving Berlin, who wrote White Christmas, one of America's most popular Christmas songs. In fact, according to a Jewish musician writing in the New York Times, almost all the most popular Christmas songs were written by Jews. Apparently, all these American Jews felt quite included.
Shove your id pole up your ass. I don't care if Jews wrote American Christmas songs. I don't care.
By Christmas. By not wishing me a Merry Christmas, you are not being inclusive. You are excluding me.
Oh, this is such victim culture bullshit. Victim complex.
Yeah.
How about here's the thing. I'm not going to say anything to you. I'm not going to say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, or whatever. If you say something to me, I'll just be like, whatever. I don't care.
From one of my nation's national holidays. But even if Christmas were not a national holiday, I would want pilots to wish their passengers Merry Christmas, companies to have Christmas parties.
Sorry, pal, they're not gonna. Well, places will still say Merry Christmas, but they're also gonna say Happy Holidays too. And again, I don't care. Why should you care?
And schools to continue to have Christmas vacations, just because.
Schools still have Christmas holidays and all that after school, and that was the case too when I was in school and such. Oh my God.
I don't personally celebrate Christmas. Why would I want to drop the word Christmas when the holiday is celebrated by 90% of my fellow Americans?
Because no one's dropping Christmas, you dipshit. It's just people who don't give a shit and trying to be inclusive. You're obsessed over something that's not a big deal.
It borders on the misanthropic,
there you go.
not to mention the means.
Oh, if you're anti-Christmas, you're misanthropic. Isn't that the term if you're against, if you hate people?
Loser.
Yeah, guys.
Loser.
Guys, if you are against saying Merry Christmas, you hate people.
Spirited.
Oh my God, how sad
want to deny nearly all of your fellow citizens the joy of having Christmas.
He's the saddest sad.
Us who don't want, us who promote Happy Holidays, whatever, we just want to beat up Santa in the course of the video.
Wow, yeah, I remember that. God.
Beating up Santa, yeah.
What the fuck,
because we want to beat up people, pal.
Parties.
Yeah.
For being
especially
wished
fictional people.
A Merry Christmas.
Yep.
The vast majority of Americans who celebrate.
Also, would you be angry if I told you that Santa originally was a Turk?
Yep.
You think that would offend? I bet that would offend him very much.
Great Christmas.
Yeah.
Like Megan Kelly. Santa and Jesus are white. Remember that?
Yep, I remember that.
Deserve
Karen.
better. So please say Merry Christmas.
I don't care. How about that?
We don't care.
I'm not.
Don't care.
Guess what, Prager? I'm not gonna say Merry Christmas. I'm not even going to say Happy Holidays. I'm not going to say anything. And if a worker at some store if I went to around Christmas said either one of me, I'll be like, whatever, I won't say anything. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
And Christmas party.
Exactly.
and Christmas vacation.
Again, where is this Christmas party and Christmas vacation being centered? I have never heard this yet.
Neither have
If
I.
you don't, you're not inclusive. You're hurtful.
We're hurtful.
You are.
Oh my
You
god.
are an idiot.
Such cap. So yeah,
Yep.
we gotta see about that. Oh my god, what a dog shit video that was, and that was
Did I?
hilarious.
Terrible.
Oh my god. But yeah, that's
God
what, like,
damn.
I'm tired of having to explain this to you all. The reason why they do it is because they want to be inclusive. It's not a big deal if they say Happy Holidays. And most people don't care if they say Merry Christmas either. They're just trying to do it to be inclusive and all that. It's not a big deal. Just chill and
Yep.
relax. And also remember, America is a secular country, which I know you guys
Exactly.
don't like, but that's how we celebrate
Yep.
Christmas and all that. With capitalism. So deal with it.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that was so
But
much Karen
we'll
bullshit.
see.
All right, now
Yeah.
if I see another Karen, black, millennial, female, and conservative. Okay,
Yep.
I can't wait to see all the id pull in this one. This is gonna be trash. So
Yep.
let's see about this one.
7 videos
I recently
down.
discovered something startling about myself. It turns out that I'm a racist, sexist, misogynist. This came as quite a shock to me. How did this happen? As a person of color, a single woman with a graduate degree who grew up poor in a home without a father, I had a clear political path to follow, and I followed it. I voted for Barack Obama. Twice. After all, we share the same skin color. His father was from Africa.
Wait, are you saying you voted for Obama because he was black?
Oh, wow.
Like,
That's it. Oh,
Is that the real
damn, I
reason?
knew the id poll would be quick. I didn't think it was that quick.
Yeah, like I did vote for Obama in 2012. That's because I thought he was still based at the time. Like, him being black had no involvement whatsoever. And unfortunately, people, yes, there are a bunch of blacks in America that did vote for Obama because he's black. It's really cringe and all that instead of just going for the policies. But yeah, that's pretty dumb if you're voting for Obama just because of that.
Africa. Mine
Yeah.
was too. What other reasons did I need? I was because you agree with him?
Exactly.
You don't want Romney to be president or McCain to be president too in 08? Like you can think of valid reasons why you would vote for Obama both times. I could, like I just did.
inspired to see a black man rise to the highest office in the land. I believed his ascent would herald a new beginning, a new era of racial healing and harmony.
Well, maybe it would, but this thing called conservatives exists, and they went a complete meltdown about it. Remember birtherism, people?
Yes. Oh, God. That
would
was
fi-
started by Hillary Clinton. Remember?
Yeah,
The guy herself.
I know.
We have that frank discussion about race that everyone always talks about. I was also inspired by his wife. I was thrilled to see such a strong, opinionated black woman take the national stage. But then something happened. Actually, several somethings. I realized there was a big contradiction in my own life. I considered myself a free thinker, but I was thinking exactly what I was supposed to. I decided to start asking questions. I belonged to several campus feminist groups. I was even teaching feminism to inner city girls. Part of that teaching involved making the case for abortion. These girls needed to know that they had the right to make decisions about their own bodies. Surely, I thought, that's empowerment. But one day I asked myself, isn't it men who benefit most from consequence-free sex?
I'm sorry, what?
I don't think I've ever heard that sort of argument before to be like anti-pro-choice. That men get away with it. Usually, pro-lifers say it's women that get away with it. That's a little odd.
Doesn't that give them even more power over women?
No.
No.
It's the woman's choice if you want to get an abortion or not. I'm sure there are going to be men that like press you not only to not get abortion, but I'm sure there will that probably make you want to get an abortion and all that. But again, it is your choice in the end.
And of course, abortion certainly doesn't empower the woman it prevents from ever being born.
Oh, shut up with this bullshit.
Oh.
It does empower women if they don't want to have a kid and be able to do stuff they want to do.
Exactly.
Especially for rape and life of the mother, you dipshit.
Exactly.
I began to ask my other feminist
Oh, yeah, and one of the videos coming up very soon will be about abortion. So, boy, we're going to probably get angry in that one.
friends how they reconcile
Oh,
these
yeah.
issues. They just got angry. I was called anti-woman, even by progressive men.
Well, yeah, if you're against abortion, then you're anti-woman. Sorry, there's no way around it.
But I'm not anti-woman, I thought. I am a woman.
Women can be anti-women too, you know.
Yep, exactly.
Just like there are blacks that are just like there are blacks that are against blacks.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be a
men
weak
who hate
one.
Men.
I want to be
You
strong.
know, like Thought
Like Michelle.
Slime.
At about
Who
the same
somehow
time.
I've got Thought
God,
Slime. Dude,
no, not Thought
dude,
Slime. Oh God.
Thought Slime. Okay, I actually saw one of Kevin's responses to Thought Slime. I actually was like, I saw how bad he was. I was like, geez, and I thought Steve Shives had internalized missing.
Oh God.
Holy shit, Thought
Oh.
Slime. When you're worse than Steve fucking Shives.
How are you worse than
You know
Shives?
that you're bad.
How are you worse than Shives? Come on.
Time while I was a student at the University of Texas at Dallas,
How you worse than him?
the UT Austin Department of African
How you
Diaspora Studies released a statement in which they said, and I quote, African Americans are disproportionately affected by the saturation of our society by firearms. We demand that firearms be banned in all spaces occupied by Black people on our campus.
Oh.
Wait a second, I thought. Why would you want to ban firearms only in Black areas? Doesn't that mean that you either think Black...
I'm trying to wonder if they're phrased in terms of like the campus more like than like
Yeah, I heard the word campus.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense if you want to ban guns in campuses because those places you shouldn't have guns at universities and all that. Sorry.
people are more dangerous than other people or less worthy of protection? These questions did not endear me to my progressive friends. I was called a race traitor, even by white people. But I'm not anti-Black. I am Black.
But like we said, you can be racist
You
against
can
Black
be
if you're Black.
racist against your own race, Pete.
I just want to be safe. Like Barack. I realized I didn't have a good answer. I only had more questions. Like, why were Blacks doing so poorly in cities that had been run by Democrats for decades?
Oh, of course, here we go with the classic Democratic argument.
there we
Okay,
go,
the reason
yes.
why blacks in America don't do so well is because of systemic racism. That's a big thing that lasted for hundreds of years,
Systemic and
200 years of
existential
slavery, then 100
Yep.
years of Jim Crow, and still dealing with systemic racism today, like the drug war and red line, all that. That has a massive impact, even centuries later and stuff like that.
Yep,
And also
exactly.
lack of education and poverty and all that. You fix those things, and guess what? Blacks do better. Like Obama. Who fucking, and probably you too, because you said you grew up without a dad and were poor and all that, and then all of a sudden you went to university. Good for you, just like Obama as well. But a lot of blacks don't have that opportunity. That's why they're worse off usually.
Was it racism and sexism that was holding people back?
Yes.
Or was it something else?
Systemic of both.
The more questions I asked, the less popular I became. But here's the funny thing. I started to feel better about myself. I decided that the very definition of empowerment required me to take responsibility for my own life. I wasn't going to be
Good for you
anyone's victim,
personally.
which meant I had to protect myself. So I bought a gun. I started to advocate for gun rights.
Well, as long as you advocate responsible gun ownership,
Yeah,
we on the left don't care. Like, most far left people are actually pro-gun, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's only like
A lot are.
suburbs that are like anti-gun and all that.
Because they're the ones trying to defend LGBT people from the far-right
As we covered before, far left gun owners protecting LGBT groups from Nazis and all that. Thank you for doing that too.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Yep.
we don't care if you own a gun or advocate for gun rights as long as you're not fucking brain dead stupid about it. But unfortunately, most gun right people are stupid in that regard.
That cost me more.
Yes,
friends. I joined the pro-life movement and walked in the March for...
I mean, you can do that, but we are going to condemn you for that because that's wrong to be on the pro-life position. Unless you do it in a more responsible way, which of course you guys aren't because you're against like contraception, you're against safe sex, you're pro the death penalty, which is a contradiction and all that. But like, yeah, you guys are bad on that regard. And you're not pro-life when it comes to women who are going to die because they can't get an abortion and all that.
For life. More friends. Gone. Then I crossed the line. I voted Republican, the party that views me as an empowered individual, able to shape my own...
They don't think you're empowered. They want you dead if they got their way.
Exactly.
Dude, if the South had their way, they would enslave you again. They don't like you.
Exactly.
Not as a member of a victim group.
They don't
And that's how I
like
became
you
a
because
racist,
you're black
sexist,
and you're a woman
misogynist.
and you're college educated.
I'm Antonia Okafor
Exactly.
for Prager University.
You're satanic according to you, to
So,
them.
yeah.
And you're part of the Jewish conspiracy to destroy America.
So, yeah, we got to say about that. At first, like the first half, and honestly, for a good chunk of it, it didn't sound too bad, but then at the end, yeah. It went to shit afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing wrong with asking questions on it. Maybe you ran into, like, SJWs, which, hey, this video was made in, let's see, 2017, so yeah, that was still at the height of SJW bullshit. Or, of course, you guys make it all up, because conservatives always make shit up. But, yeah, there's nothing wrong with asking questions about, like, abortion, gun rights, and black crime and all that. It's how you draw those conclusions or your answers, and however, that's when it's going to be the problem. Like, we talk about all those things all the time. But we're not. Yeah. But we're able to talk about it in a smart, progressive way instead of the racist way. So yeah. If it wasn't for that last part, that probably would have been not one of their bad reviews. But that's I don't know if it's definitely not the worst, but it's gonna be down there quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right. So now the next one. Oh, speaking of which, I just mentioned it. The next video, the most important question about abortion.
Yes.
All right. Now we're gonna probably start getting angry. Now we're gonna probably start getting angry now.
Yes. Especially with the one after. With the biggest fucking grifter in the entire world.
Oh no, I already know who it is too, I'm pretty sure. Oh god. And of course, we gotta deal with stupid Dennis Prager again. Alright, here we go. After laughing for a while, now we're gonna probably get angry.
Let's talk about one of the most emotionally charged subjects there is. Abortion. But in an unemotional way. Also, let's not touch on the question that most preoccupies discussion of the subject, whether abortion should be legal or illegal.
Oh, Cap, I'm sure it's going to come up. There's no way around. I will be stunned if it's not. It's going to come up.
The only question here is the moral one. Is ending the life of a human fetus moral?
It's not. It's immoral. I mean, not immoral. It's amoral. It's not
amoral, yes.
Yeah, it's not good or bad. It depends on the circumstances.
Exactly.
Let's begin with this question. Does the human fetus have any value and any rights?
No, it does not have any rights whatsoever. Value, maybe when they're born, but otherwise, no, not really, other than to the parents.
Exactly.
Now, it's a scientific fact that a human fetus is human life. Those who argue...
Not the same way as us, though. Not the same way.
Yeah, the human fetus...
You can't compare fetuses to us.
Yep.
Has no rights. Say that a fetus is not a person.
Yeah, it's not a person, and fetuses do not have rights.
But even if you believe
that... They don't have... It doesn't even matter of any of it until...
they're born.
Until viability, which is about 24 weeks.
It doesn't mean the
26 weeks.
This has no intrinsic value or no rights.
No, they don't have rights. Period. No rights. Period.
Exactly.
They're fetus. They're just like they're not a person either. And value, that depends on each individual person.
There are many living beings that are not persons that have both value and rights.
Well, not all animals have rights, and animals also don't have the same rights as us. Like, animals can't vote, for example.
Yep.
And also, a lot of, like, wild animals almost don't have any rights unless they're, like, an endangered species and such like that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if you want to go out and kill wild animals, you're more than welcome to do it in America. Hunting's a big thing.
Dogs and other animals, for example.
Dogs have more rights than all those other animals listed, pal. Because dogs are viewed as pets. The rest of these are wild animals, stuff like that. Yeah, dogs are more valued compared to those other animals, but dogs still don't have the same rights as us.
And that's moral argument number one.
And we should treat animals better than the fetuses, for crying out loud. Sorry if you don't like that.
Yeah.
A living being doesn't have to be a person in order to have intrinsic moral value and rights. When challenged with this argument, people usually change the subject to the rights of the mother.
Well, yeah, and that also is what it comes down to. The mother's this body, her choice and discussion too.
The right of a mother to end her fetus's life under any circumstance for any reason and at any time in her pregnancy.
Yeah, if she wants to.
Is that moral? It is.
It's not moral or immoral. It's amoral. It depends on the circumstances. Some women do
Exactly.
want to keep the fetus. Some don't.
Yeah,
and
some
then
don't.
of course, there are times where some unfortunate circumstances, like rape or a fatal field defect or life in the mother, where women do want to have it, but either they're going to die or the fetus is going to die or something like that, so they have to have the abortion.
Yeah.
Or, of course, if it's forced on, like rape.
Fetus, if the fetus, they have to get rid of the fetus because the fetus will kill the mother.
Yep.
Only
And then when it
if
dies.
we believe that the human fetus has no intrinsic worth.
It doesn't have intrinsic worth. It depends on, it's subjective.
But in most cases, nearly everyone believes that the human fetus has essentially infinite worth. And then almost absolute...
It does not.
No, I have... Outside of, like, pro-lifers, do you know anyone that thinks that they're worth more than their infinite worth?
Right to live.
No.
When a pregnant woman wants to give birth. Then society and its laws regard the fetus as so valuable that if someone were to kill that fetus, that person could be prosecuted for homicide.
Well, only some states do that and all that.
Only if a pregnant woman doesn't want to give birth do many people regard the fetus as worthless. Now, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Woman's body, her choice, and discussion.
It doesn't.
If they want to have the kid, then yeah, they should be protected on it, which you conservatives are against.
Seem to. Either a human fetus has worth, or it doesn't.
Gee, maybe it's because it's nuance and there's subjectivity to it, which you guys do not like whatsoever.
And this is moral argument number 2. On what moral grounds does the mother alone decide a fetus's worth? We certainly...
It's up to the woman. That's the end of it.
Don't do that with regard to...
And maybe the partner too and all that.
To a newborn child.
But first and foremost,
it
it's
is
the woman's
society,
decision.
not the mother or the father, that determines whether a newborn child has worth and a right to live. So the question is, why should that be different before the human being is born? Why does one person, a mother, get to determine whether that being has any right to live?
Her body, her choice.
Exactly. Yes.
The problem is you guys don't agree with our premise. Well, I don't care if you don't agree with our premise. That's our premise.
People respond by saying that a woman has the right to control her body.
Yes.
Now that is entirely correct.
Yes.
The problem here, however,
he said it's correct. He said it's correct. Listen to that.
Control her body. Now that is entirely correct.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for admitting, Prager. But he said, but. Okay, now let's see your butt then.
The problem here, however, is that the fetus is not her body.
It's in her body, and it's a leech on her body. It sucks up nutrients from her. She's supplying its survival and all that. So yeah, it is part of her body.
Yes.
And if anything, it's a negative to her body in that regard. So yeah,
Is in her body. It is a separate body. And that's moral argument number 3. No one ever asks a pregnant woman, "How's your body?" when asking about the fetus. People ask, "How's the baby?"
I'm pretty sure that would also go the same way too.
Moral
Because the woman's body affects the fetus too.
argument number 4.
If the mother's health isn't good, the fetus is not going to be good.
Virtually everyone
that's
agrees
a big issue.
that
That's
the moment
actually
the
why
baby
quite a few pregnancies fail.
comes out of the womb, killing the baby is murder.
Yeah, because now it's born. Now it's alive. Now it does get rights. That's the difference.
But deliberately killing it a few months before birth is considered no more morally problematic than extracting a tooth.
Again, if they don't want to have the baby, yeah, it's fine. Now, of course, like I said, there are laws in states where if a woman or a fetus is killed, then they would be prosecuted for both murder in that regard. Which I'm not sure how I'd feel about that, but yeah, that's a thing. But yeah,
How does that
her
make
choice.
sense?
Personal choice, you dipshit.
Exactly.
And
Like if a woman was killed and she was pregnant and the baby dies, no one's gonna be like happy about that whatsoever and all that. That's the difference.
finally, moral argument number 5. Aren't there instances in which just about everyone, even among those who are pro-choice, would acknowledge that an abortion might not be moral?
No. Well, actually, no. there actually could be some cases where abortion might be stupid. I wouldn't say like immoral, but like more like stupid, like sex selective abortions. Like people having abortions because they don't like the gender of it, which is a very big messed up problem in China because their one child policy they used to have. So because that, if they were going to have a girl, they would either abort it or, God forbid, even worse, abandon the kid and for it to die after it's born. And that's why China has a major demographic problem where there's millions and millions of men and no women around them. And that leads to sexual assault, rape, and all that's been dealing with for decades. Gee, Confucianism strikes again, as always.
Yeah.
And there was also another one where it might not be a good reason, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. So there might be dumb reasons to get an abortion, all that, but do I think it should be illegal? No. No.
For example, would it be moral to abort a female fetus solely because the mother prefers boys to...
Well, hey, we just brought that up. I think that's a stupid reason to have an abortion, but again, it's their choice. I think it's going to be dumb.
Girls, as has happened millions of times in China and elsewhere.
Why do you bring up the argument?
And one more example. Let's say science develops a method of determining whether a child in the womb is gay or straight. Would it be moral to kill a gay fetus because the mother didn't want a gay child?
Not really either, but it is their choice in the end. Like, the only way, like, we brought this up before, like, the only way you're going to probably make abortion illegal is that maybe in the future we have, like, some sort of technology that extracts the fetus out of the mother, but allows it to incubate and live on afterwards. Which would please both sides. The pro-lifers would be happy, and us on the pro-choice side would be happy. But until then, we don't have that, so in the end, it's a woman's choice, her choice, end discussion. Even
People
sometimes
may
maybe
offer...
it's still not probably the smartest reason to get an abortion, but in the end, it's their choice and discussion.
For practical reasons, not to criminalize all abortions, people may differ about when personhood begins and about the morality of abortion after rape or incest.
Which you guys are against abortion for rape.
With regard to the vast majority of abortions,
abortion for rape, incest,
those of healthy women aborting a
a
healthy fetus, let's be clear. Most of these abortions just aren't moral.
They are amoral. It's not moral or immoral. It's amoral.
Exactly.
It depends on the person and all that and the circumstances.
Societies can survive people doing immoral.
Ooh, here's a very good example of maybe a moral reason to get an abortion. And this would apply to me specifically if I'm poor. What if I got someone pregnant and we're poor as hell and we know financially we'd be worse off if we had the kid? It would make more sense to have the abortion for us to be financially better off. It makes sense.
Things.
Yeah.
But a good society cannot survive if it calls immoral things moral.
Well, that's what you guys support because you guys think abortion should be banned, period, no exceptions, which that is immoral.
I'm Dennis Prager.
So, yeah, what a trash video that was. No surprise.
Yeah.
But yeah, like all the arguments, the reality is we have an irreconcilable difference on this issue. Women have, it's a woman's body, her choice. That's end discussion as far as we're concerned, and it's immoral. You guys think abortion's immoral, so we have an impasse. We can't reconcile on this. But here's the reality. We're right, you're wrong. Dipshit.
Exactly.
Oh, good, I did dislike it already. Alright, so a week looks like got 6 more to go. And oh god, I'm not looking forward to this.
It's Owens, the PlayStation then and now.
So next one, The Plantation Then and Now with freaking Ultimate Grifter, Candace Owens.
Yes.
And this is probably the most recent video we've picked. This is from November 2021. Oh my god. I can only imagine they're gonna probably be salty and put Biden on there too, because it was so recent. Alright, so let's see.
They definitely would.
Alright, let's see how bad this is gonna be. Let's see how much Candace Owens is gonna defend slavery and all that, because that was a thing conservatives done recently, defend slavery. Alright, let's see how trash this is.
She loves defending slavery.
In the first half of the 19th century, 4 million blacks worked as slaves imprisoned on plantations in the American South. They were prevented from learning how to read, their families were forcibly broken up, and if they tried to escape, they were severely and brutally punished. The owners of these plantations were almost without exception Democrats.
Oh my god, we're gonna go to this! Oh my god! We're gonna go to the Southern strategy shit now and the switch.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I thought it was gonna be some sort of defense of slavery or plantation and all that. Oh my god!
Before the Civil War,
Really?
slave-owning Democrats used black
this is
bodies to
really
massively
exactly
increase
what
the
it
number of
is.
votes
You're really gonna go for this argument? Even I didn't think you were gonna go for this one because you beat the death a long time ago, and you're wrong on. Oh my god!
they got in Congress and the Electoral College. Because of the 3/5 compromise, a single Democrat in Georgia who owned 5 slaves got 4 times the representation as a
And just so you know, that was the 3/5 compromise. I'm pretty sure was made
Yep.
at the founding of the government. And that was before
Yep,
even Democrats
exactly.
even existed, because Democrats didn't happen until the 1820s. This was at the very beginning
Exactly.
of America's foundation, all that. So blaming Democrats for
Yep.
something Democrats have no involvement whatsoever, no surprise.
single white abolitionist in Pennsylvania who didn't own any. So for Democrats, it has always been about using black bodies for political power.
Oh my
Wow.
I still can't believe they went this
that?
angle. Did you knew this was going to be the angle they were going with?
No, I didn't think it'd be this fucking bad.
I
Holy
really thought they were going to try
shit.
to defend slavery, for crying out loud. But
Yeah.
But
But
yeah.
this is somehow worse.
How they are used may vary,
How
but
is
the
this
plantation
worse
model remains a
somehow?
constant.
And by the way, just so you all know, Candace Owens promoted the belief that Democrats run the Democratic plantation that Democrats
Yep.
are using blacks to vote for them and all that, and that they have no
Yep.
mind of their own. Which, funny enough, is actually very racist of her to assume that blacks don't have a mind of their
yeah.
own.
Oh,
Blacks do have a
yeah.
mind of their own, and they realize, by and large, Republicans are racist people. So they're going to vote for the party that views them with less racism. Sorry if you don't like that.
Even today. Despite the fact that blacks are no longer enslaved, many black children barely learn to read in poorly performing schools.
Again, that's because of lack of education, and poverty and all that. Because majority of black areas are very poor, so therefore they don't have the same economic and educational access as whites do.
Our
Exactly.
families are often shattered by misguided welfare policies, and if we try to escape,
Yeah, sure, it's
welfare
welfare.
policy.
Yeah, it's welfare. Yeah, sure, pal.
There you
It has
go,
nothing
yeah.
to do with poverty, education, and of course, policing.
we still face punishment. Of course, the plantations of the 21st century are not physical, they are virtual. The owners of these plantations are once again, almost without exception, Democrats. Think about it. What today are certain areas of Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, St. Louis, Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia? All
Okay,
run
pal.
for
Yeah, you're talking about the city I grew up near, so you're really getting personal, bitch. You're getting really close
decades
to
by
me.
Democrats, but virtual plantations.
Yeah, Baltimore is a plantation. Yeah, pal.
Many
sure.
who live in these areas are
Yeah.
largely, if not totally, dependent on their masters, the
And by the way, Baltimore has had black governors for since O'Malley. Ever since O'Malley
Yep.
left and became, because O'Malley was the mayor of Baltimore from 1999 to 2007. Ever since then, 20 years straight, Maryland's had
Yep.
black governors, and they're insinuating that it's whites that are in control of them. Sorry, pal, that's just not the reality of it.
politicians for their food, housing, and health care. It's
All
hardly
based.
a fair exchange.
Yeah.
The politicians become wealthy. The residents become vote slaves, sustained
Vote slaves, yeah, because they're
Yep.
vote slaves for wanting to
Yeah.
vote for the party that is trying, well, in theory trying, because a lot of Democrats don't give a shit, remember, but they're voting for the party that wants to help them survive better, whereas Republicans want them to die.
Yes.
Yeah, they're slaves.
Exactly.
It's not because that blacks don't have a mind of their own.
just barely by government transfer
Exactly.
payments. And just like the plantations of yesteryear, which demanded a consistent breakdown of the black family to reinforce its system,
Our policies help black families, you fucking cunt.
Yeah.
of buying and selling slaves,
Fuck.
Democrats today
Wow.
incentivize similar family corrosion through their policies, fostering dependence not on mom and dad, but on the government.
Of course, this
To
classic
give just
bullshit.
one
Of course.
example,
Yep, it's all
virtually
about the
every
government.
inner
It's
city
all
school
about the
provides free
government. It's
breakfast
bad
and
about
lunch.
everything.
Wait. Oh no. You
One
better not.
example, virtually every inner city school provides free breakfast and lunch.
Candace Owens, are you
Yeah, here we go.
are you seriously against free breakfast and lunch for kids at school?
Yes.
Are you
she
really,
is. She's
really,
against,
really
she's
against that?
Everything that would.
You
she
want
wants
ki-
people
you
to
want
starve.
kids-
She wants people to die. Remember?
Yeah, you want kids to starve at school, which would keep them from learning very well. You are a callous cunt. You know that?
Yeah.
Kids should get free breakfast and lunch and all that because parents don't necessarily have the money to provide for their own kids lunch and all that. Like, come on, you dumb bitch. My God.
Sounds generous, but...
sounds generous. It's compassion.
What it really does is remove the traditional responsibility from parents.
Oh yeah. So if schools have free breakfast and lunch and all that, it removes the responsibility of parents to feed their kids. No, it doesn't.
No.
It helps them and all that because, like I said, not all families have the ability to feed their kids lunch during school and all that. That's why free school lunches is good.
By handing it over to the state.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, hand it over to the state. Okay, here we go. Keep it going.
Yet many do break free from this oppressive system. Like the fugitive slave Frederick Douglass once did, they run toward a better life. But leaving the plantation still entails great risk. Of course, today it's not the whip or the lash, it's libel and slander.
Oh,
the purpose is to bring black conservatives within an inch of their professional and sometimes personal lives.
Guys, you should not listen to her because she's a hardcore grifter. We've gone over this when we covered grifters before. Guys, like several years ago, she was a hardcore SJW, for God's sake.
Yeah, she was. That made social autopsy.
Yeah, like... No one should ever take her seriously. And also, I don't want to hear her crying about racism when she freaking defended Nazi Germany when she talked to Congress a few years ago.
I remember that. Oh my God.
And defended Hitler. Like, I don't want to hear it.
Warning that rebellion will not be tolerated.
Oh my God. There don't want to rebel, you dipshit.
Don't believe it? Just ask Dr. Ben Carson.
Yeah, Ben Carson. Yeah, we're going to listen to this brain-dead retard. Are we really going to listen to this brain-dead retard? That thought gays are choice and all that? Like, shut up.
Economist Thomas Sowell.
Oh, no. Thomas Sowell, too. Oh, my God. Thomas Sowell? Are you serious? Come on.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
And Clarence Thomas! Oh, my gosh.
God. The dude who, I swear, brought up interracial marriage as an option to try and overturn because he hates the interracial marriage he's in and his wife and his to initiate a divorce.
And his Karen waifu is a treasonous cunt too.
Seditious.
Three prominent
Remember,
examples.
we're not in World War III.
One of the most celebrated brain surgeons of the modern era has been called stupid by the legacy media because he has conservative political views.
Oh yeah, sorry, that is stupid. Deal with it.
It's not like he's opposed to same-sex marriage, interracial marriage.
To Harvard and taught at...
Doesn't believe in evolution, climate change. Do we have to keep going on?
At Cornell, Amherst, and UCLA, and maybe the nation's most brilliant economist,
Sowell is the most brilliant economist in America. Yeah, sure.
It's largely been ignored. While many lesser...
He's ignored because he's a quack.
...lights have been celebrated. Clarence Thomas, one of the luminous legal minds of our time...
Luminous legal minds? Yeah, sure. Clarence Thomas is an idiot.
...was the victim...
And he should be impeached, remember, pal?
...victim of a massive smear campaign during his nomination to the Supreme Court. Because of his conservative views, his reputation was dragged through the media mud.
Yeah, because conservatives should never be on the Supreme Court. How about that? They should be banned because they're cunts.
Exactly.
This is how he described the experience. It is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way feel to do for themselves, to have different ideas. And it
you can have all those ideas you want, but we're going to criticize you with that.
Is a message that unless you kowtow to an old order, this is what will happen to you.
What old
You will be lynched, destroyed, caricatured. Rather,
you're really going to compare you being criticized to being lynched? Are you really going to go that far?
Wow.
Are you really going to go that far saying you're being lynched? Can you stop?
Then hung from a tree.
Like, let's do the Michael Jordan gif. Stop it, man. Get some help.
Today's plantation owners will do anything to hold on to what they see as their...
Don't forget that she's a Nazi now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, guys, she's gone to anti-Semitic conspiracies lately. She's gone down that rabbit hole. Like, I don't think we covered it yet. She's
fucking left the She left the Daily Wire because they're not Nazis.
Yeah, I think we covered that too. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't wait for her and Jackson Dinkelberg to get along then. Grippers unite!
Property. Little wonder. In 2012, Barack Obama received 93% of the black vote. In 2016, Hillary Clinton received 88%. That dip was a critical factor in Clinton's loss.
That's because she sucked. That's why she lost.
Yes, it's because she's a dino with baggage that could take you from Earth to the moon.
Oh yeah, I like how they don't include Biden's numbers, because this is after the 2020 election. I bet you if you looked up the numbers, he probably got over 90% of black votes again.
The Democrats know that they can't lose the black vote and win a national election.
Well, it's not just that. It's also Hispanic votes and progressive votes and all that, too. But that's because they suck. It has nothing to do
So they
with
make
what
up
you
lies.
think.
They say America was founded for the purpose of perpetuating slavery.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
It was initially,
that was the first 100 years, bitch. That was a big part of it, which you guys deny all purpose.
No, it was only 87%.
Oh, went down 1%.
It was 87% for African Americans voting for Biden.
Guess what, though? That's still the vast majority because they're not stupid.
Yep.
They
It's
say
still a
white people
hyper-majority.
hate us.
There are a lot of whites in America that do hate you because you're minorities. I don't, however.
They say the entire system is racist and that our only hope is them.
Yeah, there is systemic racism in the
Yeah,
country.
sure.
I know you don't like to hear it, but that does
The
exist.
same old Democrats. The plantation owners know what will happen if blacks demand that their children receive a good education.
That's what Democrats are trying to provide, you dumb fuck.
If they shake off their
Exactly.
dependence on government handouts.
Government handouts is what they pay for in taxes as well, is helps them survive better, you
If they
dipshit.
refuse to see themselves as victims and instead,
Hey, you want to see your system in action? Go down south to Argentina, pal, and see how your anarcho-capitalist president's
The
doing.
National
Oh my God.
Anarchist Hate Group.
embrace all the opportunities America offers, the plantation system would collapse once and for all. In
No,
the
it
19th
wouldn't.
century, we had to depend on others to be liberated. This time, we have to do it ourselves. Will we? I'm Candace Owens.
Not the way
author
you
of
want,
Black-
you
They
stupid
won't.
fucking cunt.
No, they fucking won't.
Because blacks are not as stupid like you grifting fucking cunt. God, that video
God,
was
you're
stupid. Oh, a video didn't dislike? There we go, fix that. Of course, don't listen to Candace Owens on anything. She's a grifting cunt that
she's
should never be
insane.
taken seriously whatsoever. Stupid fuck. And she didn't even bring up like the of course they didn't bring up the switch because that would go against their narrative. But back
Exactly,
then,
yep.
until like the 1960s, Democrats were the conservative party. They
Yep,
were the
they
actual
were.
racists. The
Then they started
Republicans,
changing during the Civil Rights era.
yeah, and Republicans back then, they weren't anti-racist by and large. They were just against like slavery and such. It wasn't
Yeah.
until the 60s, when the Civil Rights era came to pass with LBJ, that the parties switched. Then the Democrats became liberal and the Republicans became conservative. And you
Yep,
want more proof of that?
exactly.
Guess what party the KKK freaking supports all the time? It's
Republicans.
It's Trump. So, yeah. The reason why blacks don't vote for Republicans is because they're not as stupid as you all think they are. They know the policies. They know Republicans hate them and want them killed if they got their way with it, so they're going to be voting for Democrats. Like, unfortunately, because of your dipshit beloved Trump, I'm going to be voting for that senile old man Biden because of his big fat mouth.
Exactly.
Oh, and now, time to get even more angry now. If you hate Israel, you're
yes.
no
If
friend
you
of the
don't-
Jews.
If
Man.
you hate Israel, you're a Nazi who goes around murdering Jews, and you're also a Hamas terrorist, and you want to see a mushroom cloud over Tel Aviv, even though we know there are multiple Zion Nazis who want to see a mushroom cloud over Gaza.
Which would also extend to Israel too, funny enough.
They don't care.
Yep.
They're
Because they're
evil,
stupid.
remember? They worship.
They're stupid. So yeah, I thought the abortion one was gonna get angry. This one's probably gonna get us even more angry. All right,
yeah.
all right. Let's see this stupid bullshit. I'm pretty sure. I think it was PragerU again.
Yep.
Come on, play.
Imagine a group of people who work to destroy Italy because they claim Italy's origins are illegitimate.
Italy is not. They pretty much chose themselves to unite as Italy.
Imagine further that these people maintain that of all the countries in the world, only Italy doesn't deserve to exist.
Well, it would depend on, like, if Italy, because for all of you don't know, as thanks to Vicky too for showing us Primi, Italy, the Italian peninsula used to be like different countries and all that, and in the 1860s they united as Italy basically over time. Now, if there's Italian states that did not want to be, here's a good example: the Papal States, which is still an independent country. It's like city-state now. Because remember, historically, before Italy formed, the Papal States was actually a pretty big sized country in the Italian peninsula until Italy or whatever the state was at the time took them over pretty much. They pretty much took over the Pope and all that. Now, if they still did that to this day, I would be against that. If they were and of course the Protestant Catholics in the Papal States and all that, that would be a valid reason to be against that. Although not necessarily like Italy whatsoever, but Italy isn't doing anything bad. The last time Italy did anything really bad was World War II when they genocide Africa and all that stuff. Otherwise, they're not doing anything wrong, and that's why no one hates Italy.
And then imagine that these people vigorously deny that they are anti-Italian. Would you believe them? Now substitute Israel for Italy, and you'll understand the dishonesty and absurdity of the argument that one could be anti-Zionist, that is against the existence of a Jewish state, but not anti-Semitic.
You can be...
There's nuance, pal.
You can be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic. You can be anti-Zionist and yet being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and also, that Zionist term is no longer what it's used for. Zionism is Jewish supremacy and to kick out the Palestinians and colonize the West Bank and all that. In that regard, yes, it's absolutely valid to be anti-Zionist. And no, we're not.
And it's also, and also the extremists of those are the ones that want to blow up a nuclear bomb.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we're not anti-Semitic. We're against what Hamas did on 10/7 and all that. And of course, we've had to become even more nuanced lately because unfortunately, there are so many idiots on the left that actually are anti-Semitic, which I didn't. I by and large refuse to believe because the only time I ever heard that was like hardcore pro-Israeli people that were just lying about people. Unfortunately, now I've had to see it and all that.
But that is precisely what anti-Zionists say. They argue that Israel's existence is illegitimate.
How Israel was founded is illegitimate. Just like how America and Australia, too, was also illegitimate.
Yep.
But
just about every country... Look, the thing is that basically, in varying degrees, every single country that's not Kenya, Tanzania, or Mozambique are kind of like that. Because Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique, modern day, those countries are where the human species first evolved.
Mm-hmm. But, like, you could be against that, but also recognize, they're around for like decades now. They're not going to go away, which is something I had to deal with. I had to deal with this like last week with idiots that says like, no, Israel must be eliminated like that. Like, no, they have new.
Where are you going to put the millions of Jewish people that'll be displaced by that?
Where are you going to put the hundreds of millions of Americans if we give it back to Native Americans?
They don't believe this of any other country in the world, no matter how bloody its origins. And then they get offended when they're accused of being anti-Semitic.
Because you think anyone who criticizes Israel's anti-Semitic, you stupid fuck.
Yep, that's because you think that opposing genocide and opposing fucking nuking
and
Gaza
colonizing the West Bank.
And colonizing the West Bank makes you a Hitler, makes you a fucking Nazi worse than Hitler.
Yeah.
How can they make
Remember that there are lefties who have said that Joe Biden is worse than Hitler.
I wish I could deny it, but unfortunately we have seen that.
First, they change the topic. They say it's unfair to charge those who merely criticize Israel with
it is unfair.
Being anti-Semitic.
It is unfair. You have to go by
it's
each individual.
Very unfair.
But criticism of Israel is fine. Denying Israel's right to exist isn't.
But you think any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. Exactly. That's the problem. You're the extreme on the opposite problem that we don't like. Yep. Any criticism of Israel you think is bad. Sorry, pal, it's not. Deal with it.
Anti-Zionism isn't criticism of Israel. Anti-Zionism is opposition to Israel's existence.
No, it's mostly used towards. It's usually mostly towards. It's mostly towards what they're doing right now, like in the West Bank and all that. Yep. Anti-Zionism means completely different things nowadays, pal.
Zionism is the name of the movement that advocates for the return of Jews to their historic homeland.
That homeland was controlled by the Palestinians at the time, pal, so I don't give a shit. Just like I don't give a shit about China's claims to the South China Sea and all that. And I know I'm going to be a dick, and I know Native Americans are not going to like hearing this, but unfortunately it is reality. They have to shut up and deal with the fact that we're not leaving. America's our home now, unfortunately.
Over the past 3,000 years, there were only two...
recognize your name and share it with you.
Yeah, and we can also recognize what we did was wrong and all that. Just like Israel should not exist, but they do now. Just like America, Australia, and all the countries from colonization, all that. We exist. We're not going away. We've got to recognize the wrongs to prevent from happening again and coexist.
Independent states located in what is called Israel. Both were Jewish states, and invaders destroyed both. No,
that's not the case anymore, pal. That's not the case anymore. That was thousands of years ago. I don't give a shit about thousands of years ago.
No Arab or Muslim or any other country.
It has been pretty much Muslim controlled for over 1,000 years by now at this point, until Israel's created. So I don't want to hear it.
Ever existed.
The Palestinians were there for hundreds of years and all that, and that's all that matters to me.
In that land, which was only named Palestine by the Romans to remove all memory of the Jewish state.
Were the ones who drove out the Jews in like the year 54 or something, when they
destroyed
after the rebellion, and they were responded by ethnically cleansing them.
Mm-hmm.
Second, anti-Zionists claim they can't be anti-Jewish because Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
Exactly.
Judaism is a religion.
Exactly.
You can be anti-Zionist, but not anti-Semitic, which we're
it's
not.
It's like how you can be hate Wahhabism, but not be an Islamophobe.
Mm-hmm. Or point out how what we did to Native Americans is wrong, but it doesn't mean we hate America and all that.
That's equally false. It is the same as saying Italy has nothing to do with being Italian. Judaism has always consisted of three components: God, Torah, and Israel.
No,
that's not true.
Israel isn't part of Judaism. Neither is the Bible or God. Third.
Did you say Bible? Bible's the Christian holy book.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, that's the Christian holy book, pal. You're getting your holy books mixed up.
Anti-Zionists claim that Judaism is only a religion. Therefore, Jews are only members of a religion, not a nation.
It is a religion.
But the Jews are called a nation more than 100 times in the Bible. That is why there can be irreligious, secular, and even atheist Jews. Because Jews are not only a religion.
There are people who are religious but are secular. All religions have that.
Exactly.
Jews too.
Religion. They're also a people or a nation. There are no atheist Christians because...
Well, not atheists, but they're secular, non-religious Christians that just identify as such.
Christianity is only a religion.
Judaism is also a religion too, pal. It's not just an ethnic thing.
Yep.
Fourth, the anti-Zionists claim that Israel is illegitimate.
It historically was illegitimate how it was made, just like America and all the other places are illegitimate. But they are
most countries are to varying degrees.
But it's been decades now, so they are. But what we can do now is prevent them from doing what they're doing evil, like killing the Palestinians and colonizing the West Bank. That we can prevent, and we must.
Because it is racist.
Yes.
This is the fraudulent charge Israel haters and America haters make against two of the least racist societies in the world.
Israel is the least racist society in the world. Yeah, sure, pal. Look how they treat Arabs. Look how they treat Ethiopians.
Half of Israel's Jews are not even white. And anyone of any race or ethnicity can become a Jew. Plus, 1 of 5 is...
Wait, so now here, the way you may describe it imply that Judaism is a religion, which of course anyone can follow any religion.
Israelis isn't a Jew. And these Israeli citizens, mostly Arab Muslims, have the same rights as Jewish Israelis.
Not.
As for Israel's control of the West Bank, that has nothing to do with race. Israel doesn't control the West Bank because Palestinians are of another race.
Colonizing it.
But because Palestinians and their Arab allies tried to destroy Israel in 1967, and they lost the war.
So that means they can freaking colonize the West Bank and kill off the Palestinians? Sorry, but it's not.
Palestinians have rejected offers to found their own state on 5 separate occasions.
Well, a lot of that also because a lot of those 1947, 1967, they're going to be against it back then because you're taking away their land. That's why they're against it.
Since 1947. That's the only reason they don't have a state. And why have they always rejected building a Palestinian state? Because they have always been more interested in destroying the Jewish state.
Yeah, try and get their land
Finally,
back.
the anti-Zionist...
Which is not gonna happen, so they're gonna have to eventually learn to deal with it. But that's the reason why. Because Israel was founded as an illegitimate state, and I don't give a fuck about your historical past and all that, just like I don't care about China or Native Americans' claims and all that.
Exactly.
It's not. That's the end of it.
Zionists claim that Israel's origins are illegitimate.
Yeah, they are illegitimate.
All the world's 200 plus countries.
Because the fucking
just like America's
British
origins
mandate and the British and the French fucked up the Middle East on purpose.
Yep, Sykes-Picot.
The country anti-Zionists declare illegitimate is also the only Jewish one.
No, America's historically has no legitimacy, but we make the legitimacy because we've been around for 250 years and we have the superpower. That's why.
Russia and China are like that too.
That's pretty much all you need to know about their motives.
Oh,
why,
shut the fuck up.
Fuck up, you fucks, you fucktard.
We're not going against Israel just because we're anti-Semitic. We just went after America for crying out loud, pal. Oh, but of course, you think anyone's anti-Israel is also anti-America too, so that wouldn't work on you, but we go after anyone in all that regard.
Make this claim about Pakistan. In 1947, 9 months before the establishment of Israel, India was partitioned into a Muslim state, Pakistan, and a Hindu state, India.
You also forgot to include Bangladesh, which was also part of Pakistan at the time. But the reason why is because neither wanted to be around each other. India is a Hindu fundamentalist state. They wanted to kill all the Muslims. And Pakistan probably wanted to kill all the Hindus if they get their hands on them. It made perfect sense to partition them because they did not want to be around each other. What was bullshit, however, was, of course, them having Bangladesh part of Pakistan because Bengals are not the same as the Pakistanis. And also there was ethnic cleansing between both India and Pakistan and all that. And that was a big reason why India and Pakistan don't like each other nowadays. But that made perfect sense and all that.
Unlike Israel, Pakistan had never existed before.
It was Muslim states during that time. Likewise, India also didn't exist yet. There were separate Hindu states on it. Oh, and also, because of EU4 showed it to me, a lot of them were also Muslim too. There are different groups on it, and of course the British colonized them and reformatted them into the British Raj, which eventually became India.
Exactly.
Unlike Israel's founding, which created about 700,000 Jewish refugees from Arab lands and about 700,000 Arab refugees from what became Israel.
And also, here's another thing too. What has Pakistan and India done since they're founded? Regardless of how much we hate them, have they done any sort of... Well, they have gone to war between each other, yes, but I'm talking have they done anything else outside of that regard to cause harm in the world? Not that I know of.
The founding of Pakistan created about 7 million Muslim refugees from India.
Because they were going to get killed or oppressed by India. That's why they left. And likewise, Hindus in Pakistan left.
About 7 million Hindu refugees.
Yeah, same reason, because Pakistan was going to kill all the Hindus in Pakistan.
Yep.
And while the highest estimate of Arab deaths in the fighting that took place when Israel was
trying to kill all the Muslims.
Yes, which is why Modi must go.
Established is 10,000. The number of deaths as a result of Pakistan's creation is around 1 million.
Well, you're comparing apples and oranges there, pal. Israel at the time was very lightly colonized. India and Pakistan had millions and millions and tens of millions. In India's case, hundreds of millions of people when they were founded. Of course the deaths are going to be higher and all that. No shit.
So why is Israel's legitimacy challenged while Pakistan's isn't?
Peck, because Pakistan, for hundreds of years beforehand, were Muslim states. And also, the British were in control of them, so that was their decision what they wanted to do with them at that point. That was their sovereign right and such, even though colonization is wrong and all that. Whereas Israel's founding, there weren't, Jewish claims there for, thousands of years and all that, and I don't give a shit about those thousands-year claims. I care about more of recent times. You took Jewish refugees from World War II and shoved them in an area that wasn't their land, and you kicked out the people that lived there. You know what we should have done with you know what we should have done with Jews after World War II? They should have been reintegrated into Europe or came to America or whatever else. They didn't need their own state. They didn't need their own Jewish state, and more importantly, stealing land from other people.
Yep.
There's only one answer. Israel is the one Jewish state.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid
course.
Karen cunt.
No, it's fucking not.
Yeah, how much nuance do we had to get into this video already? I'm done listening to this crap.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to say about it. So yeah, that video really did get us angry. No surprise, because we have to deal with this crap for like 10 plus years now. And would you look at that? To my surprise, it has more dislikes than likes. Well, let me go add on to the dislike. It's almost 50-50. I did not expect it to have that many dislikes. But yeah, we don't think Israel should have existed the way it did, because, like I said, stolen land, just like how America shouldn't have existed historically because we stole Native American lands. But they do exist, and we're going to have to deal with it. What we can do is stop what they're doing in the Palestinians and stop their colonization of the West Bank. That however, definitely must be criticized and all that.
Yeah.
All right. So now, after that, let's go on to the next one now. Why are so many good things being destroyed? And this
The
is
left
from
ruins everything.
2019. I'm not even exactly sure what they mean by things being destroyed, but of course, we'll see in the video. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely freaking stupid. Let's get it bigger. And, oh my god, being stupid. All right, here we go.
If what I am about
Oh my god,
to tell you
Prager
is
again, come on!
true, almost everything we most treasure, freedom, beauty, reason, the family, economic well-being, and even goodness, is in jeopardy. Who or what
The only way they're in jeopardy is because of you conservative dipshits, that's why.
poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years, leftism.
He thinks leftism is powerful. The only ideology that's been in power for like the last 100 years or so is conservatism, pal. With liberalism being like the alternative, which is not that really progressive, other than like FDR and such. Like, stop.
Not liberalism.
Liberalism is the main left-wing ideology that's been around the last 100 years with any sort of power, pal. So stop lying.
Leftism, or if you prefer, progressivism.
Again, progressives have not really had that much power, so stop.
Leftism destroys everything it touches. Here are just
Conservatism destroys everything it touches, pal.
a few examples. 1. The universities. Perhaps the most obvious example, one that many liberals...
Conservatives are against universities because education makes you become liberal.
Universities exist
acknowledge is the left's near destruction of most universities as places of learning. In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal, because of the left, quote, universities are becoming laughingstocks of intolerance.
Yeah, that's
unquote.
cap house.
At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught to shut down, not debate, those who differ with them.
Yeah,
and
shut
to
up.
rely
That's
on
bull crap.
feelings rather than reason.
Same goes for
2,
feelings over facts.
the arts. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was to elevate people. Through beauty, artistic...
When I look at art, I just see it as art. I don't see it really as anything else. You're getting a little bit too symbolic in that. Which, of course, conservatives always do when it comes to
excellence and emotional depth. To the left, the primary purpose of art, sculpture, and music is to shock. That's why so much contemporary art is meaningless.
Well, that's your subjective opinion, pal. To others, art is awesome. I mean, what they find artistic is awesome. Like, you probably won't like monster truck tracks being created, whereas I do. I find that as an art. I find video game music awesome. You probably wouldn't.
And
ooh, this will get you really mad. Anime and manga are awesome. Because we all know there's only 2 cultures in the world that are of importance. America and Japan. All other cultures are inferior. And that makes him jealous.
Involves the scatological, meaning urine and feces. Yes, urine.
People are into that sometimes, pal. There's nothing wrong with it.
And feces. To give one of countless examples, in 2016, the Guggenheim Museum in New York featured a pure gold working toilet, which visitors were invited to use. The name of the exhibit was America, so one could literally relieve oneself on America. 3.
I mean, the rich probably, there are a lot of rich people that probably do have golden toilets. Didn't Trump even have that too?
Yep, Trump has one.
Yeah, it's if anything, it's making fun of like the wealthy in America because they're that fucking stupid. And also, oh boo-hoo, making fun of America. Cap and deal with it. Part of freedom, pal. We can make fun of our own country too.
Freedom of speech.
Yep.
Literature. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer who ever lived, William Shakespeare, with a picture of a black lesbian poet. Why? Because he was a white European male.
Yeah, pal, sure. I wouldn't be surprised if this happened during like Black History Month or something like that.
Yeah.
Or Pride Month. I bet you if you looked into it, that's why. They wouldn't have taken it down because he was a white man. Shut the fuck up and stop. Also, manga best literature, so keep coping and Steven, pal.
Leftist professors have replaced the pursuit of excellence with the pursuit of diversity. 4. Late night television. In
Oh
America,
no, here comes the ultimate Karen
late night
crap.
television shows were completely apolitical.
Oh,
The host-
shut up. They were always political back then. You just agreed with it back then. That's
Exactly.
the difference. Now they don't agree with you, and then you have a meltdown for it. Oh, God.
Exactly.
I wonder how triggered he'd be if he ever saw South Park. Oh, can you imagine his panties in a bunch if he ever saw Drawn Together? Oh, boy. They made fun of... Oh, he would definitely be bad because they made fun of Judaism a lot.
believed their role was to entertain viewers and offer them relief and laughter after a difficult day. No longer, you cannot watch late night television if you just want to be entertained.
You can watch it and be entertained. Like,
Exactly.
it's no difference now, pal. Or you could be like me, who just doesn't watch TV other than for the NFL.
Late night TV is now
I use it for
night.
supercars and a couple other shows that pop up from time to time.
Guess how?
I don't actually do much.
Guess how?
What?
Guess how often my TV's been turned on since the Super Bowl ended? Since February.
How much?
Only 2 times, and that was for the NFL draft in April. It has not been turned on since, and won't be turned on until probably September when the season starts.
TV. 5. Religion. The left has ruined much of mainstream Protestantism and Catholicism.
Sex separation of church and state. I know you don't like it, but that's America, pal. Deal with it.
And non-Orthodox Judaism.
And also, pal, if it wasn't for secularism, your religion would be even more hated on and be dismissed.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
like religion's not going to exist in America unless you adopt liberal policies. Like, I'm sorry, there's no way around it, which means drop your bullshit.
Which are now little more than left-wing organizations with religious symbols.
Oh no, he's mad that churches promote liberalism. Oh, boo fucking who? Oh God, I can only wait for him to go, they're not true Jews or Christians.
In many churches and synagogues, one is more likely to hear the clergy talk about political issues than about
Boo-hoo, deal with it.
any other.
Because guess what? There are liberal and religious places and all that. Big deal. America, pal.
Subject, including even the
Exactly.
Bible.
And of course, you could talk about religion from a liberal perspective, pal, and use religion to promote liberal stuff. Like, sorry,
Yeah, exactly.
sorry, pal. You don't have control over your religious beliefs. Everyone else has other beliefs too in that regard.
6.
And people
Free
can disagree with it in their own religion.
speech.
Oh, of course, you guys hate free speech.
If there was anything
course they
virtually
do.
every American considered a bedrock value, it was freedom of speech.
Unless you're conservative, then
Yet
you're
the
against
left is
it.
destroying even this
Exactly.
unique American achievement. Almost half of America's young people say they believe in free speech, but not for hate speech. Yet the whole point of free speech
They criticize hate speech because it's not cool to be racist and all that. But yeah, it is legal to use free speech to promote racism and all that, but you have to deal with criticism and all that regards.
Exactly.
But-
yeah, you have to.
But guess what, you guys? You censor free speech that you don't like BDS.
Yes,
is that it allows people
yes,
to express
yeah,
any
inflicting
political
violence
or
on
social
people who
position, including
support
one.
BDS.
Oh yeah, that reminds me too. Shutting down all the anti-Palestinian protests that happened over the last
Yep.
several months.
One of us
Even
considers
when they were freaking peaceful.
hate speech.
Yep.
And hate speech now means any position the left differs with. 7.
Fuck off! No,
Race.
it's not. Your definition of hate speech is anything the left says. So
Oh, now we're
get
gonna.
lost.
Hey, now time to get into race baiting. Let's go.
America has become the
Of
least
course.
racist, multiracial society in world history.
America has become the least racist, multiracial society in world history.
No.
I mean, America is not as racist as it once was, and is very, very multiracial, of course. And of course, we're more diverse than Europe, and we handle different racial and ethnic groups better than Europe, who segregates them. So if anything, Europe's worse when it comes to diversity than America, believe it or not, even though we're still pretty racist. But that doesn't exclude the fact that America was a white supremacist state and we have slavery and all that.
It was basically a Nazi state.
And you have to point that out, which you all don't like. If anything, now you want to promote how slavery all of a sudden is good, as we covered, remember.
On a daily basis, Americans of every race and ethnicity get along superbly. But the left constantly poisons young minds with angry diatribes about systemic racism.
Systemic racism exists, pal. Sorry if you don't like hearing that.
Microaggressions.
Well, yeah, that's more like SJW crap. No one really buys that by and large.
And white privilege.
Oh, white privilege definitely does exist. Now, of course, there are some people on the left that unfortunately argue about white privilege in like the stupidest way possible. It makes them look silly, as we covered when we talked about privilege years ago.
Then you've also got remember the black nationalists that argue that that racism is basically genetic to white people.
And privilege
created by the Jews.
Yep. Racism is privilege plus power. You can't be racist if you can't implement your crap. Let's go.
I hate that.
8. The Boy Scouts.
I hate that.
Oh, now he's crying about the Boy Scouts. Oh my God.
He's destroying the Boy Scouts. They're not even the Boy Scouts anymore. They're just the Scouts.
So what?
It's a good thing.
Who cares?
Exactly.
Like, the Boy Scouts originally was almost exclusively men, and there was the Girl Scouts that founded like 10 years later and such right now. But now, first, for all of you don't know, because I don't think we've ever talked about the Boy Scouts. Originally, they would be against like atheists, which is wrong. Eventually, they fixed that. Then they were against gay people. Then they got rid of that. Then they started allowing LGBT people in, and now they're not all the way co-ed, but lately, last few years, they have been starting to become a little bit more co-ed.
That's also because both of them are having problems staying viable.
Yeah, they're not doing as well financially, especially the Girl Scouts. I think I heard some years ago they might even talk about maybe merging, which would be very good.
I heard about that fairly recently. Yeah,
like the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts are good for kids and all that, but you can't be anti-atheist, you can't be anti-LGBT, and you really should encourage men and women working together. Like, that segregation, gender segregation crap is just cringe to me. So, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So, if anything, this is positive. But, of course, you're conservative perus that hate atheists, gays, and women, so that's why you're against it.
Yeah.
The left forced them to admit girls.
Again, what's so wrong with that? And we didn't force them. They're a private organization. They chose to because they realized they wouldn't do well financially if they didn't. That's why. Capitalism again. And I'm actually looking at Boy Scouts on my phone while we talk about this. I'm going to look this up.
Here's the thing about the left. It only destroys. It doesn't build.
Oh, shut up. We're making the Boy Scouts better, you stupid fuck. We're making the Boy Scouts better, dumbass.
The Boy Scouts have helped shape tens of millions of boys.
Yeah, that's good. What's wrong with them trying to help women, too? And atheists and LGBT people. There's nothing wrong with it. Stop. Like Michael Jordan. Stop it, man. Get some help.
Into independent, strong...
Oh, just like the weebs we made fun of last time out. Go touch grass.
Good men. Yeah. So where's the left-wing version of the Boy Scouts?
We're not talking about touching grass-type Pokemon.
Where's the left-wing version of the Boy Scouts? Why do we need necessarily a left-wing Boy Scouts? Why can't the Boy Scouts just be not anti-atheist and anti-LGBT and allow women in?
Yep.
Like, what's the big deal about that? We don't need our own left-wing one. Oh yeah, here we go. On May 7th, so only just a month ago, Boy Scouts of America announced that the organization will change its name to Scout in America. And it'll take place next year. Which is really good. I'm still trying to look up stuff about, like women and all that being involved.
It doesn't exist.
Again, why do we need a left-wing Boy Scouts? Why can't Boy Scouts just allow everyone? Which it does now, so stay mad.
There is none. 9. Male, female.
Oh, God. We're probably going to get into transphobia. Oh, boy, here we go.
Transphobia.
First of all, the left is committed to ending male and female as distinct categories.
No. Shut up.
Children are increasingly raised not to think of themselves as a boy or a girl. Teachers are told not to refer to their students as boys or girls, just students.
No, I don't think that, but if referring to students, that's not a big deal.
New York City, parents do not have to check off male or female on their newborn's birth certificate.
Oh, boo-hoo.
They can check off X.
Like, who cares? Most parents are not going to do that either. Most are going to assume...
Yeah, exactly.
Like, here's the thing. Newborns, if they are gay or trans, we're not going to know for a very long time. So they're just going to assume male and female until otherwise. This is more like really like hardcore, like far left idiots that like really woke and all that want to do that. But most people are not going to do that.
All this imposed gender confusion can only...
There's no gender confusion, you stupid fuck. So stop.
Confused people, and they confused society. So why does the left engage in so much destruction?
We don't. So deal with it.
We don't.
Because it thinks America is essentially a bad country.
Well, America is a bad country.
Is, but all countries are bad to varying degrees, so...
And there are also good things about America. It depends on what it is. Which, you guys, like a lot on the left, there are a lot on the left that are like hardcore American Diabolists, as we had to make fun of over the last few years and so. But also there's American exceptionalists, like you, Prager, that think America is always right no matter what.
But America is only bad compared to utopia. And the left is utopian.
I want America to be more like Scandinavia, pal. And guess what? They're a utopia compared to us. So yeah, keep eating cap. So yeah, we gotta say about that. Us on the left are destroying everything good. Don't you know that?
Apparently.
Another video I didn't dislike. Well, let me go fix that. There we go. Hey, now we're on one that you picked. Eye for an eye. One of the greatest ideas in history. Yeah, sure, pal. Sure, the greatest idea in human history. And of course, they're probably going to get into the religion aspect of this because this is in Christianity. All right, let's see how dog shit this will be. Prager! This is like the third time we've seen you. Can you go away? God.
Even atheists acknowledge that the book that's most responsible for creating Western civilization is the Bible.
I highly doubt most atheists would acknowledge that. No, it was the Enlightenment, pal. Deal with it.
Yep, it was the Enlightenment.
Until very recently, that was considered quite an achievement. After all, it was Western civilization that created societies rooted in individual liberty, rooted in
not
democracy.
Because of the Bible, not because of Christianity.
The equality of all
that was secularism, pal.
And which gave the world the notion of universal human rights.
That Christianity's again.
Of course, these unique moral ideals took centuries to be realized, and the ideals were often violated. But only the West formulated these ideals, let alone achieved them, and then spread them around the world. In the last half-century, however, many of the recipients of these gifts, especially the well-educated, no longer regarded Western civilization as morally superior to any other. And as Reverend...
Yeah, a lot of people on the left don't want to acknowledge that, unfortunately. But the reality is the West is superior in almost every single regard.
For Western civilization fell, so did reverence for the source of that civilization.
The Bible's not the Bible's not the source, pal, so shut up. Deal with it.
Exactly. The Bible is not...
God, man, I can only imagine how he would feel if he read what the Founding Fathers thought about the Bible. Oh boy, he'll probably call them anti-Christians and atheists and evil people and all that.
Only been neglected, but reviled as a foolish...
Like the Founding Fathers thought about the Bible.
Fairy tale at best, and is an immoral work at worst. This view springs not from intellectual rigor, but from intellectual laziness. People throw out all sorts of objections to the Bible as if there were no rational and moral responses to those objections. But the fact is, there are rational and moral responses to all those objections. I give many of them in my book, The Rational Bible. But let me offer...
You write anything rational...
here. In the biblical book of Deuteronomy, it says... If someone has a rebellious son who does not obey his father and mother, his parents can take him to the elders of the city for judgment. And if the son is found guilty, the citizens are to stone him to death.
So stone your kid because they're rebellious. Does that seem moral to you all? Because that seems immoral to me. I don't think being rebellious is worthy of being killed. Sorry.
Sounds pretty primitive, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
In fact, however, it was an enormous moral leap forward. This law ended forever.
I remember the point, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Ownership of their children, and with it, the right to kill them.
Parents have the right to kill their kids, huh, pal? You're really going to make that argument?
Wow.
You really going to do that to justify Christianity? I think you saying that is
Yep.
probably going to make people less likely to be Christian, pal. Hate to break the news to you.
The brilliance of this law was that it seemed to preserve the absolute authority of parents, but in fact ended it.
Yeah,
But
pal,
you will
sure.
respond, the citizens of the city
Aw.
could still kill the child. Theoretically, that was true, but we have no instance of it ever happening in the history of the Jews, the people who brought the book into the world and lived by
That
its
is so
rules.
cap. Of course, Jews,
Critics of
Christians,
Western
Muslims kill people by stoning them. Just stop.
Religion also often
Shut
cite the
fuck
famous
up, dude.
biblical
You're a
law.
fucking idiot.
I'm pretty sure Muslims did that to gay people back in the 2010s, and you conservatives
Yep.
brought it up to justify being Islamophobic.
An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, etc., as another example of an immoral biblical law. But this law, known by its Latin name, lex talionis, the law of retaliation, was another great moral advance. It was not meant to be taken literally, and it never was,
Yeah,
for
sure,
the simple
pal.
reason that it's impossible to exactly duplicate bodily harm.
No, you could.
Only a life for a life was meant literally, and taken literally, there is capital punishment for premeditated murder. So then, what did it mean? For one thing, lex talionis is the ultimate statement of human equality. Every person's eye is as precious as anyone else's. The eye of a prince is worth no more than the eye of a peasant.
He's gonna twist
This was
it
completely new in
into a
history.
pretzel.
The Babylonian Code of Hammurabi, for example, legislated that the eye of a noble was of much greater value than the eye of a commoner. Second, the principle of an eye for an eye ensured only the guilty party was punished for his crime.
Unless, of course, they weren't guilty of anything. What do you do about that one,
Exactly.
pal?
Yep.
Maybe that's why
Yeah.
death penalty shouldn't always be the right thing to do.
In other law codes
Exactly.
and in common practice, if you killed someone's daughter, your daughter would be killed.
But why is that a valid? Why is that a valid thing to do?
Exactly.
Why should you kill someone's kid because your kid got killed?
That was expressly prohibited in the Bible and by the eye for an eye code.
I'm sure if we looked up, there'll probably be justifications of it, which I'm sure
Yeah.
we've covered.
Now the killer would be
Exactly.
punished, not the killer's daughter. Third, lex talionis prohibited unjust revenge. In the ancient world, if a
we
man
know this
gouged
is
out
complete
another
cap.
man's eye, the victim, if he could, would gouge out both the attacker's eyes, or kill him, or hurt his children, and so on. In contrast, eye for an eye ensured that the victim receive appropriate compensation for the damages he suffered, but the punishment had to fit the crime. The next time you read or hear someone argue that the Bible is irrational or immoral,
It is.
tell them how the stone the rebellious son law ended parental killing of children,
It
and
did
how the
that.
eye for an eye law
It
struck
didn't.
a unique blow for human equality and justice.
This is some
If they're intellectually
hardcore
honest,
history
they'll
revisionism
admit
that would
that
make
they have
the
learned
lost causers
something new.
jealous.
I'm Dennis.
Hardcore, like
Oh
fucking.
God, what a joke that was! Oh gosh, that was a dog shit terrible video. Oh my God! Anything to say about it as I just go and dislike that? There we go. Said you can argue religion better than me.
Okay, I'll give you a simple response. Eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
but Dennis Prager might like that.
Oh, he's already blind, so
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Remember a sin because he divorced multiple times.
Yep.
Oof. Don't like that now, do you? All right. So now
Oh,
on
yes.
to the next one, which will be interesting. Dating. Don't waste your
Don't
time.
waste your time.
Gee, I wonder if they'll be very nuanced on this and all that. But this is PragerU, of course, they're probably not.
No, they're not.
Women, here's a revolution.
Oh no, they're gonna blame women. I already know they're gonna blame women for this.
Of
They're gonna
course
blame women.
they
They're gonna blame
are.
women. They're gonna blame women. Oh God, I already know they're gonna blame women. Oh God,
Blame women
they're
and
not gonna.
blame women, blame feminists, and blame the left.
Yep, they're not gonna be nuanced on it whatsoever. Here we go.
Great idea. Date with a purpose. What purpose? Getting married.
No. Date because you want to have fun? I mean, that could be an idea in the future, maybe marrying someone that you go on a date with, but that's not it should not be the main focus.
Whoa, am I moving too fast for you?
Yeah, like you conservative track cunts always are. Oh no.
Yep.
I can already see, it's not just about being anti-women, now they're going to be trying to force women to get married. Are they going to do like the reverse be a man, get married? Oh no. Now they're going to go after the women probably, oh
yes,
god.
They are.
I guess PragerU would be like, hey, we're finally gender equal for once. We go after women now. Let's go.
Comfortable dating you.
Oh no, it's Lauren Chen. Oh god.
Oh
no.
God.
Why? Oh god.
You say is just, well, dating. You know, hookups, casual flings, having fun. Yeah? Who said so? Don't get me wrong, I'm all for fun, but I'm interested
You're
in
a conservative.
No, you're not.
Conservatives don't believe in fun. You're a prude.
something deeper
Oh,
here,
it's
like
her.
happiness. I'm certainly not saying that marriage
Oh, I
should be the
remember
first
this
topic
bitch.
of conversation. At least wait until the pizza is served. Just kidding.
Oh, it's
But
Romy
I am
Millennial.
saying that
That's
you
what
need
she
to
calls
ask
herself
yourself
now.
this question.
Ah,
Why do you want to go on a date with
So
someone?
she's one of those. She's one of these ones.
I bet you if we looked up into her, she'll probably go the way of Lauren Southern, which, hey, hopefully you're not going to get abused like she did. And also, no, I don't want to date people. I think dating's stupid.
Physical attraction? That's important. Common
Looks are irrelevant.
interest in something.
Yeah, common interest, however, though, that's important.
Yep.
But the thing is, I don't know about you, but women, by and large, are not into the same things I am, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's see. Well,
Yep, she's one of those ones.
Like
she's one of the
we both like video
far-right
games.
people.
We both like video games, of course.
Yep.
Now, depending on like Pokemon, yeah, we probably have a good chance maybe with women in that regard. But other than that, probably not. I don't know about. Well, we kind of are into sports, although different kind of sports. Although we're more like into like the physical sports, like maybe the NFL, rugby and such. Women are probably. Well, there are a lot of women that are into the NFL, but probably not that much. And of course, we like motorsports too. You like supercars.
Yep.
I like monster
Oh, yeah.
trucks. I don't know about supercars, but women are not really into monster trucks that much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're progressive. That's one positive in our regard because women are more progressive. I mean, we're weebs. We do like anime and manga and all that. There could be women that are into anime and manga, although, I don't know about you, but they probably won't be like my stuff because I'm the stereotype that likes the ecchi and hentai crap and all that. I don't like that much. I'm trying to think. There are other things I really like and all that, but most involve around the same things. So what about you? Do you think women are going to be in your interests and all that as much?
Some. Unfortunately, one of my interests is Star Wars, and well, you know how fucking toxic and piece of shit that most of the a lot that people are.
Oh god. God dang, his name won't come to my head. Oh no. God, who is his name? Oh yeah, the Quivering. There we go.
Quivering, yes.
Also important.
The Quivering.
But what else? Let's face it, most of the time we, and by we here I'm referring to women, have no idea. We have no plan. That's okay.
Wait, what? Wait, you're saying women have no plans on their future whatsoever? My goodness, that's like the oldest misogynistic trope in history. My goodness. And are you trying to imply that women don't have interests? What? Oh god, this is getting pretty
As
bad.
far as it goes, but as far as it goes is not very far and frankly not very smart. But let's play out the scenario. We too often assume that relationships have levels of commitment, progressing, if they progress at all, like video games. A hookup is level 1, dating is level 2, level 3 living together.
Oh my
and
god, this
then,
sounds like a
after
visual
we've had
novel
those,
now.
Maybe we're ready for marriage. But in fact, relationships usually don't progress that way. Hookups arise out of whim, impulse, or simple attraction. Dating is often based on compatibility or convenience, and sometimes on the hope that something serious might develop. Living together may be based on real love and a tryout for marriage, but it can also be based on less serious considerations like lack of other opportunities, desire for a roommate, or the inability to afford a single apartment.
Is that a problem, however? I don't see how that's a problem.
But marriage is a different enterprise entirely. Those looking for a good marriage are looking for someone who wants to build a shared life. They're looking for someone who shares their values and beliefs, moral, political, and, where applicable, religious. They view each other not only as a partner, but as something even more profound, husband and wife.
Oh, of course, conveniently ignoring, conveniently ignoring gay people, of course.
Husband and wife of the same race is also, this is Lauren Chan says she's also of the same race.
The problem with so many dating relationships is that people enter them with completely different understandings of what the ideal outcome should be. He wants X and she wants Y. And it's easy to get distracted and fooled by superficial compatibility. They're thrilled they both like kombucha, kayaking, and karaoke on the weekends. That's all great, but when do you get down to the stuff that really matters over the long run?
What if they don't care about that crap, though, pal?
Stuff like marriage, family, faith, and values.
Okay, well, first off, faith, fuck that shit. We're atheists. We don't, that out the table, into the trash can, get that shit on my site. And also marriage, take that shit and put it in the trash can, too. I don't want to get married either. I don't know about you. Family, I don't know about that one. Well, values, of course, you gotta be. And of course, values, you gotta be progressive if you want to be on my dick. Sorry, so that is very important. All that. Where's interest and all that? That's very valuable and all that. So yeah, most of this is trash that I don't care about.
I say the sooner the better. If a relationship looks like it has a future, talk about it early on. And if it doesn't look like it has a future, what are you doing in it?
Because it's fun. You ever consider that? Oh, that's right. Like I said, conservatives, they don't agree with having fun.
I have no doubt the reason so many women get stuck in dead-end relationships is that it has become taboo, or to be precise, not politically correct, for a woman to articulate what she really wants. Which
women can articulate whatever they want. We don't care on the left. It's only you conservatives that care.
Takes me back to marriage and why women crave it. Here are 3 reasons. Protection, commitment, love. Nothing wrong with wanting those things. It is something
there is nothing wrong, but not all women value that though. Likewise, men don't always value that either.
Women have wanted and great societies have valued for thousands of years. It is something men still want too. Little wonder, study after study shows that those in good marriages are happier, healthier, even wealthier than those who are not.
Yeah, we refute a whole bunch of those arguments when Be a Man, Get Married showed up, pal.
Like anything you want, you have to work toward it. And anything that isn't moving you toward your goal is a waste of time. What's the difference between living with someone and marriage? It's the...
Who cares?
The difference between referring to the man in your life as my boyfriend, significant other, or partner, and referring to him as my husband.
Again, who cares? I don't care. I'm like Bakura in that one clip in the abridged. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
And him referring to you as my wife as compared with my girl.
First off, I would say waifu instead because I'm a weeb. And also, I don't care.
Girlfriend. Ask anyone who has taken the plunge and they'll tell you. Living together and marriage have little in common.
I don't care.
It's sort of like the difference between living in a country and being a citizen of that country. The latter, with its commitments, obligations, and expectations, means a lot more. To someone who tells you that a marriage license is trivial, just a piece of paper,
it is a trivial piece of paper.
If it's just...
But I mean, you could value it very much that it's not a trivial piece of paper, which, hey, fine, go ahead, do what you want to do. But to me, it's a trivial piece of paper.
Just a piece of paper. Why are you so reluctant to sign it? The answer...
Because I think it's stupid and has negative things that would happen to me as a man. So that's why I'm against getting married.
The answer, of course, is that no one believes that it's trivial.
I believe it's trivial.
It's the most important decision you'll ever make.
The most important decision you'll ever make? No.
No.
So, treat it that way. Here's a good rule of thumb. Think about the kind of relationship you want as much as you think about the kind of career you want. I'm not anti-career. I'm just pro-relationship.
You are.
Specifically,
yes,
pro-marriage.
You want women
because
to be
when you
chained
get
up naked and trapped in the kitchen between the bedroom
and wearing a naked apron.
If they're lucky.
That's the best relationship
or maybe forced to wear the maid outfit.
And it starts with the first date. I'm Lauren Chen, host of Pseudo Intellectual on Blaze TV.
Yeah, you are a
Prager
pseudo intellectual
University.
dipshit cunt. Oh my god.
you are.
What a trash video that was. It was the women version of Be a Man, Get Married. And oh gee, I wonder why all of a sudden this one that goes after women has nowhere near the amount of dislikes as it did with men. Because incels actually
almost
like...
as if their audience are a bunch of misogynists.
Yeah, and they just don't like it when men are going after for stupid reasons. So yeah, trashy video. Women, you do whatever you want, just like men do whatever you want. Not everyone wants to get married, and there's nothing wrong with it. Deal with it. And marriage is not that special either. And now, oh boy, we're on the final one for part 1. Was the Civil War about slavery?
About slavery.
Oh boy,
Oh,
I can't wait to see the lost cause bull crap of this one. Oh boy, here we go to wrap it up. And by the way, people, we got a whole bunch of Civil War stuff come up in part 2, so see that when it comes up, when the whole video does.
Was the American Civil War fought because of slavery? More than 150 years later, this remains a controversial question. Why?
It shouldn't be.
Because many people don't want to believe that the citizens of the southern states were willing to fight and die to preserve a morally repugnant institution.
Maybe they didn't care about that, but that was the reality of the states, not necessarily the people. All the states that seceded, it all boiled down to slavery.
There has to be another reason, we are told. Well, there isn't. The evidence is clear and overwhelming. Slavery was, by a wide margin, the single most important cause of the Civil War.
What? Prager, you actually admitting that the Civil War was about slavery? What?
What?
I based PragerU all of a sudden? What?
Weird nice.
Okay. I mean, you guys have done so many videos defending lost causes. Now all of a sudden you're getting to the meat of the issue that the correct issue? I'm stunned. I can't believe it. I'm actually stunned that I actually admit that.
Yeah.
Like, guys, they've done videos saying that was the opposite before. Now all of a sudden they're saying it is the real reason. But yes, slavery is the reason the Civil War happened. That's all it was to it.
For both sides. Before the presidential election of 1860, a South Carolina newspaper warned that the issue before the country was the extinction of slavery and called on all who were not prepared to surrender the institution to act.
Which is funny because if Lincoln won, he wasn't going to ban slavery. He was going to try and prevent the spread of it. Which, of course, all the idiots in the South insisted that he was going to ban slavery, and that's why they revolted. But that was not the case.
Shortly after Abraham Lincoln's victory, they did. The secession documents of every southern state made clear, crystal clear, that they were leaving the Union in order to protect their peculiar institution of slavery, a phrase that at the time meant the thing special to them. The vote to secede was 169-0 in South Carolina, 166-7 in Texas, 84-15 in Mississippi. In no southern state was the vote close. Alexander Stephens of Georgia, the Confederacy's vice president, clearly articulated the views of the South in March 1861. Our new government, he said, was founded on slavery. Its foundations are laid. Its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, submission to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition.
I can't believe they actually
despite the evidence, many continue to argue that other factors superseded slavery as the cause of the Civil War. Some argue that the South only wanted to protect states' rights. But this raises an obvious...
The states' rights to what? Oh, it's right. Slavery.
Question. The states' rights to what? Wasn't it to maintain and spread slavery? Moreover, states' rights was not an exclusive Southern issue. All the states, North and South, sought to protect their rights. Sometimes they petitioned the federal government. Sometimes they quarreled with each other. In fact, Mississippians complained that New York had too strong a concept of states' rights because it would not allow Delta planters to bring their slaves.
Oh no! New York doesn't allow slavery! Oh boo-hoo! States' rights, pal. Guess what? We don't agree with slavery, so eat shit.
To Manhattan. The South was
Although I feel kind of weird saying it because Maryland still did allow slavery. We just didn't succeed.
Preoccupied with states' rights because it was preoccupied first and foremost with retaining slavery. Some argue that the cause of the war was economic. The North...
an economic issue of what? Oh, that's right, slavery.
The North was industrial and the South agrarian.
And industrial North superior, and that's why we won. Eat crap.
And so the two lived in such economically different societies that they could no longer stay together. Not true. In the middle of the 19th century, both North and South were agrarian societies. In fact, the North produced far more food crops than did the South. But Northern farmers had to pay their farmhands, who were free to come and go as they pleased, while Southern plantation owners exploited slaves over whom they had total control. And it wasn't just plantation owners who supported slavery. The slave society was embraced by all classes in the South. The rich had multiple motivations for wanting to maintain slavery, but so did the poor, non-slaveholding whites. The peculiar institution ensured that they did not fall to the bottom rung of the social ladder. That's why another argument that the Civil War couldn't have been about slavery because so few people owned slaves has little merit. Finally, many have argued that President Abraham Lincoln fought the war to keep the Union together, not to end slavery. That was true at the outset of the war, but he did so with the clear knowledge that keeping the Union together meant either spreading slavery to all the states, an unacceptable solution, or vanquishing it altogether. In a famous campaign speech in 1858, Lincoln said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." What was it that divided the country? It was slavery and only slavery. He continued, "I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. It will become all one thing or all the other." Lincoln's view never changed, and as the war progressed, the moral component, ending slavery, became more and more fixed in his mind. His Emancipation Proclamation in 1863.
Who is this guy? I want to look him up.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing, guys, too. When the Civil War broke out, the Union's goal to win the Civil War was to preserve the Union. It wasn't even about abolishing slavery. It was later on in the war when it became clear that we were going to win. That's when it became part of the goal and all that.
Turned that into law. Slavery is the great shame of America's history. No one denies that.
Unless you're a lost cause or a conservative that fervently defends slavery now all of a sudden.
But it's to America's everlasting credit that it fought the most devastating war in its history.
Yeah, the war that caused the most damage in American history. Not even World War II and all that came close to how much death and destruction.
In order to abolish slavery. As a soldier...
And that was all you Southerners' fault for seceding and starting the whole thing. You have no one to blame but yourself.
I am proud that the United States Army, my army, defeated the Confederates. In its finest hour, soldiers wearing this blue uniform, almost 200,000 of them former slaves themselves, destroyed chattel slavery, freed 4 million men, women, and children from human bondage, and saved the United States of America.
At the cost of almost over 800,000 people. The bloodiest war in American history.
I'm Colonel Ty Sigilly, professor and head, Department of History at the United States Military Academy, West Point, for Prager University.
So, yeah, that was stunning.
This guy is actually, I'm reading up on this guy, and from what I can read, this dude's pretty based.
And I found out I disliked this video. No surprise being PragerU, but let me remove that dislike, actually. I actually removed the dislike from a PragerU video. That is probably the only good video PragerU's ever done.
Yeah.
That was actually the left-wing arguments.
Yeah.
They actually point out...
Even beating out the Christina Hoff Summers videos.
And so many comments saying that they thought it was going to be a Southern revisionist video, which, yes, guys, they have done Southern revisionism crap before. This feels even old. This was back in 2015, which is wild because they've done...
I can tell you now, this guy's not... he did not spend long at Prager University. I can guarantee that. He would have been thrown out after this video.
Yeah, because they've done several Southern revisionist videos, which we're going to be covering their most infamous one that was so bad that it got deleted, and we had to watch Vosh's video on it. It's so funny. So yeah, I cannot believe they actually did an actual good video for once. That actually goes against conservative bullshit. Wow. that was what a wild way to wrap up part 1. I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what do you got to say about that stunner? Oh, my goodness.
That was wild. That was surprisingly very based.
All right, guys. So, that's going to wrap up for part 1. See you all soon for part 2. Well, guys, we're back for part 2 of our liberal asshole show, PragerU Takedown. As, oh boy, we're going to finally get to the final 13 parts in this one. As, oh boy, we got a lot of them and we're waiting to trash them. So, the first one on the list is... And of course, thank you, YouTube. I was trying to move over to that tab, and you go and delete it. Thank you very much, and I gotta re-upload it again. You stupid fuck. I pressed on move tab, not outright delete it. Now I gotta move it back over again, and rewind it. So anyways, here we go. Margaret Thatcher, the woman who saved Great Britain, said no one ever, and I mean no one ever.
The woman who destroyed the world.
If you think the world is a mess now, that just means you weren't around in the 1970s. In Britain, where I grew up, the low point was known as the Winter of Discontent, a line borrowed from Shakespeare's Richard III. The inflation rate in 1975 was 27%. The trains were always late, the payphones were always broken, nothing worked.
Well, no wonder, since you all still never really recovered economically that long after World War II. That sucks for you.
Worst of all were the recurrent strikes. Strikes by coal miners, strikes by dockers, strikes by printers, strikes by refuse collectors.
All based,
strikes
so deal
even
with it.
by gravediggers. It felt as if there was no way back. And then came...
Well, it was options. Do based, progressive policies. Like the Labour Party used to be at that time, too.
Yes.
Margaret Thatcher. Between May 1979, when she entered 10 Downing Street as Prime Minister, and November 1990, when she stepped down, she changed everything.
For the worst! Let's go!
Well, yep, way worse.
Your guy's Reagan. He sucked for us, and she sucked for you. Deal with it.
Yep.
Born on October the 13th, 1925, she was an improbable saviour. Nothing in her middle-class childhood suggested the future ahead of her. A diligent student, she got into Oxford as a chemistry major. She worked for a small plastics company after leaving college, but was rejected for a position at the British chemical giant ICI because, as the personnel report stated, this woman is headstrong, obstinate, and dangerously self-opinionated.
That sounds somewhat misogynistic.
Yeah.
That seems a little odd and wrong.
3 of those attributes when she entered the world of politics as a Conservative candidate in 1950. After several failures, she finally entered Parliament in 1959. For the next 2 decades, she steadily worked her way up through the party ranks. As early as 1975, Thatcher had come up with a wonderful line about the opposition Labour Party. They've got the usual socialist disease. They've run out of other people's money.
Oh, so convincing. So convincing. It sounds like something American conservatives say. Oh, wait, they've been saying forever.
Yep, they've been saying that for a long time.
It's conservatives. It's the conservative party that takes all your money, pal.
This she contrasted memorably.
Conservatives are like
our disease. That's what they are.
Yes.
Now,
with the Conservatives, the problem is they're running out of poor people's money.
And then we're going to kill them.
The British inheritance. Yep. A man's right to work as he will, to spend what he earns, to own property, to have the state as servant and not as master. This was the essence of Thatcherism, and it was just the tonic that the patient, the British economy, needed.
Let's say the exact opposite, pal. Hate to break the news to you.
Yep.
It's fashionable nowadays.
Weren't there striking workers that got murdered during Thatcher's time?
Perhaps.
To argue that there was no Thatcher miracle in the 1980s.
There wasn't.
Not only
it was the Thatcher destruction of the world.
This is an essential point. Thatcherism wasn't just about raising productivity or creating jobs. Just as important was the goal of defeating inflation and restoring prosperity to the middle class. This
didn't happen, pal.
It emphatically achieved.
No, it didn't.
Yet the event that more than any other defined Margaret Thatcher's premiership was not economic, but military. The Falklands War against Argentina established her irrevocably in the public mind as the new Britannia.
Poor people in Argentina.
A warrior queen who gloried in victory. People up in and of course it ensured a Conservative win in the 1983 election.
Yeah, the Falkland Wars was literally the only thing that saved her, pal, though, so that's not really much to say about.
There's no question that sending the Royal Navy Task Force to the South Atlantic took great political courage. Many in her own
I don't know if I
party
would necessarily call it courage when you're trying to protect an island you control, but I guess that's just me, apparently.
For a negotiated settlement. But the lady was not for turning. Not because she was nostalgic for the days of empire, but because the invasion was to her mind morally and legally wrong. Not without reason did a Soviet magazine nickname Thatcher the Iron Lady. Along with her ideological soulmate, US President Ronald Reagan, she was unhesitating in her opposition to
buddy Bob Hawke,
the Soviet Union. When the Soviets deployed intermediate-range nuclear missiles in Eastern Europe, she fully supported, despite fierce opposition, Reagan's countermove to send American cruise and Pershing missiles to Western Europe. It's still terribly hard for those who opposed her to admit it, but Margaret Thatcher was right about most things.
No, how about privatization of the railroads? That was a complete disaster. Look how bad that went. And look at all the problems y'all dealing with right now, which you're still dealing with from after World War II. Because your guys' policies sucks, because you all keep putting the conservatives in, which sucks.
She was right.
And then, of course, your Labour Party went neoliberal too, which also sucks.
British trade unions had become much too powerful. She was...
No, they've gotten weaker, and that's not good.
Right that inefficient, nationalised industries had to be privatised.
Like I just brought up with the railroad industry. It was a terrible idea.
And she was right that the West could win the Cold War.
I mean, that was pretty obvious. You don't even need conservatives to point that out. It was obvious we were going to win.
Can't bear Britain in decline, she told...
But the UK's been declined since World War II, pal. Actually, no, even before then. World War I. It was weakened after World War I, but World War II finally killed it.
Yep.
You're all dying like Russia, just more slowly, and still being democratic.
The BBC interviewer in April 1979. I just can't. Nor could we. For much of the 1970s, that decline had looked irreversible.
It still is irreversible.
It still is irreversible. The UK was by the year 2200. The Earth the UK is on is slowly going to start sinking into the sea. That's how bad the decline is. The UK will eventually cease to exist in both metaphorically and literally as it sinks into the earth.
Industrial unrest. She revived the idea of a property-owning democracy. And with her courageous and principled foreign policy.
How about no?
Oh, so courageous to defend territory in the Falkland Wars when Argentina attacked. So courageous.
And standing in the world.
The UK standing has gone down during that time because she sucked.
Those of us who stood by her are entitled to feel proud that we were on history's winning side. But we should have no illusions about the humble, supporting roles we played. She was the leader. Proof that sometimes it really is a single individual who can change the course of history.
In a negative way.
Infinitely worse.
For the better. I'm Neil Ferguson.
She sucked, pal. Deal with it. So yeah, we gotta see about that. Trash to start off with.
Yeah, no surprise coming from PragerU University.
Guys, Margaret Thatcher sucked for the UK, and they're still dealing with the problems to this day, just like we're dealing with Reagan's problems 40-something years later. She sucked.
Just like we're doing in Australia with Bob Hawke.
Like, the only thing that she could argue that was a good thing was saving the Falkland Islands, but that's not, like, oh my god, all of a sudden she's awesome. No, it's just not enough. No. So yeah, trash.
No, I mean, it says something when Bob Hawke is the best of the three. Like, he at least implemented some good stuff for Australia.
Alright, so now, on to probably the funniest video ever. This video was so bad that they actually... This video was so bad, everyone, that they actually deleted it a few days after they uploaded it, so we have to watch Vosh's video, which unfortunately is going to be very long because he has to keep interjecting in it, but there's no other way to watch it because they delete it. So anyways, this video was about them defending not taking down statues of Robert E. Lee, the former Confederate general during the American Civil War. And they were making like the stupidest arguments possible of why his statue should remain up. And oh god, this is so bad. It got bad enough to the point where they inadvertently defended slavery. it's hilarious. How could you do that? It was that bad and it got deleted. Like, we made fun of, like, remember their Be a Man, Get Married video and other ones, but I got overwhelmingly disliked. They never delete them. This is the only one I know they actually deleted, because it was that horrendous. So, here we go, and enjoy Vosh's laughter, too, and all that crap, but no other choice. Also very loud. And yeah, of course, back then for a while when PragerU kept doing all those annoying ass music in the background, like their videos are like a minute long or something like that. Oh god.
Yeah.
Wait, come on. Statues of great historical figures like Robert E. Lee are being torn down across America. True. Good.
Here are some. And that's been happening over the last few decade or so. Now, of course, what people don't point out is that a lot of them were Confederate monuments, which should not be up there, period, because you all lost. So eat cap, eat shit, deal with it, get over it.
The fire.
And also a reminder that they were put up mostly during the civil rights era as a fuck you to civil rights. So it's not like they were like put up right after the Civil War was over.
Facts about Lee that remind us why his statue should remain.
Alright guys, are you ready for the reasons why Robert E. Lee's statue should remain up? Because these are going to be goodies.
Robert E. Lee was connected to George Washington through his father, like Horace Harry Lee.
So, the first reason he should stay up is because he was related to George Washington. Yeah, guys. Why should your statue be up because you're related to a former president? That is so irrelevant. I could maybe be related to a former president for all we know. Does that mean I should get a statue? No. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Like, this is not even the worst one. Already off to a stupid start.
Okay. Washington's cavalry commander. And
why is the audio mixing on this video so bad? Did they just find like a free track on YouTube and like download it and just like overlay the audio?
No, he's related to the president. If that's the best you come up with, maybe you should consider maybe there's just not a good reason to keep statue up and just let it get taken down and deal with it.
Martha Washington's great-granddaughter.
Nobody cares.
Lee's home at...
Damn, dude, should we just put statues up of every fucking distant relative of Washington? What are you talking about?
Arlington House was just 10 miles from Washington's Mount Vernon.
What?
Today is the site of Arlington National Cemetery.
Okay.
So that's another reason why we should have a statue up, because his home is now a national cemetery? Again, I don't really see how that's a good reason.
Okay.
After 30 years of military service, Lee led U.S. Marines to crush the attempted slave rebellion by radical abolitionist John Brown in October 1859.
Wait!
And here we go. This was the funny part, and this was led it being taken down. They called John Brown a radical abolitionist. And of course, there's so much I'm going to talk about. I'm going to even probably piss off like Vosh and all them too. But first off, the way you describe it, you make it sound like you think abolitionism is radical, like trying to ban slavery and abolish and stuff like that. That's not radical. That's the based opinion. Slavery wrong. End discussion.
Yep.
Now they get into more nuanced topic on this. Yes, John Brown actually was radical. He actually is a terrorist too. He killed people to try to abolish slavery and all that. So there's more nuance to him instead of being like Vosh, like, oh my god, John Brown is so base and all that because he was on the right side. Even if you're on the right side, doesn't mean you're still good for doing the wrong things. He did kill people and all that. And for all of you that don't know, if you don't know about the rebellion of 1859, John Brown and his kids raided a federal armory, I think it was in Virginia, to try and steal guns and give them to slaves to do a slavery uprising. And of course, it failed. Wow. It failed. Almost all were killed except him. And funny enough, guess who went in and captured him?
Robert E. Lee?
Yep, when he was a Union general at the time. The irony. But yeah, captured him, and then a few months later he was hung, and that was one of the things that led to the Civil War. That's a thing in Vicky too. It has to happen before the Civil War can break out too. Funny enough. But yeah, there's more nuance when it comes to John Brown. Don't be like Vosh and the idiots in chat like, oh my god, he is so awesome because he was an abolitionist. He is. He is objectively a terrorist and all that. You gotta be more nuanced.
It sounds like Saw Gerrera.
What?
If you know enough about Star Wars to know who Saw Gerrera is.
I do not know, so enlighten me.
It was a guerrilla fighter in the Clone Wars on Onderon. And then once his sister, who led their fight against separatists, died, he basically became an imperial terrorist who's just become an inconvenience to everyone.
You know, like there's gotta be more nuance to it. But just don't be like washing all them.
Like that's how he sounds like. He sounds like
you're
Saw
selling
Gerrera.
that as a positive.
And also, as Vosh said, that's not a reason to keep the statue up too.
Yep.
Wait, I appreciate them being so forthcoming with their pro-slavery perspective. Why should we immortalize Robert E. Lee with a statue? Well, he did slaughter slaves in a slave uprising.
Well, I don't know about doing that. He just stopped a federal armory invasion, pretty much.
Yeah.
John Brown. I don't know about stopping a slave rebellion.
30 years.
Which there has been plenty of them, like decades beforehand. There have been slave rebellions that unfortunately failed.
Military service. Lee led U.S. Marines to crush the attempted slave rebellion.
I actually can't believe they're throwing this one. Boo. This one should have stayed in the drafts. What the fuck am I looking at?
By radical abolitionist John Brown.
Based anti-slavery John.
Again, Vosh. He's a terrorist.
He's not based. He's the real life Saw Gerrera. So he's
there's
not
nuance
a good person.
He's not. I wouldn't say he's like automatically wrong or evil, but he's not automatically good and base either. There's nuance to it. Don't be stupid in the other direction, Vosh. You're being the opposite of PragerU right now. That's defending
this.
Why would you say radical abolitionist like it's a bad thing?
This is why I wish we had the original video.
This
we
is
probably would be done by
like
now.
a pro-slavery video. This is actually being framed as a pro-slavery video.
And yeah, Vosh is right.
Any
this was
scenario
really
in which John Brown is being made the villain via the descriptor radical abolitionist.
It's wild seeing PragerU and Vosh be on the opposite ends of the perspective and being both wrong.
There are no dog whistles here. This is just a pro-slavery video.
In October 1859, 21 co-conspirators had seized a federal armory, and all of them were killed or captured, including John Brown, who was tried and hanged for treason.
Yeah.
I mean, that is treason. Invading an armory of the federal government, even if it was to try and arm slaves inside a slave rebellion for freedom and all that, it's still treason. Just like he's still a terrorist. It's an objective thing.
It was a slave rebellion. They were human property. They fucking killed a bunch of slave owners. They fucking ground your honky.
He did. Oh, honky Vosh. Oh boy. Whoa, Vosh. That's a racial slur against whites. You better be careful there, pal. You remember when you got taken down for using cracker years ago and Hassan on Twitch? You ought to be careful with that term, Vosh, because that's not based. And also, like I said, there was no slave rebellion when John Brown did this. He failed to try and get the guns.
He failed.
He didn't get. There was no slave rebellion to begin with because the first part didn't work.
Necks into the dirt. I guess they're still mad.
Well, yes, the South is still mad about
slavery a moral and political evil.
I always have been, always will be.
Oh yeah, here's another reason why his statue should stay up. Lee deemed slavery a moral and politically evil in any country. Yet he, seceded.
He had slaves.
I don't know about that, but
he does. He did. Not a huge number, but he did.
Had to look into that more. But more importantly, he still seceded and joined the CSA, pal. So I don't really care about what he feels on in that regard. And also, there are a lot of people back then, even if they weren't pro-slavery, they still were racist too. Even a lot of people in the Union, there were a lot of anti-slavery racist people. We don't like blacks, but we don't think they should be enslaved and all that. So again, still not a good reason why his statue should remain up.
And why did he kill the slave uprising?
Again, Vosh, there was no slave uprising.
But considered it a greater evil to the white man than to the black.
Oh, but he considered it a greater evil to the white man than to the black race.
Since blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa.
Since blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa. I mean,
Maybe now, but not like back then. Not so much back then. Maybe now, but not.
Blacks, I mean, American blacks under slavery in America compared to Africa. I mean, maybe in some ways they were better in America, but it still doesn't justify slavery. like that's the main point.
Yeah.
Slavery's still wrong. Just like, remember the argument that idiots last year tried to argue that slavery was based because it gave slaves like skills and all that. Remember that?
Oh God, I remember that.
Like, even if that might be true, it still doesn't justify slavery because slavery wrong. End of discussion.
Yes, slavery is wrong automatically.
Is this really a PragerU video? This is actually real. Wait.
Well, it was real, but not anymore because they deleted it.
This is actually PragerU? Yeah, this is actually PragerU. These are literally just like Nazi tier arguments. This is actually real. I actually can't believe it.
Like I said, guys, they deleted this video.
I've made videos before where I say like PragerU goes mask off, but now I feel like I shouldn't have because everything else that I've ever said about them pales in comparison to how mask off this is. This is literally a pro-slavery video. I mean, again, like I do. Are we really surprised? No. You know what? I will.
No,
at the risk of coming off a fool, I will say I am surprised that they're being this blatant. I actually am. Yeah.
Yep.
Opposing secession.
Not as big an idiot as PragerU, but that's literally impossible.
For the country than a dissolution of the Union. But when Virginia seceded in a close vote, Lee resigned his commission. Despite offers to command Union forces, Lee opted to organize the defense of his native state.
Yeah, he's a traitor. A traitor. Which
is
funny because
he's guilty of treason.
Because for a long time, the South, despite all their massive disadvantages, fought the Civil War for quite a long time because they were good at one thing. Their generals were better at the very start. Maybe, Lee, you should have fought in the Union. Maybe we would have won the Civil War much sooner because you were like one of the few smart generals in the war, for crying out loud. Like, come on.
After 4 years as...
This is literally...
And you know what? That could actually be maybe a good argument you could maybe say of keeping his statues up because he was a very good general. Like, you could maybe make that argument, but... I don't know if that would be enough to convince me.
Just to he's like, he's virtuous because he put down the slave rebellion. He thought blacks had it better as slaves than they did in Africa. And because he chose not to fight for the freedom of black people.
As Confederate commander, Lee became an icon of reconciliation upon his surrender. As president of Virginia's Washington College, he favored education for freed slaves, but opposed their right to vote.
Okay.
So, he wants them to be educated, but still were against their rights to vote. So, still a racist then. Sorry, pal.
Still Nazi, yes.
Lee died from a stroke in 1870 and is buried beneath Lee Chapel in what's now Washington and Lee University. His legendary warhorse, Traveler, rests in a plot nearby.
What argument is being made here?
That was
2/3 of this.
Yeah, that was it. I was like 4 or 5 arguments, all of them dog shit. Like, I'm the only one that even brought up even a potential possible argument you can make, and even that's not even necessarily good. Yeah, we've already gone through half the video. This video's gone long enough. I don't think Vosh covers anything more about it because that video was already over with. So yeah, what do you guys say about that video? Both PragerU being unironically pro-slavery and Vosh being an idiot.
I think Vosh would, if he was in the Star Wars universe, would unironically simp for Saw Gerrera.
Yep, not surprised. So yeah, so we gotta see about their defense of Robert E. Lee statues not being taken down. Were you convinced?
No.
Fucking idiot.
Very far from it.
Like, there's nothing wrong with statues being taken down. Here, how about the compromise? How about we put them in a museum or something like that? Because regardless of how bad,
or at least do like a version of them with in a museum, or like because the ones they have there are often like A, really bad, and B, like
because he still has some
like historical 4 or 5 times the normal ones.
Still has some
like if we get a size like Robert E. Lee one, like a life size one of Robert E. Lee, in a museum that talks about like his time as a general, but also acknowledging that he's a slaver
and a traitor,
and a traitor guilty of treason.
Yep, like regardless of what we feel about these people, he still is historically significant in American history, and we can't just ignore it regardless of how we feel about them. We gotta cover it regardless. But yeah, that would probably be the compromise and all that. But of course, conservatives will not ever take any compromise when they get it. All right, so now, what's the next video?
A progressive's guide to political correctness. Yeah, it's not going to be.
Yeah, because you guys are not progressive. We're progressive, but we don't believe in political correctness either, so kind of interested to see how this is going to go. So let's see how bad this is going to be.
How indignant can progressives make themselves? There's a real competition going on, and it's sweeping the nation. Progressive versus progressive competing to see who can most flamboyantly claim to be offended.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of prudes on the left. We can't deny that. We've seen them before over the years.
Oh, God, we see them regularly.
But that doesn't mean all the people on the left are.
All the serfs and swerfs that are like that.
Yep, there are a lot of people on the left that are like that, but not all of them. But also, you guys on the right are worse, so I don't want to hear it.
Oh,
to proclaim that their feelings have been hurt.
You guys cry about your feelings being hurt all the time and want to ban stuff, so I don't want to hear it.
Or that their sensitivities have been rubbed raw, or
conservatives do the same thing.
Their serenity disturbed, or
conservatives do the same thing.
Composure discombobulated.
Conservatives, same thing.
By something that someone has.
Like this video is already. We're not even 30 seconds in. It's already contradicting everything they say about
it's already
progressives.
It's already this video is going to be one great big projection.
Yep, everything this person gonna say is guaranteed to be on the right, but even worse.
Said, or by something they have seen, such as a Confederate flag.
You guys are offended about the rainbow flag. I don't want to hear it.
And you people are offended by that. Yeah, you guys are offended by interracial couples existing as well.
You guys were offended about hanging the American flag upside down, but then all of a sudden when Trump got convicted, now all of a sudden you're all doing it. You're full of shit. I don't want to hear it. And here's something I'll probably trigger the left.
More shit than a backed up toilet.
And here's something I'll probably trigger a bunch of left. I think if you're on private property, you should be able to wear it. Fly a Confederate flag if you want. Hell, unfortunately, a lot of people down here where I lived over the last 11 years have done that. But it's their private property; they have the right to do that. But public, oh hell yeah, take that shit down from everywhere and stuff.
Yeah.
But you gotta get over it otherwise. Like it's part of history, regardless of how you feel about it.
Or a building named after Woodrow Wilson.
Well, he was one of the worst presidents ever, so of course people are going to have a problem with it. And what's wrong with having his name changed and maybe a better president?
But actually, I think progressives are not sufficiently imaginative. There are many more things they could be indignant about, starting with where I live, Washington, D.C. The Washington Post newspaper is, if it will pardon the expression, on the warpath against the name of the Washington Redskins football team.
The name should have been. Well, first off, progressives were raging about for decades about the Redskins name, and you all made fun of them for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You people got triggered by got triggered by us getting quote triggered.
Yeah, you say this is more of an important thing to be deal with. Okay, they made a big deal about it, and you all still have a meltdown about it. You made fun of people for doing it, and all that. And yes, it should have been the name should have been changed, and all that. It's not a big deal.
The name is racist, insulting, demeaning, insensitive, and so on.
It was.
But the Washington Post takes its name from its city.
And of course, another thing that's going to trigger on the left, I'm still going to call them the Redskins in like Madden games from 1932 to 2019 and all that, because that's what they were called back then. Sorry, you have to deal with it. I've triggered so many people on the left for refusing to not call them that back then.
Which is named for George Washington, who was not only a slave owner, he was a tobacco farmer.
Well, first off, being a tobacco farmer, I don't think anyone cares. A slave owner, yeah, that is a fall of Washington, all that. But I don't recall people making a big deal about the Washington Post being called out, because I don't think people care enough. See, unlike Robert E. Lee, there's more nuances when it comes to Washington, since he is the first president. Like, there's so many good things that could potentially counter the bad, so it's like a wash, basically. Yeah. And that's why
he's a mixed bag.
Yep, and helped fight in the Revolutionary War and all that. So there's like more nuances with it. That's why he's able to get away with being a slave owner easier than Robert E. Lee.
Robert E. Lee.
Like he has ways to get away around it.
Which some progressives probably think is almost as awful.
No way! Well, there are a lot of progressives that do have a problem with George Washington and think he should be removed and all that. But most people are not on their side, though.
Surely the Post should change its name and should demand that the nation's capital be renamed. Perhaps as Eleanor Roosevelt City. Obviously, it cannot be.
How often have we heard that?
I've never heard people have a meltdown. Oh, I guess we're going to have to change Washington State's name too, then, because that was actually also named after Washington too. Again, I don't think people care about that enough.
It's supposed to be confusion. It is confusing.
And I also don't even recall, because we've seen a lot of idiot progressives cry about stuff. I don't recall them ever crying about Washington, D.C. getting its name changed or anything like that.
Neither have I.
Husband, he who ordered the internment of 117,000 persons of Japanese.
Well, first off, you guys would support it back then, so I don't want to hear it. You guys would defend FDR interning Japanese Americans back then. And also, that is one of the very few things FDR did that was 100% wrong, and it was just racism, period. But he also did so many good things, ended the Great Depression, and won World War II. So, again, just like Washington, it's a wash. You got to point out the good and the bad.
Descent, 2/3 of whom were native-born American citizens.
Yep, it was
and
just
there
racism.
are hundreds of other towns, counties, parks, and schools named for Washington, such as Washington and Lee University.
They just brought that up in the last one.
The name is double hate speech. Robert.
I mean, I wouldn't support taking Lee's name off because, unlike Washington, he 100% sucks.
Lee actually commanded.
Like the only thing I could say he's good at was he was like the best Confederate general, and he was a big reason why they were survived for so long. But other than that, no. I can name like a million more things Washington's better at in comparison.
Washington is not the only name progressives should scrutinize. The word Oklahoma is a compound of two words from the Choctaw language, words meaning red and people. If it is intolerable to have a football team...
Well, most people don't probably know that. Like, I didn't know about that. I know a lot of states... I know a lot of states have, like, Native American names, but I don't really know about their origin and all that because I don't really care enough.
Yeah, same.
But and that is true, though, because I don't think I've ever heard people brought up that from wanting to rename it, because it is kind of like referring to, like, the Redskins in the same way.
Team named Redskins. It
I have
must
not
be
heard
worse
any
to have a
progressives,
state
like,
named
rage about
Red
that
people.
yet.
But let's
So
get
maybe
back
they have
to
a point there in
cleansing
that
America.
regard. But here's the thing. Even if you got a point on that, does that mean you support changing the name Oklahoma then, if that's the case? But, of course, we know you don't.
Of all mentions of historic figures who were less than perfect progressives. On the tidal basin in Washington, there's a memorial to the slave-owning Thomas Jefferson.
Again, just like Washington, there's nuance to it. Former president and a founding father, like, he's going to have some good things that are going to counteract the bad.
Memorial should have a trigger warning carved into its marble.
Yeah, sure, pal. And also, I don't think I recall people crying about Jefferson either.
Jacksonville, Florida, and Jackson, Mississippi, and many other places and things are named for Andrew Jackson.
Now, well, yeah, Andrew Jackson, of all the presidents so far, is the worst. But, again, a former president, he's going to have a lot of things that are going to help save him, unlike Lee.
The tormentor of Native Americans.
And also, I don't... So Jacksonville and Jackson were all named after him? I don't know about that. But, again, I don't recall progressives raging about that, probably because most people wouldn't even know it, like I wouldn't know about it.
Yeah.
All must be renamed for someone who was saintly, as progressives understand saintliness. And speaking of saints...
Oh, God. No, you don't do those really religious
surely good
things.
progressives
Come
are
on.
traumatized by the names of St. Louis, St. Petersburg, San Diego, San Antonio, not to mention Corpus Christi. Progressives like it when courts rule that non-denominational prayers at high school graduations violate the separation of...
I don't recall progressives having a problem with people praying at graduation ceremonies. Do you?
It might have been a little bit of like, it's weird, but like...
I don't even know if I would call it weird because it's so common in America, but I don't really care here.
Well, I don't see it in Australia, but that's because I live in Australia, so...
And your guys are not as religious fundamentalists as we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't care if people pray at school when they graduate and all that. Now, if the school tries to force it on others and make other people do it who don't want to, yeah, now that is where it needs to be cracked down on. And that's something that conservatives always refuse to point out because it goes against their narrative a lot of times.
Of church and state. Why then don't they consider it a constitutional outrage that there are cities named for religious figures?
Because it's just a name. It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure you could probably look up a lot of like English names that are probably based upon like religious figures potentially. Biologic, should our names be changed? I don't care. It's just a name. Get over it.
Including Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco. That city is, if progressives will pardon the expression, the Vatican of American progressivism.
I would say it's more like neoliberal. Hate to break the news to you, pal.
Yeah.
Progressives should demand that all such cities be renamed for progressive saints. Tony Bennett could sing, "I left my heart in Nancy Pelosi City." Or we could give these places names that give no offense because they have no meaning. Joseph Nippenberg is an American rarity, a sensible professor. His droll suggestion is that we spare progressives from discomfort by giving cities and buildings the kind of meaningless names that are given to car models, names such as Acura and Elantra and Sentra. And what about the state flag of hyper-progressive Massachusetts? Its flag depicts a Native American holding, brace yourself, a bow and arrow, a
that
weapon.
flag change a bit a little while ago?
I know. I remember Kyle back a long time ago covered some city or somewhere changed their flag because it had like a race, like something raced against African blacks and all that. I don't know about this one though. But again, maybe it just doesn't offend them or people don't know. Like I didn't know. Like I don't care either and all that. If they want to change it, go right ahead. I bet you're all still butthurt that I think it was Mississippi or one of the states and stuff had to change their flag because there was too much of the Confederate flag on it.
Yeah.
Surely progressivism's sensitivity police cannot permit this depiction.
I don't care about that. Like I don't see really anything like bad about it. Just a Native American holding a bow and arrow. Like that's it.
It reinforces the hurtful stereotype of Native Americans as less than perfectly peaceful people.
Only like weird idiot people on the left think that Native Americans were always peaceful. No, they were violent towards other tribes and all that and such.
Yeah.
It's just what we did to them also was wrong.
Minnesota
was
too
even
should
more
hang
wrong.
its head in shame. Its state seal depicts a pioneer tilling a field and a Native American riding away and carrying a spear. Any progressives can see that this seal conveys multiple racial slurs. The spear, another weapon, another stereotype of Native Americans as violent. The Native American
That seal is so small that I bet you most people wouldn't even see it. I've seen Minnesota's flag and stuff. It's pretty tiny. And again, it probably just doesn't offend them like it does other people.
This guy's like, here's literally, if you think this is problematic, here is like 300 million other things that are problematic, that should be problematic by your logic. And it's like,
I mean, it could, but it just doesn't work for most people. And most people don't know about the stuff.
is stigmatized as nomadic, hence unproductive. Whereas the farmer who was white...
Native Americans were nomadic. They went all over the place.
Yeah.
They didn't settle down like us. That's just a fact.
is industrious.
yeah, exactly.
So,
Same with the
seal
first Australians.
communicates subliminal slander, the coded message of white superiority. Who knew?
I don't think Native Americans being nomadic means they're inferior to us, though. So
that Minnesotans who have voted
So
Democratic in 10
nomadicism is white supremacist, according to this guy. What the fuck?
consecutive
Dude.
elections.
Like,
So talking about now Minnesota voting Democrat like 10 straight elections. Oh, boo-hoo.
Minnesotans who have voted Democratic in 10 consecutive elections since 1972 embrace white supremacy. I could go-
They're white supremacists.
oh my god, is he going to claim that democracy is white supremacist?
Oh,
That progressives should believe democracy is white supremacist. I'm already seeing where that's going.
Unfortunately, I do remember idiots on the left actually do saying that, if you remember.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
go on, but you get the picture.
That was like the stupidest
You
one,
should feel
pal.
sorry for the progressive sensitivity enforcers. Those who constantly find reason to take offense are rarely happy people. The
Hey, that's
problem,
conservatives.
however, is that such people make almost everyone else miserable too.
Hey, that's what conservatives do. Make
I'm
everyone
Jordan.
miserable. Alright, so we're finally done with that video. That video was strange and silly, so what do you guys say about that? The funny thing was, I don't think that really necessarily was.
I think it's confusing for me.
Of all
more
the
than
views,
anything else.
Of all the views we've seen so far, I would say that's not the up there. It's like one of the least bad. It was just weird and silly.
Yeah, like you can't like it's not like especially any like least bad, but it's not like the worst, and it's like just weird.
They did. Other than like, Minnesota Democrats are white supremacists. Other than that, they didn't really say necessarily much things that were like just incorrect. It was just weird and all that. They were probably like making fun of more like social justice warriors and all that. And yes, they do exist. They're stupid, but you guys are also guilty of the same things too. Like almost everything you brought up can apply right back to you. Like you said at the beginning, the video's gonna be nothing but projection. That's pretty much what it was.
Yeah.
Some things just offend people, and some things don't offend people. Like the Redskins, that was probably the bigger thing because that was more like overt, like a freaking NFL team, the biggest like one of the biggest sports leagues in the world, and of course in America it's the biggest sports league. And the Commanders now were at the time like one of the biggest league teams in the NFL, so of course they're going to get the attention of people more likely. Whereas now people are like crying about the Chiefs' name and all that because now the Chiefs all of a sudden have won like 3 Super Bowls in the last like 6 years. They're trying to get that changed.
Okay.
They're trying to they had the Cleveland Indians name changed and the logo and all that and such. And there was a whole bunch of other stuff. They're really trying to get rid of like all Native American like iconography from like sports teams and all that. But I don't think you're going to succeed as well as the Redskins because people were offended by the Redskins name. Yes. People were offended by I don't know about the Indians name. I was more offended by the logo of the Indians because it was I would say even more overtly racist than the Redskins logo. But they changed the name and all that because Indians was too much for them. Now they're trying to go after the Chiefs and all them, but I don't think you're going to succeed as well in that one. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, so now on to the next one. A father's questions for Black Lives
Matter. Okay.
I think I remember seeing this a long time ago. This could be.
I think the question with this one's. I think this. Now here's my question: is this going to be Black Lives Matter? Or are we going to have some which should be more accurate to be questions for black nationalists?
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. Are you going to be like more nuanced like we can be, or are you going to potentially go full racist?
PragerU is more likely to be the latter.
Yep, so let's see. Maybe this will be an interesting one.
I consider myself to be a typical Main Street American. One thing that is different about me is that I have a big family. Not so common in America these days. I'm the proud father of 13 children. 8 are white and 5, adopted, are black. My family is my greatest joy, and my life is dedicated to their well-being and happiness. I'm struggling right now because I genuinely don't know how best to support my black children through this tumultuous and painful period in our history. Some say I should get involved with the Black Lives Matter movement, while others say I should avoid it at all costs.
Well, that's up to you if you want to or not.
Yeah. To help me figure this out.
You can be like me. You could support them, but still not be involved with them whatsoever. It's not like you have to.
Yeah.
There's like another option.
That's what I do as well.
I have some questions for the Black Lives Matter global network.
I don't think it's not really a global network. It's pretty much American centric. But
it's mostly American centric. Though there are like.
I know there's BLM
versions
in the UK.
There's versions in the UK and Australia. But that's about it.
Yeah, but we'll see your questions. Let's see what your questions are. We'll judge them.
Before asking, let me preface my questions with some background. In the summer of 2020, a peaceful BLM demonstration in my hometown of La Mesa, California, turned violent as protesters began rioting, looting, and setting fire.
That has nothing to do with BLM, though. 93% of BLM protests were peaceful. Those were either agitators from right wing or police that started shit to cause the riots to break out, or people trying to take advantage of the protests and all that. But the protests themselves
or occasionally there were a couple where they had either black bloc or black separatists cause problems.
Like agitators, like I said. But the BLM itself, that wasn't the problem. But yeah, a lot of people on the left, unfortunately, are going to defend that. That's not good. That made BLM look terrible, unfortunately, even though they had no involvement whatsoever. Like, when George Floyd was killed, BLM had like 80 to 90% approval by everyone, and then they tanked to under 50% like a few weeks later when this all started, unfortunately. That's like we keep telling people on the left, but they refuse to acknowledge this. Optics matter very importantly. That's
yes. Alrighty.
You could be on the right side, but if you look bad, it's not going to matter. Just like freaking remember David Dole last week with Stonehenge.
Oh, yes.
The next day, I took my 14-year-old black son downtown to help with the cleanup. As we walked past the charred remains of Chase Bank, I noticed the letters BLM graffitied onto a wall amid the rubble. It was unsettling, as if Black Lives Matter was claiming credit for the bank's destruction.
BLM is an unorganized movement. Anyone can be involved whatsoever. It's not organized. That's what big reason why all this stuff happened too.
I didn't want to believe that. Just as any parent who has adopted
and just like you guys, just like a lot of you on the right, I'm not going to let this affect my support of BLM because guess what?
Exactly.
It needs to happen. You could be nuanced when I explain that this is bad, but the overall movement is still good, or at least their policies are needed.
Biological children.
Yes.
I love them all the same. Obviously, I never want to see any of them wrongly accused, mistreated, or targeted because of their skin color. I would happily support any peaceful movement that helps to secure racial justice and equality. I also recognize the need for law and order. No community can survive, let alone thrive, without that. This is the source of my conflict and confusion. Is it possible for my family to support the Black Lives Matter movement while also supporting the police?
Yes, you
Yes.
can. But you can't like be like fervently a pro or against either one of them. You gotta have nuance on it.
Yep, you gotta have nuances of both.
Like I said, police activity people, watch their channel. They cover, all they do is show body cam footage and all that, and they show exactly what's going on. They even showed a video just recently of cops pulling over someone and stealing money from them, for crying out loud. On body cam footage.
I went to your website looking for answers, but I came away with more questions. You state that your mission is to eradicate white supremacy and build local power to intervene in violence inflicted on black communities by the state and vigilantes.
Well, first off, you probably shouldn't really look up BLM statements because, like I said, they're disorganized. People could say they're part of BLM and say like radically different things and all that. So you really
also remember that there are more than a few black nationalists and black separatists who use Black Lives Matter,
which
to push their fully racist ideas.
Which I think actually, because I think I saw this video years ago. I think they're going to bring some of that up.
But you don't explain how you're going to do that. What is your definition of white supremacy, of local power? By state,
and you know what, that is somewhat fair too, because a lot of times they don't explain stuff perfectly.
Assume you mean police.
Not necessarily. That doesn't necessarily mean police, but I mean for some it could mean the police.
Who are the vigilantes you're referring to? And how do you propose to intervene in violence inflicted on black communities? Honestly, I can't tell whether you intend to pursue your mission through peaceful or violent methods. Until recently, your website also declared that you will disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure.
Okay, this one has been beaten to death, and it's been like complete bullshit that right wingers saying. Right wingers were implying that they're gonna like destroy, like prevent like nuclear families and all that. No, what the actual argument was, I still don't think it was really the smartest thing they say, but their argument was they wanted like destroy like the notion that a nuclear family is the only way families can thrive. Like being against like single families and families of like multiple people, and of course like gay people, for example, because a lot of people on the right don't like they only want 2 parents and kids and all that, but they don't want 2 gay people and all that. They only want man, woman, all that. That's what they're trying to talk about and all that. But I also,
and also there's a lot that there's also a lot on both sides of the aisle that are like that don't want anything to do with. Don't want interracial couples.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are a lot of, like we've said before, for a long time, there are a lot of people on the left that really do want to like destroy like anything that's associated with like white, male, heterosexuality and all that, which are stupid. But you guys are also stupid too.
Because you want to do anything that isn't straight, cis, white, conservative, Christian, brain dead, retard male.
This was not really well described and all that. This was really a dumb way they described it, BLM on this one, but the right were still wrong on it. So both sides were more like wrong on this one.
Yeah.
Does my family fit that description? Why would you want to disrupt my family structure?
They really would not. But again, this is also the problem with what BLM said there. It was so confusing that got even people that might be on their side to feel like they're being against and such.
That language has been quietly removed.
Well, yeah, because it got removed, so you're all crying about it because they got corrected to point out that, hey, it's a little problematic what you said. You really should get rid of it.
Does that mean that you no longer hold that view? Or was it just the...
Unfortunately, a lot of them probably do hold that view, but the fact that they got rid of it should be a
Remember,
good
quite
sign.
a few of them are black nationalists. So
expedient thing to do. I reached out to my local chapter of Black Lives Matter, hoping to speak with someone who could help me sort all this out. I then contacted your regional and national headquarters. I got no...
National headquarters for BLM? I think that's kind of made up. I don't think that really exists, to be honest with you. I could say local chapters, but like the regional and the national, that seems a little weird.
Response. Yeah. So I began doing my...
Well, I mean, like I said, no answer. I mean, they could be dead links and all that because these people don't really have a lot... BLM doesn't really have much power to support, like, financially this stuff.
My own research. That led me to an interview on the internet with one of your founders, Patrice Cullors. We are trained Marxists, she said. We are super versed on ideological theories.
Yeah,
Which
you're talking to the stupid people of
Is
BLM,
Black Lives Matter a Marxist-inspired
I'm just looking for
organization?
something here.
Marx advocated
You're talking to the dumb people, unfortunately.
for the forcible overthrow of our civilization.
Yeah, you're talking to the revolutionaries, which most BLM
You're
are
talking
not.
about you're talking about the black nationalists.
Yeah, like, you're unfortunately ran into the absolute wrong people you need to run into.
Is that what BLM wants also?
Some do, unfortunately, but most don't. Most what BLM wants is to end systemic racism and prevent police brutality. Like, those are simple things.
I have a few more questions.
And by the way, even a good chunk of Republicans even support those things.
As an organization, do you believe in and support the Constitution? Do you honor the flag, or do you view it as a symbol of oppression?
Well, for some people, it is a symbol of oppression and all that. And also, this is where you're getting now a little silly. You don't need to honor the flag and all that. Just stop. It's not a big deal. Like, if people don't stand for the national anthem or whatever, just get over it. If people don't like the flag, oh well, big deal.
Do you believe that people should be primarily judged by the content of their character or the color of their skin?
Most BLM activists do support what MLK says.
Do you support or condemn destruction of personal and private property of others?
They have.
To condemn, yes.
Some, of course, unfortunately haven't, but those are the idiots that you should ignore at all costs. The rest do. And we condemn it too, and we still support BLM.
Do you believe in the defacing and destruction of statues, monuments, and other public property?
Nope, that's vandalism.
Do you believe that police departments need to be reformed or to be defunded?
Yes.
Well, defunded. Well, there's more nuances to defunded, but unfortunately, this is why I said before that defunded was just not really a good phrase and all that. But I also understand the argument. Defunded could also mean prioritizing funds to other programs and all that, to like reform and all that. But that's why I said
change up all their training to focus on things like de-escalation.
Yes, and that's why I've been explaining this to Harry and other people why police reform is better. It, like we showed polls, it was like 80 to 90% of Americans support police reform, but instantly when it becomes like defund, it's like shrinks down to like under 20%. And the thing is, the thing was the decrease was towards blacks and liberals, the people that support BLM the most. All of a sudden, they were against it more than conservatives, believe it or not. Like, it was just bad optics. Even if it was still support that policy, but it was just bad optics. Police reform is better. But yes, police reform, yes, absolutely.
Or to be eliminated altogether.
Police abolitionism, most even BLM people don't even support that path.
Yeah, that's only black nationalists.
Especially since most blacks, according to polls, still want police to be. It's weird because there's polls that's blacks want police like defunded and higher funded at the same time, believe it or not. Like,
I am one of countless Americans who want answers, but I can't seem to get any. From all reports, you've raised millions of dollars in support of your organization. What are you doing with that money? Are you using that money in some way to help black communities? No one seems to know.
Unfortunately, it's like mixed bag. No, unfortunately, there is not nepotism, but cronyism the correct term?
Yeah, I think
embellishment. Maybe that might be a better word. Embellishment. Unfortunately, yes, there have been cases where BLM organizations have used that money for like self-gratifying themselves and all that, which is not good. But they also have used the money to help fund like pro-BLM Democrats and all that. So it's like a mixed bag.
I humbly propose that you use some of that money to help black people who have been harmed by the destruction that has accompanied BLM protests.
Well, it's not BLM protesters, but you know what? That is true. They should in that regard. And I wouldn't be surprised if some local chapters
I'm
did
thinking
do
of the
that.
many black business owners whose shops were destroyed by riots in your name. I'm thinking of the family of David Dorn, the black retired police captain who was shot and killed while trying to protect a friend's pawn shop from looters.
Yeah, I remember
With
the
all
right
my
bring that
heart,
up so much.
I believe that Black Lives Matter. I would like to support Black Lives Matter, the organization, in an effort to support my black children. But it's hard to do so if I don't know your beliefs and goals. Speaking as a father and as a typical American, I look forward to your answers. I'm Dan Collins for Prager University.
All right, so
that wasn't as quite as bad as we thought it was. It could be. So
that was definitely up there as one of the least bad ones. I would think that's probably the second least bad of all of them, other than that Civil War one we just saw in the last video. Because like this guy, I don't think he's racist whatsoever. I don't even think he's a conservative. He sounds more like liberal, for crying out loud. And it is fair to answer those questions because I have too, and I'm progressive and all that.
Yeah.
But
same.
But yeah. Like, it's fair to answer those questions. It's not racist to ask these questions there, you idiots on the left.
Yep.
But you gotta be like more nuanced, but you gotta also accept that there's a lot more nuance to this. It's not black and white. And you gotta also talk to the correct people, because BLM is all over the place. There's different chapters and everything that will say wild stuff.
And remember, you've got everything from just mild reformists through to freaking black nationalists.
Yeah, you have to talk to the correct people and all that. Like us.
Yeah.
But we can explain this shit better and all that. It's much more simpler. Alright. But yeah, not necessarily that bad of a video. So now on to the next one. Oh my god, here we go.
The world's most persecuted minority, Christians.
Yeah, pal. I think the Jews would like to have a word with you, pal.
Yeah.
Oh god, I cannot. Oh my god, I cannot wait to see. What's the term again?
Victim complex.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, oh god, I'm not looking forward to seeing this victim complex. Now we're gonna probably get into complete dog shit now. Here we go.
Which is the most persecuted religious group in the world today?
Jews.
The answer, in terms of sheer numbers and sheer horror, might surprise you. It's Christians.
No, it's Jews. Already wrong. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. They had the Holocaust. I don't want to hear it. Holocaust.
Living in Muslim-majority countries.
And all the other massacres and all that they've done.
Also, 10-7 recently too.
Christians often preceded Muslims by centuries.
Oh, and of course they have to specify Christians living in Muslim countries. Of course, gotta go back to Islamophobia.
I'm not talking about war on Christmas type harassment.
Oh, really? You're not going to bring up war on Christmas? I'll believe that when I see it.
I'm talking about know your place or we're going to kill you persecution. Astonishingly...
And yes, Muslim countries don't like Christians either, but no, you're not going to convince me...
They don't like Jews either.
Yeah, you're not going to convince me that Jews are not the most oppressed religious group in the world. No,
the Western mainstream media barely acknowledge what is happening.
You say mainstream media doesn't report like Christian oppression in the Middle East and all that? Oh, fuck off. They do just as much as Jews. They all the time, yeah. What they don't cover is oppression of Muslims from other Muslims in the Middle East. Because, you can't say Muslims are being treated badly.
Issue. It tells us a lot about the world we're living in. 100 years ago, 20% of North Africa and the Middle East, the birthplace of Christianity, was Christian. Today, Christians make...
And Judaism as well, pal.
Yep. Up 4% of the population.
Yeah, because they had to deal with Christian oppression too and all that. But it's also because massive population growth and all that too, so that's why they're massively outnumbered. I'm sure if you looked at like Europe and America and all that, I'm sure Christian population also increased dramatically during that time as well.
Much of that decline has occurred in the last decade. In essence, Muslims are...
because the population growth in all these countries is much higher and all that. Freaking hell.
Rendering North Africa and the Middle East free of Christians.
They're not free of Christians. 4% isn't there's no Christians whatsoever. Like, stop. Everywhere in the world has all religious groups, pretty much. Even places where they're, like, persecuted.
Take Egypt, for example, my ancestral homeland. In just the past 2 years, tens of thousands of Christian Copts have left Egypt. And many others want to leave, but they simply cannot afford to. Why they want to leave is no mystery. On New Year's Day, 2011, the Two Saints Church in Alexandria was bombed, leaving 23 Copts dead and 97 injured. In recent years...
I mean, that could have also potentially be because it was the same time as the Arab Spring, potentially, too.
Yeah.
So they could have killed him because cops were there, and it was like, at that moment, any anti-authority figures would be targets and all that, so you have to consider that potentially. Because Egypt was like the first... It wasn't the first place that had the Arab Spring happen, but they were the first that had the worst effects with Mubarak being overthrown, remember?
Yeah, dozens of Coptic churches have been attacked, many burned to the ground. In August...
So it could have also just be like anti-government protests spiraling into like this. Like, you guys...
2013 alone, the Muslim Brotherhood and its supporters attacked and destroyed some 80 churches.
Yeah, but also, too, at the same time, around the time... I think it was either this time in 2013 or maybe in 2014... Mohammed Morsi was overthrown by Egyptian military, remember? So it might have been like a backlash in response.
Unfortunately, Egypt is more the rule than the exception. Hundreds of Nigerian churches have been destroyed in recent years, with especially deadly attacks reserved
well, no wonder, because northern Nigeria is controlled by jihadists, so of course they're going to kill every Christian they get their hands on. But I'm sure they're going to kill any Jew they can get their hands on, pal.
Christmas and Easter church services.
They're even killing a lot of Muslims that don't agree with them. Remember, Boko Haram is the worst of the terrorist organizations.
Do I need to remind you all when they kidnapped all those dozens of schoolgirls years ago?
Churches have been bombed or burned in Iraq, Syria, and just about every place in the Middle East.
Again, well, the fallout of the Iraq War, because I don't recall them having that much of a problem. Oh yeah, nearly 1 million Christians have fled Iraq since 1990. Oh, gee, no wonder why. And Syria, of course, again, Syria, it's this Syrian civil war, part of the Arab Spring and all that. No shit, when Syria's pretty much had a civil war for over almost a decade and a half now, no wonder.
Where churches still exist.
It could also, that could be the reason why they are fleeing or being killed. Not necessarily anti-Christian either.
Israel. Exactly. Christian businesses have been torched. Christian girls have been kidnapped, sold as child brides or slaves.
Like Boko Haram tried to do to them in Nigeria.
And had acid thrown in their faces for not being veiled. Anyone born a Muslim who converts to Christianity faces jail and possibly execution.
Jews too, pal.
The list
Everyone
of
does.
atrocities
It's not just Christians, pal.
By Muslims against Christians.
Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if all those Sunni majority Muslim countries do it against Shiites or Shias too.
It grows longer almost every day.
That'd be targeting
them. Sunnis violently hate Shias and want to exterminate every single one of them.
Even in Muslim countries, often portrayed as.
Why do you think Iran and the rest of the Middle East hate each other? Because they're Sunni and Shia kind of conflict.
Moderate. Morocco, Indonesia, Malaysia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. Christian minorities are under legal pressure not to build churches or evangelize. The Christians in these Muslim countries are often identical to their co-citizens in race, ethnicity, national identity, culture, and language. There is no political dispute between the Christians and Muslims, no land dispute. Vastly outnumbered and politically marginalized, these Christians simply wish to worship in peace. Instead, they are hounded and attacked. So then, why is this happening? And why is the media making so little mention of it?
They do, pal. That's just cap.
The first question is easy to answer.
Because they use that for fucking racist attacks against American Arabs.
Christians are being persecuted in Muslim countries because they're Christians, or as the Quran puts it, infidels. That is, non-Muslims who are regarded by many fundamentalist Muslims as inferior. As a fundamentalist interpretation of the holy books of Islam has grown in the last 50 or so years, Christians have suffered, and in recent years,
conveniently seems to forget about the Jews.
They have suffered terribly. I document this in my book, Crucified Again, Exposing Islam's New War on Christians. If this were happening to any other group besides Christians, it would be the human rights tragedy of our time. There would be loud worldwide calls.
Do that for the Jews, dear God.
Fucking Holocaust, conveniently leaving that out, pal.
For action. But the silence in the mainstream Western media is, as they say, almost deafening. Why?
Fuck up.
This is so far being the worst of this part so far. This is really
because Muslim persecution of Christians throws a wrench in the media's narrative that Muslim violence is a product of Muslim grievance.
Some of it also is that's also true as well. There is Muslim grievances also exist too. But of course, a lot of jihadists are also violent too because Islam is a very violent religion and all that. Both things are true at the same time.
That grievance is it really depends on what part of the world you're in as to what roles they both include.
Portrayed as the sin of European colonialism and alleged American imperialism.
Well, both things are true.
Alleged.
Both things are true. Europeans did colonize you all, and then American imperialism in the Middle East. Both things are true.
In the Muslim world's mind, those two sins are personified by the Jewish state of Israel, a nation the Muslim world believes was forced upon it by the colonial powers of Europe.
Like, oh my God, we did this last time. Yeah, Israel should not have existed the way it was after World War II. But unfortunately, they are, and you're going to have to just deal with it eventually. And they're more powerful than all of you in the Middle East combined. They're going to wipe you off the map with nuclear weapons, so you might as well just accept it for what it is. The only thing we can do is try and stop them from genociding the Palestinians, which needs to happen.
Following World War II and is currently supported by the United States. Much of the Western world and the Western media have largely bought at least some of this narrative. Here's how it works. Because Israel, with the backing of the United States, is stronger than its Muslim neighbors, the media, while not defending Islamic terrorism, often portray terror against Israel, America, and even Europe as the actions of understandably angry underdogs.
No, they don't. They go after them as they're crazy jihadists. Like, don't start with this BS. It's only us on the left who have, like, no voice whatsoever that would probably even bring that argument up.
Fighting for what they deem justice.
Exactly.
But what happens to this media narrative when Islamic terror is directed against a minority weaker than them? In this case, the millions of indigenous Christians throughout the Islamic world. The answer is that, rather than abandon this narrative, the media just don't report Muslim persecution of Christians, except for the most sensational cases. That's why you probably don't know that there are barely any Christians living in Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, nations where Christianity once thrived. Or that this is happening in Egypt, Iraq, Iran, and...
I mean, I can say the same thing about what about Spain, pal? Spain used to be part of the Muslim world. But then all the re-Inquisition and all that killed all the Muslims in Iberia.
Happened and suddenly, guess what? The Jews and the things were all being persecuted.
We can bring this up other ways, pal.
And even Lebanon.
Yeah. Because you're all guilty of everything.
So yes, Christians are indeed
you
the most persecuted religious group in the world today. But reporting it would violate the media's narrative of Christians as persecutors and Muslims as victims.
Yeah, this is, oh my, there's 14 seconds left. I don't even want to watch anymore. This feels pissing me off immensely. This was complete utter dog shit. This is up there as like one of the worst ones.
It is.
Not only what he was saying was complete crap, but he got us angry too. Guys, guys, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. They're the most persecuted religious group in the world. The Jews, that's it, no one else. The Holocaust, end discussion. I don't want to hear it. I don't think there's anything left to say. God, that video was complete dog shit. That was up there as one of the worst. It's funny. There were probably worse videos in terms of what they said being factually incorrect, but man, they didn't get us as angry as that one did. Gosh.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. All right, let's forget about that pile of crap. Let's go on to the next one. Hope it'll be funny.
Did capitalism save communist China?
I would like to see the argument how they're going to try and say how they're still communist somehow.
That's
economically or not.
Yes.
Actually, they're not only are they not communists, they're fascists.
Yes.
But they're not going to like hearing that one.
So definitely not.
So let's see their argument and try and maybe it's going to be quite interesting to say this. Even if we bought the argument that capitalism did save China, are they going to have to accept the fact that capitalism alone does not fix things? Since China's a shithole? Ooh, that would be kind of interesting angle to go at. Ooh, I'm glad for that. Let's see how bad this will probably be.
How did one of the world's poorest countries, China, become, in 30 years, one of the world's richest? They're
nowhere near as rich as America, pal. Hate to break the news.
Word answer. Capitalism.
There's a big
Here's
difference.
how it happened.
$10,000 on average Chinese make compared to like $50,000 American makes?
In 1949, the Chinese Communist Party, aka the CCP, defeated the Nationalist Party in the brutal civil war. The leader of the CCP, Mao Zedong, promised the Chinese people that he would create a new China, a socialist paradise where the benevolent state would take care of every citizen's needs, from shelter to education to employment. No more greedy businessmen. Factories would be owned by their workers.
Incoming Great Leap Forward, straight into a wall.
No more evil landowners. The state would own all property on behalf of the people. No more hunger. Everyone could eat as much as they want at the public cafeterias.
Until Great
To
Leap Forward came
transform
in.
China
Yep.
into this heaven on
Until
earth,
Great Leap
Mao
Forward, and
launched the
then-
radical socialist
Yeah,
reforms. Industries were nationalized, private businesses were eliminated, and land was confiscated. But rather than turning China into a heaven on earth, these policies turned China into a hell on earth. Healthcare was cheap, but there was a chronic shortage of doctors, hospitals, and modern medicine.
Well, to be fair, China was very backwards in that time, and remember, they just spent
Yeah.
20 plus years dealing with their civil war. Imagine
Yeah.
fighting a civil war, and of course, being involved in World War II when
don't
Japan
forget-
genocided you all.
Yep.
Millions of
Yep,
Chinese
don't
were killed by
forget the-
Japan.
Don't forget that. Yep. Don't forget that the Japanese Empire was basically the Shinto ISIS of the 1940s.
Like, that's going to have a major impact, too. It's not just communism, pal. You got to realize historical context. Imagine a country coming out of a civil war for 20 years being better off, like, immediately afterwards. It's not.
No one was unemployed because the government gave...
Like, God, China lost, like, almost as many people as the Soviet Union did in World War II.
Yeah.
And who knows even about casualties, probably even higher. Of all the
Yep.
losses, China probably suffered the worst in World War II.
Give each person
Yeah.
a job. But if you didn't like the job you were assigned, well, that was just too bad. Your government assigned
The right to job is still needed, pal. People need to
Yeah.
have jobs in some regard.
job was tied to your food ration. No work, no food. Speaking of food, it wasn't long after Mao took power that widespread food shortages began happening.
Greatly forward.
My own parents
As I said,
had to get
straight
up
into
at 3
straight
o'clock
into
in
a
the
wall.
morning.
And I mean, you can also maybe make the argument it's not necessarily communism. It was just extremely bad incompetence on their part and not knowing what to do
Yeah.
and all that. Like,
To stand
like
in
hell,
long lines.
capitalist countries are also guilty of that too, pal. Let's
Yep.
not, we gotta keep it real.
Outside of a grocery store to get a pound of sugar or several ounces of cooking oil. Often, they got nothing. Every year was worse than the last. Between 1958 and 1962, China experienced the worst famine in human history. An estimated 45 million Chinese starved to death, victims of their own government's murderous stupidity.
I guess I gotta give someone credit that they made it with stupidity instead of trying to blame necessarily just only communism. I guess that's a positive because that was incredibly stupid.
Among the lives lost were my uncle, my grand aunt and her family of 5, and my dad's maternal grandmother. At the time of Mao's death in 1976, more than 90% of the Chinese population lived below the poverty line, earning less than $2 a day. The only equality socialism had achieved was an equal distribution of misery.
Yeah,
Mao's
sure,
successor,
pal.
Deng Xiaoping, recognized that this couldn't go on much longer. The only way to save the CCP's one-party rule was to get the economy going. But how? Deng had no idea. Fortunately for him, a small group of farmers did. In 1978, these farmers, 18 of them in the village of Shaogang, made a secret deal with their village leader. After fulfilling the government quotas, they would be allowed to keep any surplus for themselves and sell what they didn't need. Such a move was risky because it was a rejection of the CCP's socialist policies. But the result was magical. The first year after
You just need regular capitalism and all that.
this deal went into effect, the 18 farmers produced more grain than the entire village had produced in the previous 10 years combined. The Shaogang model began to spread to other villages. When Deng heard of it, rather than punish the farmers, he had the good sense to recognize that these simple peasants had shown him how to revive China's economy. Soon after, Deng announced sweeping economic reforms. He opened up China to the outside world, inviting foreign investments, and most importantly, loosening the government's grip on the Chinese people.
Oh, bullshit. That's complete crap. Politically,
What was that?
no, you guys are just as bad. If anything, over the last few years, with Xi in power, you might be getting worse in terms of, like, civil rights and all that. Shut the fuck up. They have not loosened their grip whatsoever. Only thing they did was let state capitalism take over. That's it. That's not that much, pal.
The results were nothing less than astonishing. The freer the Chinese economy became, the wealthier the Chinese people became.
But
In
they're
the
still not
space
free,
of
pal.
3 decades,
Yep.
800 million Chinese people emerged out of poverty. Chinese cities now match and exceeds the greatest cities of the West. Skyscraper.
Yeah, sure. China cities beat the Western cities. Yeah, that's some complete cap again.
For skyscraper. The CCP likes to pat itself on the back for China's economic miracle.
By adopting capitalism, even if it's state capitalism, your sworn enemy. That seems a little odd. But I guess I wouldn't be surprised if you are fascist.
However,
Yes.
the real credit should go to free market capitalism and 18 brave farmers who risked their lives to give it a try. In recent years, China's growth has slowed precisely because the current CCP leadership has moved back to a model that asserts ever more government control. The country is becoming less free with each passing year.
Because it wasn't ever free in the first place, you dimbo.
Exactly.
It just shows, like we said earlier, even if we buy the argument that capitalism did save China, explain to me why China still has not become socially liberalized when they went to laissez-faire capitalism. Because capitalism is not the end-all be-all. Like you all keep insisting that it is. It's not. And China's the ultimate proof of that. They're not only just as authoritarian on civil liberties, they're getting even worse now.
The CCP uses technology such as facial recognition, surveillance cameras, and control of the internet to monitor its citizens' every move. More and
Still
more,
have
there are
those.
signs that the CCP is reverting to its Maoist past. That's bad for China and bad for the world. I'm Helen Rowley.
So, yeah, that was a pretty weird and dumb video, too.
Yeah.
I mean, going to capitalism did help them out, but in the end, it didn't fix their problems because they're still authoritarian and just as bad. And other countries, too. Like Russia, for example. We brought that up a long time ago, how going to capitalism actually was a complete and utter failure for Russia. The country just died when they went to capitalism. It just that's even more of a proof that capitalism just doesn't work and all that.
Yeah.
It needs to be regulated, and more importantly, you need to have regulation of civil liberties and all that too, dumbos.
Exactly.
So yeah, we had to see about that crap.
Pretty terrible video.
Yep, pretty dumb. Oh god, now we're gonna have to get angry again. I see what the next one is.
Yeah.
Does Israel discriminate against Arabs?
Before we even begin the video, yes.
Yep. I cannot wait to see the excuse we have. Oh my god. After seeing the video just a few minutes ago, saying how Jews were not the most persecuted religious group in the world, now they're going to have to do a 180 all of a sudden now, and this time it's going to be probably cap. All right, here we go. This is going to be angering probably.
Maybe you've heard someone say that Israel is an apartheid state. That Israel has a policy of segregating and oppressing the minority population within its borders, like South Africa once did.
All spitting bars.
Maybe you've been so outraged by this information that you have considered joining the BDS movement. The effort to boycott,
but I do support BDS.
divest, and sanction Israel until it ends its alleged racist policies.
Not alleged, it's fact.
I don't blame you.
Yeah,
Apartheid
exactly.
is a great evil and deserves to be fought wherever we find it.
Unless you're conservative and all of a sudden you support it, like the conservatives did for South Africa a long time ago.
But here's the thing. You won't find apartheid in the state of Israel.
Really?
So,
Really?
I'll put it bluntly.
I'd like to hear that.
The BDS movement is a slick propaganda effort built on lies. I think I have the credibility to make this claim. Having grown up in South Africa and having spent a fair amount of time in Israel, I know what apartheid is and what it is not.
Yeah, no, pal. You're not part of the oppressed group in Israel. So no, what you felt in South Africa is not going to be the same as for Israel. It's like, don't start.
My parents were raised under real apartheid, where blacks were, by law, separated from whites at every level, from education to drinking fountains. Blacks couldn't vote, couldn't own land, couldn't live next to or use the same transportation system as whites. I remember my father telling me about how my grandfather was kicked and humiliated in public by a young white boy. All he was permitted to say was, "Please stop, little boss." That was the world my family lived in.
Yep, white supremacy in action.
Was the world of apartheid South Africa. But in Israel, the law is colorblind. Israeli Arabs have the same rights as Israeli Jews. They ride the same buses,
no, they do not.
study in the same
They have segregated buses and all that, for crying out loud.
Yep.
And the Orthodox Jews really are hardcore at making sure that's the case. Even sex segregated too, for crying out loud.
Yep.
No. There is racism in Israel. Like, don't
and
start.
are treated in the same hospitals. Arabs are elected to Israel's parliament, serve as judges, and fight in the Israeli military. On my first trip to Israel, the group I was with had a Jewish tour guide and an Arab bus driver. Imagine our surprise having heard that Israel is an apartheid state.
It is.
This would have been
It is an
inconceivable
apartheid state.
in apartheid South Africa. All these things would be self-evident to anyone who did any kind of actual research, or even better, visited Israel. Something I
research
encourage
like we did,
everyone
and
to
you're
do.
full of crap.
BDS doesn't want you to research or visit Israel.
I don't give a shit if you visit Israel, and I do encourage research, and research is going to point out that we're right and you're full of crap.
It depends on the ignorance of its audience. Sadly, on American college campuses, BDS has a significant presence.
Because
it succeeds by playing on the good intentions of good people through deliberate deception.
No.
In short, they lie.
Yeah, pal.
And
sure.
lies really make me angry because lies empower evil. Lies about blacks empowered apartheid in South Africa. Lies about Jews made the Holocaust possible. And lies about Israel are misleading a lot of good-hearted young people into opposing the only country in the entire Middle East that doesn't segregate and oppress its minority population.
They do. So shut up. Do I need to also point out your colonization of the West Bank? And all that?
Yep.
Just ask the next Egyptian Copt or Iraqi Christian you meet on campus. So the question people should really be asking is, what does the BDS movement want?
To stop the genocide of the Palestinians and live in coexistence. That's what we want.
The answer is simple. They want to destroy Israel.
Of course, here we go. Anti-Semitism, there we go.
Yep, justify, using it to justify. Yep, here we go, justifying,
Alright, ready to be called anti-Semitic again?
Yep.
And yet, no, we support BDS. They don't want to destroy Israel, you stupid fucking cunts, and all that. We already said
they can't do it militarily.
Yeah, exactly.
So they try to do it through lies. They say that Jews have no historic claim to Israel. Lie.
No, they don't have a historical claim. It's Palestinians there, pal. I don't care about 1,000 years beforehand. 100 years now, it was the Palestinians. So it's their land. Deal with it. Just like just like the Native Americans don't have a claim anymore, and China doesn't have a claim to the South China Sea. End of discussion.
Exactly.
They say that Israel treats its Arabs as second-class citizens.
They do.
It does.
They say that Israel doesn't want peace with its Arab neighbors.
Well, the current government, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there definitely is a lot of Israelis that want peace, and all that, especially since they overall hate Netanyahu. But guess what? The government power does not want peace and all that.
Lie.
If you so no, that's actually somewhat true, just not fully
true. Tell lies, and you tell them often enough, people who don't know the truth start to believe them. The BDS movement's leaders barely tried to hide the charade. They will lie and say that they only want a Palestinian state living side by side with Israel. And then they say this: we oppose a Jewish state in any part of Palestine. Ending the occupation doesn't mean anything if it doesn't mean upending the Jewish state itself. That's from Omar Boguti, a founder of BDS. Boguti lives in Israel, so you might expect that he said this from inside an Israeli prison like Nelson Mandela during South Africa apartheid. You would be wrong. Boguti is a PhD student at Israel's Tel Aviv University, where he enjoys the same rights as every Israeli. My parents could only dream of that kind of freedom.
Because he's Palestinian.
Is Israel a perfect country? No.
Oh man, I bet that was so hard. I bet that was so hard for them to say.
Yeah.
There are as many perfect countries as there are perfect people. But to call it an apartheid state is not only an insult to the only democracy in the Middle East.
Here we go. I can already see it.
And the
Here we
only
go.
country with equal rights for all its minorities. It's also an insult to the actual victims of apartheid.
Oh, you actually didn't
Like
say
my
anti-Semitic.
parents
I was expecting.
and
I'm
all
surprised.
those who suffered under it. I'm Olga Mish.
Oh God, what a crap video that was. That was completely horse shit. Let me go and give that a... Oh, I already did dislike it. Yay! Oh my God, what a crap video that was. So what do you gotta say about that?
Pretty terrible.
And while I go, let me go look this up before we get to the next video. Israel and Apartheid Wikipedia, if you want to go read that up a little bit really quickly before we get to the next part. Here's some actual facts, people. Oh my gosh. What a complete dog shit crap that was.
Yeah.
So yeah, Israel is an apartheid state. It's the segregation and all that. No excuse. Alright, so now, on to the next one.
Goodbye, Columbus Day.
That would actually be a good thing, thankfully. So, of course, this video's gonna probably be Karen conservatives crying about people shitting on Columbus Day and all that.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Columbus Day does need to go. Or maybe rename it to Native American Genocide Remembrance Day, because that's what happened and all that.
Well, Christopher Columbus isn't Christopher Columbus X Adolf Hitler Day.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see how dog shit this will be.
Thanksgiving.
Oh no, Steven Crowder! Oh no!
Oh, here we go.
Independence Day. Holidays are a great time to riddle Americans with needless oppressive guilt. But the
bad look now having Crowder the retard up there after we've seen what he's done over the last few years, PragerU. I think you might want to take this down or else you're going to look really bad.
one that stands head and shoulders above the rest is Columbus Day. Today where progressives indoctrinate your children into believing Columbus to be Satan incarnate,
he was.
He is Satan incarnate.
Finding a new world led to the genocide of millions of Native Americans and all that. Yes.
U.S. as evil spawn and the Native Americans to be pacifists.
Yes, he is a demon.
And so now we have Indigenous Peoples Day. Or as it
that's what it should be.
Would have been named 30 years ago, Aboriginals Day. Or is it
we don't have Aboriginals, so that wouldn't apply to us. It would apply to you, though.
Would have been named 10 or 15 years ago, Native Americans Day. Or as it could be named tomorrow
we don't
in Canada,
really have
First
a
Nation
day like that,
Peoples
though.
Day.
That's the thing.
Feeling the urge
We've got
to
discussions about changing the day of Australia Day. I personally think it should be made a date, not a date. Last Monday in January. And only about 3 times out of 7 at worst, you'll get have it land on the 26th.
Bodily harm yet? That's only natural because the whole charade has become an exercise in hating Western civilization, which is really just an exercise in hating yourself. First, as far as
Crowder, sure, pal. Criticizing Christopher Columbus means we hate the West, sure.
Columbus goes, the guy deserves some credit, right? Flaw.
All right, here we go. But first off, he wasn't the first European to discover the New World. That was the Vikings 500 years earlier.
Yep.
Now, the only thing I can say is he found the New World was actually remembered, and the Europeans colonized afterwards. So, yeah, he's infamous and all that for finding the New World, and the Europeans actually remembered, unlike the Vikings. But that's it.
Yep.
He was evil in every other way. I don't want to hear it.
To be sure, but he was the greatest navigator of his age, the first person to cross the Atlantic.
No, he wasn't. He went in exactly the wrong direction, to the direction he should have gone. He's one of the worst.
From the continent of Europe, and he did so without any maps and only 3 small ships. If you can name them, by the way, comment below.
Yeah, he went exactly. He probably could have done with a map because he went in exactly the wrong fucking direction.
Professor can't. But your professor probably has taught you the tale of Columbus as a villain. Usually the starting off point to indict the United States as a whole, often relying on a few key myths and some pivotal lies by omission. So, to start with,
let's see.
I'll bet that you probably believe Columbus and other European settlers to simply have committed mass genocide against Native Americans. Sorry,
yes, they did.
And if you want to be as generous as possible, he led to it instead of outright doing it himself.
Yes.
But no, he did, and it did lead to it either way.
But here's the truth.
While there were many examples of brutal warfare between Europeans and Native Americans, neither side actually committed genocide. In fact, there was...
Oh, bullshit, Crowther! Are you really going to deny the genocide? How many millions of Native Americans are there now compared to was hundreds of years ago? Oh, wait, only a few million left. They were wiped off the map and we took their land. Like, stop.
Exactly.
Crowther, like this is up there if you're saying Hitler was a socialist leftist and all that. This is getting really stupid.
Yeah. Never an outright policy of Indian extermination.
I don't
Yes,
care.
there was!
First off, there was. And even if there wasn't, I don't care. They still did it, dummy. God.
The Native Americans were mostly wiped out through infectious diseases that the settlers had inadvertently brought
That was deliberately done by them.
Yeah,
that was an explicit policy.
It wasn't always inadvertent. It was also done on purpose, you dipshit. Oh my god.
Exactly. Yeah, yes.
Of the estimated 250,000 natives in Hispaniola, Columbus's first stop in the Americas in 1492, new infectious diseases wiped out a staggering 95% of their population by 1517.
And how many of it was on purpose, pal? Because a lot of it also
Yeah,
was done on
probably
purpose.
90% of that. As far as genocide by violence, you can look at any historical account of even the most one-sided battles and find that they were still just that. Battles. Take Wounded Knee, although hundreds of years later I only bring it up because I know that if I don't, you will. It's become ubiquitous with the idea of Native American genocide. After all, there were 150 to 350 Aboriginals killed or wounded. That's terrible. But there were also 25 American soldiers killed and
self-defense, pal, in their regard. How about that?
39 wounded. That's not genocide. That's a one-sided beatdown with Old Glory wielding the...
It is part of genocide because taking their land and all that, you dumb fuck.
Hammer. And sometimes the massacres went the other direction. See the Apaches for reference, or the Comanches, or a dozen or so other tribes. So the natives often gave as good as they got. Not exactly the way genocide usually tends to work. Here's another thing I bet you've been made to believe. That many Native Americans, American Indians, I don't know what, take your pick, lived in harmony with the environment.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of idiots on the left believe this. No, they were not all peaceful with each other. They were violent towards each other. Probably genocided each other too, but it doesn't change the fact what we did was wrong.
Until Columbus arrived and European settlers destroyed the land with their evil technology. Truth, not only did the natives brutally take out people, but they took out entire forests and hunted species to extinction.
Hey, like we almost did to the bison in the 1800s. Remember that? Would you like to point that out? And by the way, when we did that to the bison, you know what we did? To try and starve out the Native Americans and all that.
Yep, exactly.
So there's your genocide in action, pal. We almost drove an animal species to extinction to try and kill off the Native Americans.
Exactly.
How about that?
Yep.
There were millions of bison across America, and at near their lowest number, like in 1900, it was down to like 500 or so. Tens of millions of animals down to like 500 or so in just a span of like a few decades. Like, that's how bad we genocide in bison.
Squatting Bear and his First Nation buddies weren't hopping into kayaks to block whaling ships, probably because they were too busy killing seals to waterproof their kayaks. You also probably believe that the Native American, two-spirited First Nation something or other culture was a beautiful, pantheistic one of peace. The truth is, not so much. When Columbus arrived, the islands were inhabited by two main tribes. The Arawaks, who were passive and friendly, and the Caribs, who were vicious cannibals. The Arawaks actually lived in fear of the Caribs for, you guessed it, the reasons being that they hunted them down to enslave them and eat them. Yes, eat them. Ironically, we get the name Caribbean Islands from those famous people eaters. The only way settlers were able to conquer this land was through the help of Native Americans who teamed up with them to settle the score with other tribes.
That's literally what the British did with India, for crying out loud. Does that still justify what we did to them? No.
Who were even bigger jerks than they were.
Absolutely.
That's not even to mention the populations in Central and South America famous for ritual human sacrifice. You think Cortez...
Again, we're not making excuses what the Native Americans did. They did a lot of evil things too, but what we did was wrong too.
Was able to command and conquer with only 500 or so conquistadors? Of course not. It took 50,000 screaming, angry allied natives who'd had it up to here with being tortured, enslaved, and forced to carry gold for the other native Aztecs. At some point, they decided to roll the dice and go with the guys sporting funny beards and metal hats. None of this is to say that the early settlers were perfect, or that they didn't carry out their fair share of pretty scummy stuff, but to use America's mistakes as the brush with which to paint the entirety of its history while completely ignoring the indigenous lifestyle of barbarism and borderline evil.
I don't know if everyone would blame literally everything on America. I don't even know if even the left does that. They would blame like Europeanism, which
exactly.
But it's also true. We finished the job. We did the rest of it and all that. And that can't be ignored.
Is inaccurate at best, dishonest at worst.
That is what.
You're
literally inaccurate and dishonest. You stupid bastard.
Yeah. There were plenty of bloody, horrendous battles between the Europeans and the Indians. When a Neolithic tribe...
Is that Sam Cedar behind you, Crowder? Oh, no! Sam Cedar!
Encounters a more technologically advanced people. The guys
with
the
no, Sam Cedar, what is that there?
Columbus is not the issue here and never was. This whole Indigenous Peoples Day charade is about teaching your children to despise Western civilization and anybody who dare defend it.
Pointing out how bad Columbus was does not mean we hate the West, you stupid fucking retard, for crying out loud. How dumb do you have to... Oh, that's right, it's Crowder. I'm not
and again,
surprised.
that could just be my Western civ privilege talking.
No, it's just you're an ignorant
Happy Columbus Day.
And racist, too.
I'm Stephen Crowder for Prager University.
Oh, God, what a fucking idiot. Uh-oh, could that be Sam Cedar behind you, Crowder? Or maybe your waifu that you're smoking while she's pregnant and all that? Or maybe it's you coming out of the closet again? Fucking idiot. So yeah, what do you gotta say about smug, vile piece of shit Crowder making a complete fool of himself and defending Columbus Day? Oh good, just like the two.
No fucking surprise coming from that subhuman.
God, what a mug.
And yes, I'm calling him subhuman because he is.
So yeah, guys, Columbus Day should be removed. Christopher Columbus was evil. There's no excuse, no defense for what he did and all that. Led to the millions of
don't forget that one of the people that inspired that he would cite him as an inspiration, Adolf Hitler.
Of course, well, I'm not surprised. Just like our Jim Crow laws and eugenics policies too, as well in Mein Kampf. But yeah, so guys. Yeah, Native Americans weren't peaceful and they did a lot of evil things too. Doesn't mean what we did was good either, and we need to point that out. But of course, not surprised, because conservatives are, you guessed it, Karens. All right, so now on to the next one. Oh, this is gonna be good.
Benefits of conservatism.
All right, guys, are you ready to see the benefits of conservatism? Because I have yet to see one, and oh no, not only are we gonna get something wrong, but we're gonna get incredibly smug. It's Greg Gutfeld. Oh God.
Oh God, that unfunny loser.
Now we're gonna be berated by an idiot. Oh God, this is gonna be.
Yeah.
Oh, can you? Oh my God, could this actually be even more smug and arrogant than Crowder? Believe it or not. Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Oh my God, Crowder, you're gonna have actual competition. I hate to break the news to you because this Gutfeld is a smug piece of shit like you are too. Oh God, here we go. So let's see the benefits of conservatism from the most smarmiest motherfucker probably on the right. Oh God.
Why are you right? Yes, you, conservative person. Can you answer that?
We're the only people who think we're conservatives are idiots like Harry and other idiots on the left, but otherwise we're progressive.
That question, I think it's so important that I wrote a book about it. How to be right, the art of being persuasively correct. Because if you can't be
Gutfeld, when have you ever been correct once in your life?
Persuasive about why you are right, then we, the United States of America and the Republic for which it stands, are lost. So here's the simple answer to why you are right. It is a more practical, generous, and compassionate way to live.
If you're progressive, yes. But not when you're conservative. Because there's one thing conservatives are not. Practical, generous, and especially compassionate.
Let me explain. There have been a bunch of academic studies on how those on the left and right approach problems. They pretty much all come to the same conclusion. The right tends to be risk-averse, more concerned about external threats, like tyranny and terror. Conservatives...
No, you're not. You guys are full of tyranny and terror.
Get this. Tend to be conservative.
It's just outside. It's just outside the world that makes it a problem.
Fire in just about every sense, financially, artistically, sexually. They're cautious about changing traditions, sometimes to a fault, which is why they cling to that crazy constitution they like so much, and to their guns and their religion.
So the funny thing is, so far he's actually kind of making fun of conservatives. I interpret somewhat.
Conservatives also focus on what we can fix and accept what we cannot, which is one of the many reasons we're not obsessed over global warming.
Even though global warming is the biggest threat for human life, for crying out loud, because you're all so stubborn. You're ignorantly stubborn on it.
With radical Islam, we know what the threat is.
climate change is more of a long-term threat than Islamic jihadists. That's climate change is way worse than Islamic jihadists. I hate to break the news to you.
And that it's a lot worse than a few missing polar bears.
Oh, yeah, sure, just missing polar bears. So what if the polar bears go extinct? That's not even the worst thing of it, pal, you dumb fucking retard. What if I told you
that... just a fucking start, you imbecilic fucktard.
Hey, pal, you're so concerned about Islamic jihadists. What if I told you climate change could make Islamic jihadists even more stronger? Ooh,
oh, yeah.
Ooh, well, all of a sudden, are you gonna take climate change seriously now that I point that out? Oh, wait, you're still gonna be an ignorant bastard?
Because he's a denialist.
I know that makes me sound mean.
He's probably invested in because he's invested in fossil fuels.
That's a lot worse than a few missing polar bears. I know that makes me sound mean. Sorry, polar bears.
You're not just mean,
Liberals,
you're stupid.
the research tells us, are generally more outgoing, more likely to try new stuff. They're open to new ideas.
Which you guys aren't?
Though not school choice or flat taxes.
Because school choice and flat tax sucks and they don't work. That's why we don't want them.
Or a market-based healthcare reform.
Whoa, what was this?
Though not school choice or flat taxes or a market-based healthcare.
We have market-based healthcare, you idiot, and it sucks. Thousands of people in America die every year because they don't have insurance and all that. Medical bankruptcy is the biggest form of bankruptcy in the country. Like, stop. This is all complete utter crap. This is your guys' policies, and they suck.
Reform.
That's why we're
less likely to feel threatened by unfamiliar things. This is why, in general, they seem to have more fun. They're more likely to try drugs, for example, which is fine as long as they don't end up throwing up in my toaster. In short, liberals are pretty liberal. They feel free to take risks that the risk-averse usually end up paying for.
Did you hear that? The part of throwing up in his toaster.
Over. Which explains the necessity for conservatism. We are the cleanup crew.
No, you're
Liberals
not.
May
we clean up your mess, pal, because you're a bunch of idiots.
Seem to have more fun, and many do, but according to polls, they aren't as happy as conservatives.
That's because you guys are ignorant. Ignorance is bliss. We know problems, and that's why we're miserable about it.
And with all the fun they're having, I've never quite figured out why the angriest people I've encountered in my life have been liberals.
I can't figure out why the most angriest and violent people I've ever seen in my life are conservatives.
Maybe it's because
because they're more fearful and they've got the that particular gland that's bigger, so it
Yep. Oh man, remember Tom Hartman's video on a long time ago?
Yep.
Ooh, you know what? You should look that up, and maybe we can cover it in next week's episode. Ooh, that would be interesting.
Fun doesn't translate into long-term happiness. Marriage, families, and religion do that. And
marriage, family, and religion all suck, and not for everyone, pal. Deal with it.
Those are the things conservatives most value. Liberals tend to live for now, conservatives for later. A risk-averse conservative is more likely to save money. He is more likely to...
No, they're more likely to steal your money, pal.
Protect his investments. He is more likely to protect property and advocate for rule of law and preservation of individual protections.
That's what progressives do, pal.
And he offers no excuses for looting. Instead, he empathizes with the Asian, Arab, and black small businessman whose convenience store, laundry, or restaurant goes up in flames during the riot that liberals reflexively endorse as an understandable response to injustice.
No, only dumb idiots on the left defend it. Liberals are actually against and condemn the rioters and looters and all them. That's why a lot of left hate liberals, you idiot.
Of course, conservatives aren't risk-averse in everything.
Yeah, you are.
But they take risks with their own lives, not with the society. Conservatives risk all to build businesses. That risk, however, is rooted in a fact-based belief, not faith, in the free market.
If free market done work, pal.
Hey, your religion of the free market, your free market religion.
You know what's actual good capitalism? Regulated capitalism, which you guys fundamentally are fearful of. Because you don't like good things.
People want the product or service you're supplying at the price you're asking. You will succeed, and the risk will pay off. Over time, it's
unless that product kills people, and you don't want regulation to try and ban that product from being sold.
Conservative risk-taking that creates a civilization by building families, businesses, and nations.
Buddy, the West was made because of the Enlightenment and liberalism. Hate to break the news to you.
All of which creates more wealth.
Because guess what? You're not going to like him, but guess what the founding fathers were at the time? Liberals! Oh, you're not going to like hearing that one, pal.
Wealth that can then be used to help those in need. You need money to make money, But you also need money to give money. Conservatism makes what liberalism takes. So for
liberalism made your money, you dumb fucking retard.
Exactly.
Oh my god. He's actually, I think in terms of smugness, I think he's destroying Crowder right now, believe it or not.
Example for liberals to get their minimum wage hike.
He's on Fox fucking News.
How are you more smug than Crowder? How is that possible?
First, we need conservatives to build businesses, to think like businessmen, to sacrifice their own salaries in order to pay others, to sleep on floors, if necessary, in order to break even. Then, when they make a profit and things are going great, when the calm sets in, liberalism can appear and say, how dare you not pay these people a living wage?
Because a lot of times they're not.
Tables are full of
Especially
diners,
corporations.
and bills are being paid,
Exactly.
and you're thinking about opening a second joint. Liberalism arrives to demand its cut. Think of it as
demand our cut, pal. Yeah, sure.
Wow, no, that's you guys.
We're not some sort of mob, for crying out loud.
protection rap.
No, that's
like the
you
Gambino family,
conservatives.
but without loyalty, job prospects, and tracksuits. In short, conservatism doesn't compete with liberalism; it sustains it.
No,
without conservatism,
your conservatism is sustained by liberalism because liberalism
Your conservatives
is
are being
superior.
sustained by liberals because
there is
your
no
stuff's
liberalism.
inferior, yeah.
And so when a liberal asks you, why are you a conservative? Simply say, so that you can be a liberal.
Yeah, sure, pal. Yeah, sure. You don't sustain us, pal. We sustain you. Oh my god, what a absolutely smug piece of shit, even worse than Crowd, which is hard to believe. Oh, look! Almost 25% dislikes already. Let's go.
Nice.
How much you want to bet because you're a smug little shit, for crying out loud? Oh my god. So yeah, what do you guys say about Greg Gutfeld actually somehow being more smug than Crowder?
No, that's because he's evil.
Yep. God, you're a fucking idiot. And more importantly, did you hear one benefit of conservatism? Because I sure didn't.
What? I only had problems.
The funny thing is, a lot of stuff he brought up was because of liberalism. Just like how every single time we bring up progressive policies, why is it they're always the most pro-capitalist policies? That's a little odd. Oh, that's right, because our policies work and your guy sucks. Every single time every time you touch something, it goes to shit. Look at the orangutan.
Yep.
All right, so now, on to the next topic.
Cops are the good guys.
Well, maybe, as we said when we first picked this.
Okay. Let me be clear. This is going to be one of those ones where there's going to be good points and there's going to be bad points. This is PragerU, so I don't have much faith that it's not going to slip into cop murder apologia.
They're probably going to make excuses and all that. Instead of being nuances. But
George Floyd is an end slur.
Yep.
And therefore he deserves to have his neck, to have people stand on his neck for 10 minutes until he died.
Yep. So we'll see. Maybe this will be the last, maybe, good video, somewhat, if they explain it right. But we know that we should have no faith in them. But we'll see. We were stunned about the Civil War one. Maybe they can get this one right. But hold on to your butts and be proven wrong, people. We'll see.
For over 30...
Oh, here we go. We're already bad start. I can't remember his name, but he's that stupid conservative black cop that ran with pro-Trump in 2016 and all that. Oh God, it's David Clark. Yep, it's that guy again. Yep. Well, guys, that's all down the drain. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. There's no redeeming about this. This piece of shit.
I was the sheriff of Milwaukee County.
All right, expect badness.
I've done everything you can do as a cop, from walking the beat to investigating murder to running the agency. I've met a lot of cops of every race, ethnicity, and background. Here's what I can tell you. Cops are not perfect. That's not a news flash.
You're a Blue Lives Matter fuck. You think cops are always
good. You're a Black Lives Don't Matter terrorist.
And if I remember back in 2016, I think he said a lot of pretty racist stuff about blacks too. So yeah.
Of course, he's an Uncle Tom.
Yep.
What do you expect?
They don't have to be perfect. They have to be excellent. And most officers...
But who wants excellent cops? Oh yeah, us on the left.
Officers reach excellence every single day.
At least the rational ones on the left.
Oh yeah! That reminds me now we brought up. Remember last time we covered about that base cop stopping that scammer?
Yes.
Well, earlier today, on the phone, a video came up about that. And good news, that old woman did get her $24,000 back that was scammed.
Yes! She got all her money back!
Thank you!
Yay!
Thank you, cops! See, we'll actually we'll actually praise you if you do shit right, but if you do stuff wrong, we're gonna condemn you. Like when police activity showed that cops stealing money from someone earlier.
Difficult circumstances. Circumstances you can't imagine and wouldn't want to if you could.
Yeah, this is something a lot, unfortunately, on the left are not going to realize. Cops have really, really horrible jobs that lead to their deaths, too. I know because I see police activity cover them.
Perfection.
Dude, they even showed a video last night, that was a half an hour long, of 2 cops getting ambushed by someone they actually interacted with a half an hour earlier and killed.
Jesus.
Yeah, so, yeah. Life for cops is hard, and of course, idiots on the left will never recognize that.
It's an unattainable goal. Cops are ordinary human beings, like everyone else. Lawyers, surgeons, and baseball players, they make mistakes. But
well, the problem is their mistakes could potentially lead to someone dying. So that deserves a little bit more scrutiny than like an MLB player.
No profession works harder to correct its mistakes.
Yeah, sure. The police departments do everything they can to correct mistakes. No, that's why we need to have police reform to fix that. Like, don't
can mark social progress by the improvements made by police departments over the last 50 years. Today, police are more professional, better educated, and better trained than at any time in their history.
This video is. I think this video is a few years old, unfortunately, but. I don't really believe that, and if it is, it's because of liberal policies, pal.
You wouldn't know it, though, if you listened to self-serving, self-righteous politicians and activists. In their version of history, the police are the villains of the story, not its heroes.
Well, in a lot of cases, police do bad things, which, of course, you, as a Blue Lives Matter dipshit, will never acknowledge, whereas we do. Just like earlier.
Exactly.
Police activity. I acknowledge we covered last time that base cop saved a scammer. Good. And got the money back. But then, of course, I just mentioned that cops stealing money from someone. Maybe I'll post that later on the server if you want to check that. But it's nuanced.
Everything else this crowd does, they've got it all backwards. The police aren't the problem. The politicians and activists are. The police didn't create...
That's more nuanced. That's more nuanced. I'm not going to say... Yeah. I'm not going to say they always get it right because a lot of times they don't, like Michael Brown, unfortunately, but there's nuance to it.
The failed urban policies that have locked people into generational poverty.
That's your guys' policies, pal. That's conservative policies that did that.
It's not responsible for fatherless homes.
Yes, it is. Systemic racism, the drug war, and all that. Yes, that's all your guys' fault.
Failing schools and
that's your fault.
Bad lifestyle choices.
That's your fault.
And
that is also their fault too, because you have ways to get out of bad lifestyles, but it's conservatives' fault that you guys are in your predicament.
Sure as hell aren't responsible for the lack of respect shown to police officers.
It takes respect to earn respect, pal. Though that's the thing.
Exactly.
If cops in the mind of blacks in America are viewed them as like racist and all that, they're not going to have respect for you, no matter what. You have to get rid of the mindset before they can respect you and all that. But, of course, people like you would reinforce it.
This lack of respect for authority, fostered over decades by the progressive left...
No, that's your guys' fault. That's your guys' fault.
And it's fear the police narrative that has led to the needless deaths of so many young black men.
No.
When Officer Darren Wilson told Michael Brown to get out of the middle of the street in Ferguson, Missouri, did Brown comply? No. When officers in Baltimore told Freddie Gray to stop resisting arrest...
Are you going to defend what happened to Freddie Gray that led to the Baltimore riots? Do I need to bring it up again, pal? Because this actually involves around where I live. When he ran away, they caught him, arrested him, they put him in a van, they didn't buckle him up, and they did a thing called the Rough Ride, where they drove around Baltimore recklessly, through towns, through alleyways, and he slided all over the place in the police van without being seatbelts, so he got injured really badly, and then he died soon afterwards. They killed him. And they got away with it, too.
Did he comply? No.
That doesn't mean he should be killed and all that.
Yeah.
A lot of people on the left are not going to like this, but Michael Brown did bring himself to his kill and all that. He wasn't... Remember, hands up, don't shoot? That just didn't happen and all that.
When officers in New York...
And I have to feel guilty about it because I also bought into that narrative too, but then I had to research it afterwards and realize, no, that's not what happened.
City told Eric Garner to stop resisting arrest.
Oh, Eric Garner, the guy who was selling cigarettes and got choked to death. Yeah, that was your guys' fault.
I remember that.
That was your guys' fault. He should...
Yeah.
First off, he didn't do anything wrong. Second of all, he should have been killed. End discussion.
Did he comply? No. Here's a useful tip. If you want to avoid a bad outcome with a police officer, follow this simple rule. When a cop gives you a lawful command, obey it, even if you disagree.
I feel really weird about this because it is true if you obey it, you're more likely to live, but people are just not going to buy an argument anymore because they're just so anti-cop and all that because of what the actions you guys did. Like, you guys brought on yourself for people to be against it and all that.
Whatever problem you are experiencing is not going to be settled on the street. People with complaints need to use the process established for that purpose. Though cops don't have the final say, they do in that moment. How you react can be a matter of life or death. But the idea that a law-abiding citizen has to fear the police is a terrible and destructive lie.
It's not a lie. That's how blacks feel.
Let's get some perspective. In 2014, 990 people were killed in police use of force incidents. Does that sound like a lot? Did you know that according to a Johns Hopkins study, that same year medical errors killed 250,000 people? Yet activists aren't marching in the streets demanding that the medical profession be reformed.
Yes, we do. Medicare for all, Bernie. Like, no, we do. And I actually looked up this video. This is in 2018. So yeah, this is when Bernie became popular. I mean, well known, all that. Yeah, we do cover that. We bring up all the time. It's just you conservatives are against it fervently, like you.
Why not?
Whataboutism. Yeah, we do cover it.
Why?
But that's whataboutism. We're not talking about like Medicare for all, healthcare reform, and all that. We're talking about police brutality and all that. Let's stick to that,
Is it that the people who protect you from the bad guys, and I've seen these bad guys close up, are the subject of distrust and anger? Why is it that groups like Black Lives Matter, I call them Black Lies Matter, because it's based on the falsehood that police represent a danger to black people?
It's not false, though. It's
nowhere near the danger to black people that you are
celebrated by the media and politicians. All this is taking its toll on cops, and even more tragically, on the law-abiding citizens in the neighborhoods that most need a strong police presence. The murder rates in these neighborhoods are going up because lawful, aggressive police...
Well, this is back in 2018, but crime rates now in 2024 have gone down pretty much everywhere, so... Yeah, that's not really relevant anymore.
Is going down. Heather McDonald of the Manhattan Institute has explained why. She calls it the Ferguson effect. And it's real. It's also common sense. Why police officers reason? Put your career at risk if 30 seconds of smartphone video taken out of context can destroy it.
No, I don't know how much this was in 2018 because it's been 6 years, but now... Thanks to police activity and all that, we have body cam footage. We can literally see what happens. And channels like Police Activity, I'm going to keep promoting them forever and ever because they're based. Most of the times, body cam footage shows the cops are in the right. And then they also show times where cops are in the wrong, where they showed the entire thing with George Floyd. They showed the cops stealing money recently from someone and all that. Like, we have body cam footage that, like, the ultimate proof and all that. Like, cops, if they do something right, they're gonna be fine and all that. If this evidence shows that they're doing something right, the only time they have to worry about it is if they do something wrong.
Here's the truth. Police aren't afraid of walking the streets or being shot by random criminals. They're afraid of being involved in an incident that would label them forever as trigger-happy racists.
Well, if you don't do stuff that leads that, then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Are there bad cops? I know firsthand that there are. I've had to fire them.
I'm looking at one right now.
But the overwhelming majority are good, decent men and women concerned about the law-abiding citizens in the communities they serve and are willing to put their lives on the line to protect them. Those who try to convince you either out of ignorance or out of some ideological agenda that the police are the enemy, those are the people you should fear.
You're a blue shield
Run from
person.
them,
I don't want to hear
not the cops. I'm Sheriff Dave.
So yeah, that was almost completely and utter dog shit. That video could have gone a lot better if the right person was talking. And guess what? That was absolutely not the person that should have been talking. Crap video and all that, well-deserved dislike. I could do this a whole lot better in that regard, for crying out loud. Make a much better argument, which I did, bring up police activity and all that. Yeah, complete dog shit. I was hoping that maybe this would have been a good video, but once David Clark showed up, we knew it was going to be complete dog shit, and yes, it was. Oh, God. And now we're down to the final 3. So next up...
That'll be the Great Texas Freeze of 2021, and probably why the left is to blame.
Yep,
the third to last video.
Yep, that's one thing we remember about PragerU. They're always going to blame the left for literally everything. So, of course, I'm talking about the freeze, ice storm that Texas had in 2021 and how government incompetence couldn't handle it and all that. Which I'm also not surprised, because remember, like, when we bring up about, like, the heat waves and all that, like, how, like, Europe and, like, New England, West Coast of America can't really take it? Texas and all them can't handle cold like us in the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic can. They're just as susceptible and all that. Now, of course, can't wait to see them blaming us on the left for what happened, so here we go.
The week of Valentine's Day 2021, the temperature dropped below 0. Nobody could remember it being this cold for this long. This was Texas, not...
Wait till you see the ice storm we had in 2009 in Maryland, where for like a 5 day straight it was under... Our high was like -7.
Siberia. But Texas is the energy state.
Breezy.
There was...
Would you be able to handle that, you Aussie?
Oh, hell no. Hell no!
I guess Mid-Atlantic American supremacy for the win.
But can you handle 40 plus degrees for 3 weeks straight?
Can you translate that to an American?
102 Fahrenheit plus.
Buddy, in the summer of 2010, we were like every day from like April to September was like almost 100 degrees every day. So yes, us Mid-Atlantic Americans are hardy people.
There's nothing to fear. You just go home, turn on the heat, and
At
hunker
least,
down.
at least
That's
until
how it
everything
should have gone.
spontaneously
Instead, over 5
combusts.
days, 4 million Texans lost power during what turned out to be the coldest winter storm in half a century. Hundreds died, including an 11-year-old boy who froze to death in his sleep. The state's electric grid operator, the electric reliability...
And also, too, I know you guys are not gonna like hearing this because it is true. This is also because of climate change. And we've talked about before. See, normally, the cold air, like in the Arctic and Canada in the winter, is held up by the jet stream, which is a column of air that travels around Earth and all that. I think there's, like, different jet streams, like, all over the world and all that. Like, what is it, like 4 at least? Or 2?
Yep, there's a few around, yeah.
Because I know there's one in the south and all that. But what happens is the jet stream is powered basically by ice caps and all that. But because of climate change melting the ice caps, it doesn't get as much strength. So as it weakens, a lot of times it'll droop down, which means it'll go all the way down to the south instead of being like in not South America, but like southern part of America instead of being up in Canada. So that's what leads to us having colder winters lately on average than from a long time ago. So we're getting hotter temps but colder winters and all that. And that is a good big reason why that probably happened with Texas.
Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, later reported the state was just 4 minutes away from total grid collapse. The media was quick to blame the state government for not being fully prepared.
Yeah, they were. Because you conservatives are to blame for everything. You gotta be more prepared for stuff like this.
And not acting fast enough. This may be true, but ERCOT's mistakes were symptoms, not the cause of the problem. The real cause is decades of misguided policy.
Ted Cruz stuffed everything up.
Not the cause of the problem. The real cause is decades of misguided policies that have left the Lone Star State with an unreliable energy infrastructure. It's a cautionary tale that the rest of the country needs to learn from. From 2010 to 2020, the population of Texas increased by 4 million people, and the state's economy grew by 35%. But while all this growth was happening, the state's reliable energy capacity was actually shrinking. Meanwhile, its unreliable energy capacity was surging.
Oh, of course, blaming green energy for it. Of course. Here we go.
There we go. Blaming the left for everything.
Yep. Guys, you don't want to... We need to go off of fossil fuels. There's no way around it, pal. It has to be done. There are... it's going to have to happen no matter what.
In fact, it almost tripled.
Yeah, that's base that green energy tripled in Texas and everywhere, hopefully, too. It needs to happen, period.
Let's break this down.
Exactly.
Reliable energy is fossil fuels, coal and natural gas, and nuclear. These fuels produce a near constant flow of electricity. Unreliable or variable energy is renewable energy, Wind and solar.
Nuclear is somewhat renewable and cleaner, for crying out loud.
It's cleaner, but not
They're
much
unreliable
better.
because they depend on the whims of Mother Nature.
We've got our right-wing party, our right-wing to far-right party, the Liberals, who are also they're backed by fossil fuel companies, even more than Labour. They're proposing nuclear power.
Yep.
Which I've said is like, I almost think it's like 30 years, we're like 30 years too late regarding that.
We're going to have to do everything we can to combat climate change, though.
In 2020, Texans got 25% of their energy from
wind,
renewables.
solar, batteries,
Storm, however,
geothermal, wind, wave.
At one point reaching a deadly low of just 1.5%. The reason? Renewable energy only works when the weather cooperates, but it's useless when it doesn't.
There's ways around it, you dipshit. That doesn't resolve around fossil fuels. There's ways to store that electricity for when it needs to be, when it's needed. Stupid fuck.
Like when it conjures up a giant snowstorm, solar panels can't capture sunlight, and wind turbines don't spin when covered in snow and ice.
It's solar flares?
Given renewables' unreliability, how is it that Texas, of all places, became so dependent on them? That story begins in 1999, when Texas politicians on the left and the right fell in love with the idea that they could turn the state into a green energy powerhouse. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Instead of passing any new mandates, they would do it by offering massive subsidies marketed as incentives.
Hey, buddy, that's your guys' policies. That's capitalism. That's your guys' policies. Don't blame us on the left for it. That's your guys' policy, so I don't want to hear it.
To produce wind and solar power. This ended up working out great for the wind and solar companies, but not so great for reliable energy providers.
Coal and gas need to go because it causes climate change. It needs to go. End of discussion.
To illustrate this, imagine that you own a restaurant. One day you learn that your competitor down the street is getting government support. He gets so much help that instead of charging his customers, he can pay them to eat his food. Not surprisingly, your customers abandon your restaurant for his.
Not if they don't think that restaurant's food is good. Like people can still have personal preferences in what food they eat. If they don't like it, I don't think they would eat it even if they're paid to do that and all that. If you don't like the food, you're not going to eat it. But here's one more important thing. Restaurants don't lead to climate change, whereas fossil fuels do.
Your competitor prospers off the taxpayers' backs.
Try to blame everything except climate change for what happened.
Let's apply this analogy to the real world of renewable energy. Wind and solar get so much in subsidies, they're guaranteed a profit.
Good. They need to. Give them the subsidy.
Get rid of me and take Cruz me.
And hopefully build up their strength to the point where they can fend for themselves. Capitalism at that
like
point.
Fossil fuel producers.
Regulate capitalism for the win again.
They're not even required to provide reliable power. It's no wonder fossil fuel plants are closing. And
because they need to go because climate change.
Nuclear plants are not being built.
That's because of a lot of people on the left, unfortunately, are against nuclear power. That's the reason why they're not being built.
Wind and solar companies are protected from the laws of supply and demand. They can't lose. And
they're building up their capacities, dipshit, so they are going to meet supply and demand.
Fossil fuel plants can't compete. That's how out of whack the Texas electricity market has been.
And I don't want to hear it, pal. The fossil fuel industry is still heavily subsidized. I don't want to hear
it. Since 2006, the state has
they were subsidized for decades. And if you can't support it right, you support yourself without those subsidies, then maybe you need to go out of business like capitalism would say.
Subsidize renewable energy to the tune of $19 billion.
You're crying about $19 billion in subsidies for renewable energy. Guy, it's going to be in the hundreds of billions for fossil fuel industry. I don't want to hear it.
All of this came right out of Texans'
trillions. I'm pretty sure it's trillions for fossil fuel industries.
All over the world? Yes, definitely. In the trillions.
Bills and rising property taxes. And what does
Remember,
Texas
the
have
fossil
to show
fuel executive's ultimate goal is to turn Earth into Venus.
For it? An electric grid that failed when Texans needed it most. Unfortunately, this scenario is playing out across America.
Why is New Jersey not on that map? It's all washed out like climate change washed out New Jersey.
Over the past decade, the federal government has spent over...
Climate change will do the same to countries like the Netherlands. Because the Netherlands will be going underwater at some point.
PragerU have an anti-New Jersey bias?
$230 billion on energy subsidies. And that doesn't even include subsidies the states give away. It's true that Uncle Sam also grants favors to fossil fuel companies. Renewable energy advocates love to point this out. But here's what they neglect to mention. Compared to fossil fuel companies, for every unit of electricity generated, Washington subsidizes wind 17 times and solar 75 times more.
Good! I'm glad. I want it to be even higher.
Yet despite all this aid, renewables provide just 4% of the country's total energy supply.
Well, this is old news now because I'm pretty sure it's higher. And also, good. Let's raise it even more towards 100%. And that way we can combat climate change, which is needed because America is the second biggest emitter of climate change. So if America can get to 100%, that would be huge. That's like 23% of CO2 emissions gone just like that. Because remember, for several decades when it was just America and the West committing to CO2 emissions rising, the temperatures were rising, but it was still slow enough that maybe we'd be able to be somewhat okay with it. But once China came in, that's when it came out of whack. So if America was on its own able to get to 100%, that might slow it down again to maybe we can combat more efficiently. Like, there's nothing but positives.
The verdict is in. Renewable energy is expensive and unreliable.
It's not expensive. It's cheap now as hell because of the subsidies. And it's getting more reliable over time.
And if it can render America's leading power producer powerless, it can do the same to your state. Government meddling got us into this mess. It's time.
And of course, now we got to go to blame the government now. Here we go.
Blaming the government, obviously.
Yep. Fucking
time for politicians to step aside and let the free market get us out of it.
Okay, pal, you want the free market? We're going to take away the subsidies for fossil fuel industry and watch how quickly they die along with the green renewable energy sector. Watch how quickly they'll die because you can't support yourselves anymore. You use the renewable energy sector to survive. You can't.
I'm Jason Isaac from the Texas Public Policy Foundation.
God, what a dog shit video that was. Complete and utter crap.
Yeah.
So we got to say about that. It's us Democrats and the government's fault that the industries died during the cold wave and all that. Or maybe you guys just weren't prepared for it and all that. It should be pretty simple to fix and all that. Absolutely stupid. Fucking idiot. And also, take a look in general as I get the next video loaded up.
Is fascism right or left?
And unfortunately...
We know what it is. Yep. Remember, if you're on the left, you're a communist Nazi who's also an ISIS fighter.
Yep, and just so you know, if you didn't know, Dinesh D'Souza is the person in the video. Of course.
Oh, God. Yeah, remember, he's the guy who believes that after Cain killed Abel and fled to a town, he founded the Democratic Party.
Do I need to remind
I'm not joking. That's what he believes. He believes that the Democratic Party was founded by Cain after he killed Abel and fled to a town, and it was founded on a platform of Satanism. I wish I was joking. That's literally what he believes.
Don't worry, he's still a felon in our eyes, remember?
Yep, and he's a felon too.
Just like his beloved Trump.
That's dumb shit, that shit for brains.
So yeah, let's fascism left or right. Well, we already know the answer. It's right, but let's see how Dinesh D'Souza tries to frame this.
He's gonna be like, it's left wing. So it's left wing, and because Nazism, communism, and Islamism are all left wing. The United Soviet Socialist Republics, National Socialist German Workers' Party, and Islamic Socialists of Immigration and Subjugation.
He's a fascist. For decades, this has been a favorite smear of the left aimed at those on the right. Every Republican president, for that matter, virtually every Republican, since the 1970s has been called a fascist.
Because
now
you
more
guys
than ever.
are.
This label is based on the idea that fascism is a phenomenon of the political right. The left says it is, and some self-styled white supremacists and neo-Nazis embrace the label. But are they correct? To answer this question, we have to ask what fascism really means. What is its underlying ideology? Where does it even come from? These are not easy questions to answer. We know the name of the philosopher of capitalism, Adam Smith. We know the name of
Adam Smith's capitalism. I think capitalism was pretty much created before then, pal.
The philosopher of Marxism, Karl Marx. But who's the philosopher of fascism? Yes, exactly. You don't know. Don't feel bad. Almost no one knows.
Mussolini,
This is not because he doesn't exist, but because historians, most of whom are on the political left, had to erase him from history in order to avoid confronting fascism's actual beliefs.
Really? We deleted Mussolini from existence, even though he fought in World War II?
So let me introduce him to you. His name is Giovanni Gentile, born...
No, it was Mussolini, pal. You can't even get who create fascism right. Why should I take you seriously? Come on.
Exactly.
Why are you so defensive of Mussolini all of a sudden? That seems a little sus.
1875.
Yep.
He was one of the world's most influential philosophers in the...
Oh, look up Wikipedia. Fascism is a far-right authoritarian ultranationalist political ideology and movement, characterized by dictatorial leaders, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interests for the perceived good of the nation or race, a strong regimen of society and economy. There you go. There's your definition of fascism.
First half of the 20th century. Gentile believed that there were two diametrically opposed types of democracy. One is liberal democracy, such as that of the United States, which Gentile...
I bet that hurts saying liberal democracy. I bet that hurts so much saying that.
Dismisses as individualistic, too centered on liberty and personal rights, and therefore selfish.
Individualism? Base!
The other, the one Gentile recommends, is true democracy, in which individuals willingly subordinate themselves to the state.
That sounds like
his
fascism.
philosophical mentor,
That is.
Boo and cringe.
Gentile wanted to create a community that resembles the family. A community where we are all in this together.
Dog whistle?
It's easy to see the attraction of this idea. Indeed, it remains a common rhetorical theme of the left. For example, at the 1984 convention of the Democratic Party, the governor of New York, Mario Cuomo, likened America to an extended family, where, through the government, people all take care of each other.
That is nowhere near the same comparison, you dipshit. He's saying it in a good context. Come on, you dumb fuck. But I'm surprised he has to lose a...
Right-dead imbecile.
Changed. 30 years later, a slogan of the 2012 Democratic Party convention was, "The government is the only thing we all belong to." They might...
Yeah, I highly doubt they said that.
And remember that neolibs not...
I know your history,
Like
news,
Leftists.
but you're going to have to prove that. I need to see the exact video or quote of it, because I'm not going to believe
as well have been quoting Gentile. Now remember, Gentile was a man of the left. He was a committed socialist. For Gentile, fascism is a form of socialism. Indeed, its most workable form. While the socialism of Marx mobilizes people on the basis of class, fascism mobilizes people by appealing to their national identity as well as their class. Fascists are socialists with a national identity.
No, they're not socialists
They're not. Remember that Adolf Hitler purged the socialists.
Yep, that was the first thing the Nazis did when they took power. It killed all the socialists and the communists.
German fascists in the 1930s were called Nazis, basically a contraction of the term National Socialist.
There are socialists...
Here we go, the two terms. And we know, come on, you know that he wants to be like Islamic State. They're Islamic socialists.
The Nazis are as socialist as North Korea is democratic because it's called the Democratic Republic of Korea.
Exactly.
For Gentile, all private action should be oriented to serve society. There's no distinction between the private interest and the public interest. Correctly understood, the two are identical. And who is the administrative arm of society? It's none other than the state. Consequently, to submit to society is to submit to the state, not just in economic matters, but in all matters. Since everything is political,
what's his name
the state
again?
gets to tell...
What?
The guy who...
I can't even find it. I can't even find his name yet on Wikipedia. And I've been looking. Like, this is so stupid, this is. I can't find him.
Tell everyone how to think and what to do. It was another Italian, Benito Mussolini.
Yeah, the actual creative fascism. About time you brought him up.
The fascist dictator of Italy from 1922 to 1943, who turned Gentile's words into action. In his Dottrina del Fascismo, one of the doctrinal statements of early fascism, Mussolini wrote, "All is in the state, and nothing human exists or has value outside the state." He was merely paraphrasing Gentile. The Italian philosopher is now lost in obscurity, but his philosophy could not be more relevant because it closely parallels that of the modern left. Gentile's work speaks directly to progressives who champion the centralized state. Here in America, the left has vastly expanded state control over the private sector.
Buddy, that's you guys, you're for big government. Like when you banned abortions for crying out and try to ban LGBT rights. We're trying to limit state government. We want abortion to be legal.
Exactly.
We want LGBT rights. We want to legalize weed consumption, all that. You guys are against it. You want to ban porn, which is big government, all that. Everything you accuse up of, you're doing too. I don't want to hear it.
From healthcare to banking, from education to energy.
All those under control of the left would be based.
This state-directed capitalism is precisely what German and Italian fascists implemented in the 1930s.
Oh my God, no.
No, it's not. It's the exact opposite.
Oh my God. I don't even remember all the stuff he just said. He's so stupid. Oh my God. This is starting to sound like freaking Crowder's video years ago when we covered like on the second episode. Oh my God. Do we need to go through this again? Oh my God. I don't even remember all the arguments. I gotta remember them all again.
Leftists can't acknowledge their man Gentile.
Buddy, I don't even know who you're talking about. I looked on Wikipedia. I can't even find this fucker. What are you talking about?
Because
Let's try this.
How
I found him. I found him.
Then post on the server so I can look it up.
Giovanni Gentile. Here he is.
All right, now let me go look that up. Let's see. This person that I've never heard about till just now, as we keep listening to this idiot.
That would undermine their attempt to bind conservatism to fascism.
We don't need to bind it. It is. So deal with it.
Conservatism wants small government. So that
No, you do not. You want to ban abortion. You want to ban LGBT rights. You want to ban porn. All that. You want to ban everything.
Yeah,
you guys want big government. We want
individual liberty can flourish.
You don't believe in individual liberty, you stupid fucking retard.
Left, like Gentile, wants the opposite, to place the resources of the individual and industry in the service of a centralized state. To acknowledge Gentile is to acknowledge that fascism bears a deep kinship to the ideology of today's left. So they will keep Gentile where they've got him, dead, buried, and forgotten. But we should remember, or the ghost of fascism will continue to haunt us. I'm Dinesh D'Souza.
The only one who haunts us is you and your stupidity. Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, it's Crowder. Not Crowder. It's D'Souza. I'm not surprised. What a dog shit video it was. No, there's no redeem about it. Oh, look, a nice big fat dislike. So yeah, nothing else to say about that. It's Dinesh D'Souza, piece of shit and all that. All right. After all this time, we're down to the final video.
What radical Islam and the woke have in common?
Yeah, sure, pal. The SJWs and jihadists are very much in common when jihadists would kill those SJWs. All right, so let's get this shit underway. This crappy final video.
There were many American heroes on 9/11, but the greatest were the passengers and crew of Flight 93.
Oh my God, are you really going to bring up 9/11 to go after these people, please? Are you really going to go that low?
Yes, Are
you really going to go that low?
Evil. Who's this?
I've been getting very angry the last few months seeing idiots on the left trying
to... God, it's Hersey Ali!
No.
Seriously, Iron!
No. Don't be hurt, please.
I used to actually kind of respect you!
No.
Why the hell are you so... I used to kind of respect you. And now I can't because you think that the woke are jihadists. Woke are just like jihadists. And all the other things you've said. I get it. You had a horrible upbringing in Somalia. You were mutilated as a child and probably raped on multiple occasions. That doesn't mean you have to suddenly become a fascist who in the end you would have to gas yourself because those people hate you as much as they hate the Muslims.
So you're saying she's having like a Blair White moment?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, we'll get back to the point. Please don't bring this up. I'm already getting annoyed enough for the last few months of idiots on the left trying to justify how 9/11 was good all of a sudden with Bin Laden's like fatwas and all that. Don't get on my bad side already. I'm already
Not only did they avert what Al-Qaeda planned, a direct hit on the White House, but they also...
Actually, they might have gone for the Capitol building, so the White House is not guaranteed of the target.
Embodied Patrick Henry's credo, give me liberty or give me death.
Let's roll.
Do those words still have a meaning in America today? For 2 decades, I've spoken out against those strands of Islam that gave rise to Al-Qaeda. In this fight for freedom, I have faced many death
looked down in the description and I'm like, come on, has she gone that bad?
Well, apparently she has.
Yeah.
And wasn't she part of like the atheist movement when this all started too?
Yes, but then she fell away fairly. Once her feud with what's her name? The feminist Islamist.
Oh no, not Linda Sarsour. No.
That's right.
Oh no, not Sarsour.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Her,
oh my god, I've been getting so many emails all of a sudden about Linda Sarsour with Democrat groups. Guys, please stop associating with Sarsour. She's a jihadist. No, stop. I don't want to hear.
Yep. She's not an ally.
Do we need to bring up what she said to Ali? Do we really need to bring up what she said to her? I don't want to bring it up because it was vile. No, like please don't associate with her. She's horrible. Please stop.
Yeah, she is not an ally.
And now back to what you're raging about.
The time with Ali is that she kind of, when Linda Sarsour fell off, she kind of fell off too. Like, I don't hear that much about her, whereas in that time it was heard a lot about both of them, and I haven't heard about either of them that much until about, and Ion started popping up again a bit more often about 18 months ago. Like, really has not been like those two kind of rose and fell with each other.
Oh my gosh.
In this fight for freedom, I have faced many death threats. Yet, I have always consoled myself that in the US, freedom of conscience and expression were paramount values.
Linda Sarsour said
it was
to you too.
partly for this reason that I moved here and became a citizen in 2013. It never occurred to me that free speech would come under threat in my newly adopted country. In 2014, I was invited
under attack
by conservatives.
Most of the time by conservatives.
Receive an honorary degree at Brandeis University and then ungraciously disinvited. Even when I first encountered what has come to be known as cancel culture, I didn't fret too much.
Most of the majority of cancel culture is from the right.
The alliance of campus leftists and Islamists as a lunatic fringe. They are not the fringe anymore.
To be fair, a lot of the time, campus lefties are cringe.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen so many of them over the last few months being like unironically pro-Hamas, which is unbelievably cringe after what 10/7 happened. Like, guys, stop. Just like stop associating with Linda Sarsour. Stop.
Yep.
Many on the left,
please stop.
Academia, the media, and now even the corporate world have inculcated in a generation of students an ideology that has much more in common with the intolerant doctrines of a religious cult than with this.
Yeah, sure. The idiots on the left are just like jihadists. Like, stop.
Yeah.
You actually experience jihadists. Like, stop.
Seriously. The leftists are not. You know that the woke are not like the jihadists.
Like, come on. Yeah, this is like getting like dishonest to the point where it's getting. Like, this is getting so dishonest, it's getting to the point of getting us angry. Like, stop.
Yeah.
You know damn well the left.
It is someone I used to have some respect for.
I
used to have some respect for Ali, but God, this shit there. Like, I always feel bad for what she had to endure, but
you make it very difficult.
You know what she's doing? She's pulling a fucking J.K. Rowling, or is J.K. Rowling pulling an Ali? Except the difference being that instead of using it to slaughter trans people, using it to justify slaughtering Muslims and Arabs.
Man, I bet that hurts as a Harry Potter fan. Now you gotta deal with this too.
Dude. Okay, there is one YouTube channel I watch that does Harry Potter stuff. They never mention J.K. Rowling. The closest they've come is the author.
Yep.
They don't mention her name.
I mean, who can blame the Harry Potter community? Because she's a TERF. No one likes TERFs.
Yeah.
Except the UK. TERF Island.
There's unfortunately a good, pretty major proportion of Harry Potter fans are like that.
And like I said earlier, that's why the UK is dying, because you're all becoming TERF Island that's sinking because you're too transphobic.
Yep. Yeah.
secular political thought
I
I
remember,
studied.
and also remember that at least 2 of J.K. Rowling's buddies have advocated for putting trans people in gas chambers. They're literal turf neo-Nazis.
Well, we saw she was making excuses defending the Holocaust denial. Oh my God.
Yep. Yeah.
I remember before you were joking about it, and then she ended up actually doing it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
How? Oh my God.
And Nancy Ali's like, don't know how far down that path she's gone in the past 3 years, but...
Oh my gosh, just why?
Leiden University. In the debates after 9/11, many people sought materialist explanations for the attacks. The jihadis lacked educational and employment opportunities. They were angry.
Unfortunately, some of the hijackers actually were educated and all that. And of course, they came to America to learn how to fly planes.
American foreign policy in the Middle East, and so on. I argued that none of these could explain the motivations of the plotters and hijackers, all of whom in any case came from middle-class and upper-class homes. Their goal was religious and political.
Or maybe, just maybe, it's both?
Denounce Arab governments as corrupt and their Western allies as infidels, and ultimately to overthrow the existing order in the Middle East and establish a caliphate. American policymakers preferred the materialist explanations as they implied actions to solve the problem.
Well, it also is true that if the Middle East wasn't poor, Islamic jihadism probably wouldn't be as powerful as it is now. But of course, American imperialism keeps fucking that up.
Britain and France didn't fuck around with the Middle East.
Like, look at Muslims in America. They're not jihadists by and large because they're wealthy and all that.
Problem. Invasion. Regime change.
But of course, you all don't want to try and bring Muslims here to Americanize them.
Democratization. It was unpopular to suggest that the terrorists might have unshakable convictions having nothing to do with material considerations.
But what? Don't you think it's the other way around for you? Maybe you don't accept that maybe material explanations could also be the problem too?
Exactly.
Like you kind of sound like you're on the opposite side of it too.
2 decades later, we see a similar dynamic, only this time it's within America's borders. Naive observers explain the Black Lives Matter protests and riots of 2020 in terms of blacks' material disadvantages. These are real, as are the far worse socioeconomic problems of the Arab world, but they hide the leaders' real motivations.
BLM is a disorganized movement, so there really isn't really a leader, though. So again, you're all conflating this stuff
Their
again.
ideology goes by many names. Social justice, critical race theory, and intersectionality are just a few. For simplicity, I call it all wokeism.
So, critical race theory, intersectionality, and social justice, it's all woke? But it's not really. Not really.
No.
People can argue those things in a very woke way, which is cringe, but it's not inherently woke.
I'm not about to equate wokeism and Islamism. Islamism is...
Then why are you, the video, saying they have in common?
Why is the title of the video, what do radical Islamists, Islam and the woke have in common then?
Alright, you're already getting our co-host in a bad mood. I don't think you want to get us both in a bad mood now. Can you not do that, Ali, please?
Militant strain of an ancient faith. Its believers have a coherent sense of what Allah wants them to achieve.
We already got angry multiple times today. We don't need to get angry to wrap
it up. To earn rewards in
Can you please be base how the Civil War revealed the end off the first part
afterlife. Wokeism is just another version of Marxism. It scorns religion and the idea of an afterlife. Wokeism...
I don't know how I would say the woke scolds or even necessarily Marxists. A lot of them are just liberals that are just desperate to try and appease everyone. That doesn't even necessarily sound like Marxism.
It divides society into myriad identities, whereas Islamist division is simpler: believers and unbelievers.
Woke scolds are the exact opposite. They try and get everyone involved, like diversity and all that. To the silly extreme and all that. They are not at all like Islam.
Many other differences, but consider the resemblances.
Oh, here we go. So let's see how they're similar now.
The adherents of which pursue ideological purity, certain of their own rectitude. Neither Islamists nor the woke will engage in debate. Both prefer indoctrination of the submissive and damnation of those who resist. The two ideologies...
I don't necessarily disagree, but I still don't like the idea of comparing them to Islamists because they don't kill people as a terrorist action. That's like really,
have
really
distinctive rituals.
BS.
Islamists shout Allahu Akbar and death to America. The woke shout Black Lives Matter and I can't breathe.
You're really going to compare Black Lives Matter and I can't breathe to death to America? And also, Allahu Akbar is and also Allahu Akbar is God is great. That doesn't even have to be an Islamic thing. It could be a Christian thing too. Like you're all being
that could be any religion.
Yeah,
that could be any religion.
That's pretty bad, Ali. You should know that as someone from the Middle East and North Africa. You should be able to know their language. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Islamists pray to Mecca. The woke take the knee.
Oh my God, you're crying about the anthem protest still. God, we haven't had this since 2017. It's been 7 years and you're all still crying about the anthem protest in the NFL. Can you stop?
Both like burning the American flag.
Oh, now they're similar because they burn American flags, again, for different reasons. And also, who cares if they burn an American flag? I don't care. Deal with it. Stop being a... Now you guys are actually being woke. Big deal if people burn the American flag. Get over it.
Both take offense at every opportunity and demand not just apologies, but concessions.
Islamists will kill you.
Yeah.
SJWs don't do that.
Islamism invades against blasphemy. Wokeism wants to outlaw hate speech.
I don't think that's even close to comparable. What Islamists want to ban is they want to ban way more things than hate speech when it comes to the woke.
Islamists use the word Islamophobia to silence critics. The woke do the same with racism.
Yeah, but it's just not really comparable. Again, they're not going to kill you for it.
Both ideologies aim to tear down the existing system and replace it with utopias that always turn out to be hellish anarchies.
BLM, by and large, and progressives actually really just want liberal, regulated capitalism, which America was before.
Exactly.
The West, Europe and all of them are like that too, and it works out fine for them. Again, we don't want to destroy America, unlike jihadists.
Islamic State in Raqqa, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone.
Oh my God, you're really comparing ISIS to Chaz. Are you really going to do that?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I guess I'm just glad I don't know her as much as you did. like when I first heard about her, it was all like the Linda Sarsour crap and about her being stupid. You probably knew about her beforehand. I bet this feels bad for you.
Yeah, it wasn't much earlier though.
In Seattle.
Yeah.
Both are collectivist. Group identity trumps the individual. Both tolerate and often glorify violence carried out by zealots.
Not really the woke. That's very rare. Islamists, yes.
The grievances of Islamists and the woke aren't merely economic, and they won't be satisfied with jobs or entitlements or any other.
A lot of them would. Come on, Ali. I really want to. I really like to call you a dummy, but I think you're smart enough to not be this dumb. Come on.
The blandishments politicians are willing to offer. Their motivations are ideological, and they'll be satisfied only with power, and then they'll demand more power. I cling to the hope that most Americans are still willing to fight, and if necessary, to die to preserve our freedoms, our rights, our customs, our history. That was the spirit of Flight 93. We need to summon that spirit.
Really? You gotta really annoy me with that comparison, Ali, please. Can you stop bringing 9/11 up on literally every single thing?
Yeah.
I'm still very angry the last several months having to deal with idiots on the left there saying like all of a sudden now it's a good thing. Oh, that's right. I guess you all didn't grow up during 9/11, unlike some of us and all that. Yeah. Saying 9/11 is justified to the 3,000 people that innocently were killed and $25 billion in damage and all that. Yeah, sure.
It's again.
Mm-hmm.
Then
again, these are the same people
the woke want 9/11 according to it seems to be what Ali implies
Ali,
by the
research
woke would
fellow
do
at the
and
Hoover
do
Institution
9/11.
at Stanford for Prager University.
Yeah, that was definitely not a good ending on like last time. That was pretty annoying. And of course, it affected you more.
Yeah.
So yeah, what do you guys say about that since it obviously affected you more?
You know I'm badly. These comparisons are like, it's just
to the extreme.
Where's the Ali? Please stop. Yes, they're terrible. You don't need to associate everything you don't like with your tormentors. Come on. And anyway, a lot of the fundies that you support, they want to do pretty much all the same things your people, the people that have tormented you, they want to do that to them and to you. Exactly, you're a token to them. Like Blair White, like Dave Rubin, like Jesse Lee Peterson, like... Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, you don't need to go to these extremes, and you don't need to associate with PragerU. We could make fun of SJWs and all that, which we do, because a lot of stuff she's saying was correct that they're bad on, but you don't need to compare them to jihadists, because they're not that bad. You know who is more closer to jihadists? Conservatives and all that.
Christian Nazis.
Yeah, because their policies are more aligned with them. But of course, you're signed with PragerU and all them, and you lose a lot of respect and all that.
Not good.
Like, just stop. Like, it ain't that deep. But yeah, with that annoyance wrapped up, there we go. 27 PragerU videos we watched, and almost all of them were complete and utter dog shit. Some of them were so bad they got us angry. There was like 2 of them that one was good.
One that was so bad we couldn't even make it through.
Yep, and one was surprisingly, undeniably good, saying that the South did the Civil War and was about slavery. And then some of them weren't, like, completely bad, like, maybe can, be reasoned with, like, the, they had with BLM and all that. Like, that one wasn't really bad.
And, well, one of the, what's her face?
Feminists that worked with them a lot.
Actual feminist girl, yeah.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting her name.
Christina Hoff Sommers. There we
go. Christina Hoff Sommers. That's right. Yeah. And I think there was one of those that weren't that bad.
Like, we're PragerU here, but we can admit maybe some of them are not. One of them was good. Some of them were not completely utterly terrible, and maybe can explain better from a leftist and left-wing perspective. But the rest were complete dog shit, and some of them were just straight up very aggravating and very anger-inducing. And you saw it for you in the last one. But yeah, there we go. Yeah. Now enjoy me suffer and have to render this in the morning, like 6 hours of this. My computer is going to be bricked all day. Oh boy. But yeah, guys, hope you all enjoyed, and next time you'll see us will be episode 106. So see you all next time, and hope you enjoyed the PragerU Takedown special.